The classroom was half asleep, eyes glued to the clock like it was the only thing keeping them breathing. Only one lesson stood between them and the freedom of Friday afternoon. Among the bored faces was a skinny boy in a dark blue sweatshirt, short brown hair, and the same checked-out expression as everyone else. "Come on, can someone tell me what this is?" the teacher asked, frustration creeping in her voice. Mark finally lifted his eyes and looked at the board covered in acid formulas. "I know it's the last class, but at least try," she pleaded. He raised his hand, barely above a desk. "Citric acid," he said quietly. "Thank you, Mark. At least someone's awake." The bell rang a second later, and the room exploded into chaos. Bags zipped, chairs screeched. Students sprinted out like prisoners released early. Mark slung his backpack over one shoulder, ready to follow, but his teacher stopped him at the door. "Mark, have you decided which university you want to apply to?" "Not really," he said. "With your talent, you'd make an excellent chemist." "I'll think about it," he replied before stepping into the hallway. He always tensed when anyone asked about the future. "What do you want to be?" "I don't know. You're 17. You should decide already." Relatives loved saying that. It irritated him every time. He wasn't stupid. If anything, he was the opposite. He excelled across multiple subjects. The problem wasn't capability, it was interest. He didn't want any of it. Thinking about the future felt like staring into a blank tunnel. He joked about becoming a fast food worker, but humor was easier than admitting he had no clue what he wanted. After 10 minutes of walking, he reached his apartment building and headed up to the 3rd floor. It was a decent place, warm, familiar. He opened the door and stepped inside. An unfamiliar pair of boots sat by the entrance. The TV was on. Did Dad invite someone over? He wondered. On the screen, a talk show played loudly. "And today we have a special guest, leader of the Scavenger Guild, Thomas Andre." Mark stepped into the living room and saw a man sprawled on the couch. Broad shoulders, a familiar face. "I didn't know you were coming," Mark said. "Got a few days off. Thought I'd drop by." His older brother Brian replied. Brian was 26, and everything Mark wasn't. Confident, sociable, successful. He'd finished law school, moved out early, and carved out a life for himself without hesitation. Mark admired him, even if he'd never say it. "That's all you're going to say to your big brother?" Brian teased. "I guess," Mark said, walking past him toward his room. Brian just laughed. Mark tossed his backpack into the corner and flopped onto his bed. Every day felt like a loop. Wake up, school, survive English class, go home, talk to friends and family, play games, study, sleep, repeat. He wanted something that made him feel alive again. Something exciting. Something different. But hoping for miracles was pointless, so he sat up and switched on his computer. His class group chat instantly blew up with notifications. His friends always had dreams, some realistic, some delusional. They still aimed for something. Meanwhile, his own problems felt small. He wasn't poor, neglected, or disabled. He was lucky. Everyone reminded him of that. "What are you complaining about? Your life's fine." "Yeah, I guess you're right," he always said. He opened his browser and skimmed through the latest headlines. Rumors of a new S-rank hunter appearing. A-rank battle caught on camera. Watch here. Manhattan gate outbreak. Are civilians safe? Hunters were the center of the world now. Heroes to some, tyrants to others. 5 years ago, magic and monsters were fiction. Now they were frighteningly real. Awakening was rare. Powerful awakenings even rarer. The world depended on a handful of superpowered individuals to keep it intact. And people prayed their home wouldn't end up near a gate. Mark stepped out of his room to go to the bathroom. As he passed the living room, Brian called out without looking away from the TV. "Bro, your eyes are glowing." "What?" Mark didn't even finish the word before his knees buckled. He hit the floor head first. Brian shot up. "Mark, you okay?" He knelt beside him, panic rising as Mark didn't move. "Right?" "Dumb question," Brian muttered, fear tightening his voice. Mark lay there completely still, the faint glow fading from his eyes as the world around him blurred into darkness. Mark woke up to the sterile smell of disinfectant and the hum of machines. A dim hospital light buzzed overhead. In the corner sat a man in his 50s, slumped in a chair, gray hair messy from dozing off. Why did I collapse? His mind immediately jumped to the worst. Great. I have cancer. I'm 17 and already dying. Perfect. Dad, he blurted out. His father jerked awake. Huh? I'm up. I'm up. After a second of confusion, he blinked around the room and remembered where he was. How long do I have left? Mark asked seriously. Just tell me. His father snorted. What are you talking about? You're fine. I was just waiting for you to wake up so we could go home. Oh, Mark sat back, shoulders loosening. Then what happened? And where's Brian? He brought you here. Left after the doctor told us you were okay. It's 2 in the morning, so we should head home too. Yeah, right. Mark swung his legs over the bed and stood. The doctor said you passed out from sudden awakening. Broke your nose on the way down. I awakened. Mark touched his face. I don't feel any different. I booked your evaluation for tomorrow. Or technically today. Whatever. Let's go sleep. They left the hospital and made their way home in silence. Later that day. Next, Mr. Williams, an elderly woman called. Mark glanced at his father, silently asking if he was coming too. His father stayed put, so Mark stepped inside alone. The evaluation room was lined with monitors. An older woman, maybe in her 60s, stood beside a control panel. Hand on the sphere, she said, pointing to a large black ball. Mark placed his palm on the surface. The device rattled and whirred before flashing a result across the screen. A rank magic power, she announced. Lucky boy. Now show me your skills. Mark blinked. Skills? What skills? Well, she pressed. Everyone has something. Transformation, healing, invisibility, anything. Show me. I think I can see magic, Mark said slowly. Probably, she repeated. What do you mean? I saw the magic inside the sphere, like energy running through wires. She stared at him for a long moment, then typed something. Remarkably useless. Mark bit back a glare. Thanks, you fossil. Now, put your hand in there and squeeze, she said, gesturing to another machine. He obeyed. Dear rank strength, she read. Not as lucky as I thought. You can pull your hand out. Mark didn't mind. He hadn't expected anything amazing. Even a small physical boost was better than nothing. You have A-rank magic power, but no usable skills, and D-rank physique, the woman summarized. I'll classify you as D-rank. If you want a better rank, someone else might bump you to C. She tapped a few buttons and continued. Since you're a minor, you can't enter dungeons without a guardian's approval. You can't form a guild or start a raid party. Your license arrives in a week with all the rules. Any questions? No, ma'am. Then we're done. Next, Ms. Jones. Mark stepped out of the room just as a woman with long black hair walked past him. Her magic radiated so intensely it almost made the air vibrate. Another S rank, Mark guessed. She glanced at him briefly. His eyes faintly glowed white, but she kept walking. So, how did it go? Josh asked from the waiting room. I'm a D rank. That's great. Celebration time, his father shouted, making everyone else stare. Mark loved his dad, but volume wasn't his favorite trait. How about we just get ice cream? Mark suggested. Josh grinned. Ice cream works. Home. They sat on the couch with bowls of ice cream, the TV flickering in front of them. That woman looks familiar, Josh said between bites. A news broadcast filled the screen. We're here with a new S-rank hunter, Emma Jones. Tell us, how did it feel receiving such an honor? We saw her today, Mark said. The world's too small, Josh muttered. I'll do everything I can to protect the people who need it most, Emma declared. Have you chosen a guild yet? I've received offers, but nothing decided. I bet she joined Scavenger, Josh said confidently. Why that one? Mark asked. They're rich, they're big, and they offer the best perks. Young hunters love fame and money. I'm telling you, she'll pick them. Want to bet? No, Mark said. You're probably right. Want more ice cream? I'd never turn that down, his father said, already holding out his bowl.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon, Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Even after awakening Mark's life didn't change. He wasn't dumb enough to throw away his education for a quick buck he could get by clearing dungeons. The job of a hunter was extremely dangerous, especially for the lower-ranked ones. It was Sunday, so Mark was doing his homework, writing mathematical equations for hours because the teacher wanted to make sure they actually learned. Wasn't fun. It also wasn't effective because copying homework was a thing. His mind drifted elsewhere as he started drawing scribbles on the paper. As he drew a little campfire on the paper, the drawing shone, and the paper caught on fire. "What the fuck?" shouted Mark, throwing the paper on the ground, stomping out the fire. "You all right?" A voice came from the living room. "I'm fine, Dad," he shouted back. Mark opened the window to let in some fresh air. He then tore off a little bit of paper and drew the same little fire symbol. At first, nothing happened, but as he touched the drawing with his finger, he saw magic power leaving his body, traveling through the pencil lead. The symbol then started shining in white, lighting up the paper. "I am a goddamn wizard," Mark thought to himself in shock. Even though he was awakened, he didn't take it seriously. He was not interested in running through hordes of goblins, cleaving them with a sword. However, if he could create his own magic, then that would be a totally different matter. He opened his browser and searched for runes. Runestones are rare drops from dungeons, giving the hunter who breaks them special skills. No, how about magic circles? Magic circles sometimes appear when a hunter casts particular spells. Their meaning is not understood. No, well, let us try skills then. Hunters awaken special skills that are unique to their class. Skills come in a great variety, with some people displaying unique skills. Unique skills? Do I have a unique skill? What about magic circle images? He zoomed in on the first image, which was a big magic circle of a spell called Fire Pillar. To Mark's surprise, he could read the symbols written on the circle. Flame, spew, delay, speed, mana, direction, amount. It looked like some kind of a program. However, it was written in vague symbols, not in concrete words, making Mark fascinated by how does magic work. The boy grabbed another piece of paper and started drawing many symbols with his pencil. It looked like a first grader's art homework, but in Mark's eyes, it was a way he could cast magic spells. Maybe he didn't have to go to college or work in a McDonald's if he became a hunter in a safe way. He could find a way to prepare for every possible foe and every unexpected circumstance by inventing his own spells for the specific situations. With his A-rank magic power, he could live freely just by clearing D-rank dungeons. He'll be called a coward for not using his power for the greater good. But so what? I want to be hurting anyone. The pretentious lady from TV can go fuck herself. Saving the world, ISN, my responsibility. I'll be 18 in a month, then I could go to the dungeon. 1 month is enough time to prepare. Next day, Mark sat in the classroom with a brown hardback book on his desk. He didn't sleep a minute because of his fascination for the magic he could create. After several hours of testing, writing, and drawing, he finally created something he could call a magic spell. He then wrote the spell into an empty book he found while looking through some old stuff in the basement. Page 1. Spell name, Stream of Fire. Description: mana is redirected from a book to your other hand, creating a magic circle between your fingers. By moving your fingers, you can manipulate the intensity, distance, and temperature of the flames spewing out of your hand. You can also lock the settings by clenching your fist. Under the description was the actual spell, which looked just like a bunch of random drawings. He was very proud of his creation, so he brought his grimoire to school to work on another spell. One thing he understood by doing many experiments was that he had a lot of mana, but terrible control over it. He could decide if he sends mana out of his body or not, thereby activating the spells written inside the book, but he couldn't control the amount of mana. "You good? You look like you just woke up from your death," said a blonde-haired guy sitting next to Mark. "I'm all right. Just a bit tired," answered Mark, rubbing his eyes. "Did you do the math homework?" asked his classmate. "Depends on whether or not you have $10. "Oh, come on, aren't we friends?" "We re-friends only when it is beneficial to you." You wouldn't even hesitate to throw me under the bus if it was good for you, he thought to himself. Everything has a price. My effort isn't free, so if you want the homework, give me $10. Mark said with his hand outstretched, ready to receive the money. Geez, you didn't have to go all philosophical on me, said the blonde, handing over the money. Mark gave him the piece of paper and aimed his focus back to the spell creation. What if I create a barrier with one layer that is mana-dense and another that is less dense than the air? Then I could use the mana sucked into the less dense layer to strengthen the denser layer, making the barrier stronger. That way I could effectively block attacks from magicians much stronger than myself with a low mana cost. I think this is worth a try. Finally, having found his passion, Mark poured his heart into the grimoire. A month has passed since Mark has awakened his powers. Hey, Don, do you think Mark is acting kind of weird lately? Well, he was always a pretty strange guy, so it's not really anything new. Yeah, but it's extreme these past few weeks. He doesn't talk to anyone, and he is always writing something. Why do you care so much? Just mind your own business, my dude. I don't know, man. I think he is up to something. Mark was aware that his classmates didn't have a good opinion of him for the last month. There were rumors about him taking drugs or drinking alcohol, but that didn't concern him. He has filled 4 pages in his grimoire, which isn't a lot, but considering the complexity of the spells and no good experimentation target, Mark was happy nonetheless. When he became an 18-year-old, a new problem appeared. He was not a part of any guild, so the only way to enter a gate was to join some unknown raid group. His spells were made to solo the dungeons, not for teamwork. Accounting for allies was much more difficult when creating a spell. Walking back home, he thought a way to get to the dungeon alone. When he couldn't find a solution, he did something unthinkable. He called a friend for help. BZZN asterisk BZZN asterisk. The phone rang for a whole minute without a response. God damn it. He is sleeping for sure. Leaving a text to his dad saying, I'm going to Drew S. place. He set off towards his friend S. house. He arrived in front of a terraced house after a quick ride in a taxi. Ding sounded the bell. In a minute, a woman in her 40s with curly brown hair opened the door. Hi, Mark. Drew didn't say you were coming over. Come on in, she said with a welcoming smile. Yeah, well, he was, and he responded to my call, so I thought I'd just come here. Mark explained while taking off his shoes. I have nothing prepared for you. At least I'll make some tea. Which one do you want? No, I am fine, really. I don't need anything. Green tea it is, then, she said, leaving the hallway. After a moment of pause, Mark went upstairs to meet his friend. He opened the door and saw a wasteland. Dirty clothes on the ground, many empty bottles of lemonade rolling on the table, and one guy snoring on his bed. Are you alive? Asked Mark, trying to wake up the sleeping Drew. When he saw that Drew was not waking up, he lightly slapped him on the face. Ouch, what is wrong with you? Shouted Drew. Stop overreacting. Now fully awake, Drew asked. How did you even get here? Your mom let me in. I am going to have to talk with her about this. She is probably going to have a talk with you about the state of your room if you don't do anything about it. It could be worse. There's mold growing in the bottles, man. Nobody wants to see this getting any worse. Never mind that. Why did you come over? Do you know a way to get into a dungeon alone? Like sneak into a dungeon? Don't do that. That's illegal, bro. No, you idiot. I am not planning on going to jail just yet. I want to know if there's a way to get into a dungeon alone legally. Well, if you were an S rank, that'd be easy. You could just call the FBH and say you re-go into the dungeon, but with your rank it's difficult. Can you ask your dad to let me into one? Yes, of course I can. It'll go like this. Father dearest, can you let my 18-year-old friend into a dungeon alone? And he'll go, of course. I'd love to risk my job in the FBH because one of your friends wants to go kill himself in a dungeon. How else would it go, genius? Okay, I guess asking your dad is out of the picture. The door opened with Drew's mother holding a cup of tea. Thank you, Mrs. Coleman. You re-welcome. She responded, gave Mark the tea, and left the room. Wait, how about we go on an excursion to the dungeon with school? Eternal sleep exists. You have to know if there isn't someone prone to it in your class, so no. Why do you want to go to the dungeon so much anyway? I thought you didn't want to be a hunter. It's complicated. Later at home, Having no other option, Mark decided to turn to the Federal Bureau of Hunters and participate in clearing a low-rank gate. Fortunately, it was quite easily done through the FBH website. He quickly found a gate with a low magic reading and reserved his position. There was already a fighter, a tank, a ranger, and a healer booked, so there shouldn't be a problem in the clearing. BZZN asterisk. Mark's hand almost automatically turned off the alarm clock on his mobile phone. What a great start to this Saturday, he thought to himself as he crawled out of his bed. Putting on a dark blue shirt, a pair of trousers, and some comfortable socks, he went to the bathroom. He then brushed his teeth and came back to his room to prepare for today's raid. The raid will start at 10 a.m., so I have about 2 hours to get there. Mark packed his grimoire into a backpack and went out. Passing by his father, he told him, "I'm going out with Drew. I'll be back at like 4 or 5. I am not sure." "All right, take care," his dad said, waving at him. Mark quickly arrived at a nearby bus station and boarded the buses heading to a place a short distance from the dungeon site. Having found a comfortable place to sit in the last row, he pulled up his phone to look through the news. The new S-rank hunter Emma Jones joins the Scavenger Guild. Dad was right. Fortunately, I didn't take the bet. America was a large country with over 60 S-rank hunters in total, and the fight over them was fierce, especially with the Scavenger Guild, which recruited even from different countries. They had around 20 S-ranks in their arsenal. That's an army capable of overthrowing the U.S. Then in second place, with less than 10 S-ranks, was the Viper Guild. Their leader, Alexander Wright, was rumored to be the best assassin-type hunter in this country. In the third place, just behind the Vipers, came the Zeus Guild, whose leader was a powerful mage who awakened with lightning magic. His insane offensive power was known around the world. Mark then read through the article, finding out more about the new S-rank. She apparently awakened as a fighter type, then was scouted by the Scavenger, and now she will go through some training regiment provided by her guild. Mark left the bus after 20 minutes of staring at his phone and headed to the dungeon site. There stood a provisional cabin one could find on a construction site. He stepped into the cabin, and the people inside stared at him without saying a word. "Hello," said Mark. "Am I in the right place?" he asked himself. "Are you here for the raid?" asked a man, holding a crossbow. "Yeah." "Great. We can start then," said a middle-aged man with a mace and a small shield. "I am Rick, the raid leader, and 8D rank tank. You should also be a fighter, right?" Rick asked, confused at the absence of a weapon in Mark's hands. The lady evaluating Mark has classified him as a D-rank fighter due to the apparent lack of his magician skills. "Mark, by the way, and I am actually a mage. There was a mistake in the evaluation which I haven't fixed yet. Even better, we don't have a mage, so ULL come in handy. That is my daughter, Ava." He pointed to a girl a few years older than Mark with a spear by her side. "I am Alan." The ranger with crossbow shook his hand. "Friendly guy." "Ow," said another guy who Mark assumed was the healer. This was a low-rank gate with low-rank hunters, so nobody wore any kind of armor. Even the weapons they had, excluding Alan's crossbow, were kind of shabby. "Everyone's here, so let's go. Leave your phones in the cabin. You don't want them broken." "You don't have to say it every time," said Ava. Mark emptied his backpack, grabbed his grimoire, and left the cabin. Then Rick locked the cabin, and everyone headed towards the gate. "Is this your first time?" asked Alan with a smirk. "Yes," Mark answered swiftly. "Don't hesitate in killing a monster and listen to what Rick says. That's the best advice I can give you." "Thanks, I guess." With that, they walked through the blue vortex of swirling mana. Mark found himself in a dark cave which was quickly illuminated by a lantern lit by Hal. Rick walked in the lead, focusing on every little sound that echoed through the dungeon. "It's quiet, a little too quiet," thought Mark, opening his grimoire. As they were walking through the narrow cave, they came across a crossroad with many paths. "I hear the sound of walking from there," said Alan, pointing into a dark cave with his crossbow. "Is it coming here?" asked Rick. Alan nodded, and everyone assumed a formation. Rick was in the front with his daughter just behind him. In the middle were Alan and Mark, and Hal was safely in the back. The steps were now audible even for Mark, so he poured his mana into the grimoire, creating a magic circle on his right hand. A giant iguana-like lizard came running out of the hole. Alan took aim and shot an arrow straight through the head of the reptile, instantly killing it. That's either a skill or a bit too strong crossbow. Noticing Mark, look Alan gave him a cocky smile. The monsters heard the arrow scraping the cave walls and came in running. Big snakes and giant lizards headed right towards Rick when they saw the dead iguana. Rick swung his mace, spilling lizard guts everywhere. Ava stabbed the snakes as if it was her last day alive, and Alan shot everything moving with pristine accuracy. However, Mark was left with no space to do anything. There's not enough space for page 1. Page 3 is unusable with people around, and page 4 is a one-target spell. I should be prepared more for raiding in a team. After an hour in the dungeon, the lizards finally stopped coming on their own. There were over 100 corpses piled up in the crossroads. Hal was releasing the team of their exhaustion as they rested on the cold ground. However, Mark was disheartened by his performance. The great teamwork gave him no space to actually use his potential. Getting up from the ground, Alan came up to Mark and handed him a small knife. "Come on, I'll show you how to salvage essence stones from the monsters." They crouched over the corpse of the iguana monster. "The essence stones are around the important organs, so first let us try the head," said Alan, guiding Mark to cut through the rough scales of the iguana. "No, that's just the brain, then that means it's near the heart." He opened up the chest of the corpse and found a shining white stone. "I want to puke." Mark was not very accustomed to dealing with dismembered animals outside of the usual dissecting and biology class, so his reaction was natural. "Are you all right?" asked Alan. "Yeah, it's just a bit nauseating. You'll get used to the smell of blood if you clear enough dungeons." After a moment of resting, the group got to salvaging the essence stones. Even Mark got used to it by the 10th monster. Knife goes in, essence stone goes out. When they finally got all the essence stones out, they could continue in the raid. However, there were countless possible paths, so which one should they choose? It was quite easily solved by Mark. The fiery mana leaking from one of the caves gave the boss away. "I think the boss is that way," said Mark. "All right, we don't really have a better way, so let us go there first." "Is everyone ready for the final battle?" asked Rick. "I couldn't be more ready," said Alan, while the others just nodded. Rick led the way through the tunnel. As they walked deeper into the cave, the air was getting progressively hotter. "It's like 90 degrees in here. What kind of boss monster is this?" "A living sauna?" asked Ava with an annoyed look, wiping sweat off of her forehead. "I'm not sure. I never came across anything like this," Rick said, advancing forward. "A temperature control spell and a spell that makes a moving source of light. This is a great learning opportunity. Nothing triumphs first-hand experience, it seems." Mark thought, planning his future precautions. The raid team took a turn in the tunnel, and red light assaulted their eyes. "We here." Going further, they found themselves in a large nest which was illuminated in dim light. Their eyes trailed towards the source of the light and found a car-sized lizard. It was covered in dark scales with a red light propagating in between the scales. With every breath, it exhaled a puff of smoke from its nostrils. Thankfully, it was sleeping. Dragon? No, it has no wings, so a salamander. Seeing the boss, Alan used his skill, Power Shot, and fired the arrow, aiming right at the closed eye of the salamander. The monster was caught off guard and screeched at the horrible pain caused by the embedded arrow. "I expected it to go deeper," Rick said. "That's what she said?" Alan joked around, even in this sweaty situation. "God damn it, focus!" Ava shouted and brought back the severity of the situation. The boss monster charging at them full speed. Before Rick could use his taunt, skill Mark already acted. Page 2. Magic Siphoning Barrier. After setting up the spell options, a white, translucent barrier just about a centimeter thick appeared in front of Rick. Salamander ignored the barrier, opened its jaws, and breathed fire on them. When the barrier got into contact with the flames, it sucked them into itself and started burning like a wall of flames. I haven't thought of that. So first I have to purify the mana before condensing it into the barrier. However, this also has great implications. Maybe I can make something to redirect attacks with this. Salamander wasn't happy with its attacks not coming through, but it had to take a breather, so it stopped spitting out flames for a moment. This was a great opportunity, and Mark didn't leave it hanging. He dispelled the white magic circle on his hand and created another one, with this one being light blue. Page 4, targeted freezing. Small white light went flying out of the magic circle and hit the salamander, doing no damage. However, that was just a magic flare. The moment it hit the monster, a wave of snow left the magic circle, assaulting the salamander at high speed. Since salamanders are monsters living in volcanoes, the wave of frost became a slow and agonizing death to the lizard, getting covered in a layer of ice which then melts and then freezes as more ice comes along. The salamander became an ice statue in a minute. Alan was a C-rank hunter with the most experience in this party. The experience gave him enough confidence to joke around in the gate, but seeing Mark defeat a dungeon boss all by himself in his first raid gave him a slap back to reality. This doesn't look like a small mistake in the evaluation, buddy. You re-C rank at the absolute least. Alan told Mark with a smile. Yeah, if I knew how much firepower you were packing, I'd involve you more. Rick added. Mark ignored what they were saying and asked, how much is the corpse worth? Normally, D-rank boss in a perfect condition could be sold around the 3,000 mark. However, they usually don't have any elemental properties, so this one is probably more like 5,000. Rick said, looking at the frozen salamander. Can I take a few scales? Will it affect the price or something? Rick looked at Hal with a helpless look, saying, help me, I don't know, with his eyes. Hal sighed and answered Mark's question. They won't even notice. With that revelation, Mark started tediously gathering scales into his backpack. After defeating the boss, the raid group had to drag it out of the gate. Despite their awakened bodies, it was no easy task since the salamander weighed a few tons. When they got the monster out, they returned to the cabin. So we have 117 essence stones. That's around 6K, 5.7K if we count taxes. Dividing that between 5 people, it's 80,000 for each of us, and I am not even counting the boss. How was counting the profits? This guy completely changes personality when it comes to money. Mark thought when watching Hal. Hal seemed distant and quiet during the whole exploration, but now he was eager to jump into a pool of essence stones like Scrooge McDuck. That's one of the best raids in my care. Rick said, cleaning his mace from the dried lizard blood. When I'll be done with the reports, I'll send you all your shares. Depends on the FBH, but it should be done in 2 days or less. The boss money will come later, though, announced Hal. I'll take 3 of these, so deduct that from my share, said Mark and grabbed 3 white essence stones from the pile. Fine, you'll get $150 less then, said Hal and packed the remaining stone into his bag. Rick, I have a question for you, said Mark. Ask right away. Is there a way to get into the dungeon alone? No. Why would you want to do that? This was your first gate. Do you even understand how dangerous dungeons are? You could die, said Rick. This feels like a scolding. Mark thought when he heard the visibly agitated Rick. Don't be like that, Alan said, holding Rick by his shoulder. If he wants to go alone, tell him how. Some people need to learn how to appreciate teamwork. He is not an idiot. He'll be cautious. All right, but if you die, then I'll come and kick your ass in the afterlife. You hear me? Sure, Mark answered, not really sure what to say in this situation. It's quite simple, actually. When you book a dungeon on the FBH site, you can lock the maximal amount of hunters if you're registered as a raid leader. If you're at least 2 ranks above the dungeon, you can set the maximum on 1. So get your reevaluation, and then you can do it. Thank you. That will help a lot. Don't you dare forget about the potential ass-kicking. I won't, okay? Don't worry. Geez, this guy is insistent. Also, if you want to raid some dungeons with us in the future, just call me. We will always take someone like you, Rick said, handing him a business card. Richard Duncan, D-rank hunter, XXX XXXX. I'll call you someday, Mark said, grabbing his phone, ready to head back home. For now, goodbye. Bye, said the group of hunters. Mark walked to the bus stop and waited for another bus. This is getting tiring. I'll have to get reevaluated. I just hope I won't get that old hag behind the counter again. Can I take a seat next to you? A feminine voice brought him back from his thoughts. Mark looked up from the pavement, only to see a blonde-haired girl around his age staring down at him. Don't worry, I won't bite, she said with a giggle. No problem, Mark responded and moved a little bit to the side to make some space on the bench. Where are you going? I went to buy some groceries because, we just moved here and don't have many things home. So I wanted to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Jesus Christ, please stop. Half an hour later, I'm sorry. Don TB. It's fine. Mark said, watching the pavement with empty eyes. No, it's not. I always do this. Running my mouth too much and bothering other people, she told him, sounding truly apologetic. Just tone it down in the future. Right, I will try. Finally, Mark could enjoy a moment of silence. He turned on his phone to see when will the bus arrive. So you a hunter? Didn't you say you will keep quiet? He asked, lifting his eyebrow. I said I'll try, she said with a wide grin. Mark turned off his phone and put it in his pocket, hoping that time would fly by quicker this way. Yeah, I am a hunter. How did you know? I'll tell you, but it's my secret method, so you can't tell anyone. Okay, your trousers are stained in blood and you stink. There is also the chance of you being a murderer, but I ruled that out, she said with glee. Thanks for the compliment, I guess. Mark indifferently responded. It's all right. You stink nowhere near to my dad when he comes from a dungeon. Your dad, a hunter? My dad and my brother are both hunters, she said with pride. That's extremely lucky. What is that, like 1 in a million chance? I don't know. Don, really care about that? Anyway, what's your rank? She asked, poking Mark in the side. F rank. Haha, very funny. It's funny to me. Come on. Why, Don, you want to tell me? What do I know? You could be an assassin trying to kill me. The girl burst into laughter after hearing that. Why would you even think that? It's quite simple. A girl approaches me, which is strange to start with, and starts talking to me. She shares some of her information to get me to believe her, and then she tries to get my personal info. So maybe you are not an assassin and more of a scammer? Just waiting for you to ask me about the 3 funky numbers at the back of my credit card. Okay, I want to ask about that. On another note, what is your mother's maiden name? Mark laughed half-heartedly at the joke, and as he saw the bus arriving, he stood up from the bench. All right, mysterious lady. I guess we'll never meet again, so have a good day. Oh, Don say that. You know how awkward it would be if we met tomorrow. Mark said one last bye before boarding the bus. Mark was sitting in his room with many papers on his desk. After yesterday's dungeon raid, he became excited about creating new spells. The new experience brought him ideas he thought about before and options that weren't available a few days earlier. He rubbed another piece of paper over the first page of his grimoire, and the writings disappeared. This was horribly inefficient, he thought at his creation. He then grabbed a paintbrush, dipped it in water and in sparkly white dust. The conductivity of the essence stones is phenomenal. There should be at least double increase in the power of my spells. The moment Mark got his hands on the essence stones, he thought about using them instead of pencil lead in his spells. The problem was actually making the writing with the stones. He had to create a tool to apply them on paper. As he made the first stroke, letters started to shine on the brush, liquefying the stones. Over Sunday, he managed to rewrite all of his previous spells with magic stones and even improve them. After writing some drafts, he went to bed. His hunter life had to be left on pause for the week. Next day, Mark took a seat in the first row of the classroom. Some teachers overlooked his lack of interest in their subject and let him do his things. He opened the notebook with his drafts. The lighting spell needs quite a complex movement to work smoothly. I need to make it avoid obstacles better, he thought, looking at the spell draft. The bell rang, signalizing the start of the lesson. Despite the wishes of all the students present, the teacher arrived 5 minutes later and with a boy in tow. He looked pretty handsome with short, dirty blonde hair, a sporty frame, and a friendly smile. All right, kids, this is Lucas. He joined the class for the rest of the year. If you have any questions, I want to answer them. Go find yourself a seat. He sent the guy away. Hope you did your homework because, said the teacher, starting the lesson. Break. Guys were swarming Lucas's desk like flies. They barraged him with questions. All right, I'll introduce myself. My full name is Lucas Wright. We moved because Dad didn't want to drive an hour every morning to his job. I am actually from New Jersey. What do you do for fun? Asked one of the guys. Whoa, Don, started throwing riddles at me like that, he chuckled. But when you re-asking, I am a hunter, he smiled with that answer. You go hunting in gates for fun? Asked another guy, unbelieving of what he was hearing. Of course. There is no better feeling than when blood is pumping through your veins in an intense battle, Lucas said with a burning passion in his eyes. So you reel like a fighter? Asked the girl. Yes, I fight with a sword. Are you strong? Lucas chuckled at the question and came up with a challenge. What do you think? If you want to test it, we can arm wrestle. 1v2, 1v3, even versus the whole class if you want. The boys didn't let this slide. Just you wait. They grouped up on one side of the desk with Lucas on the other. 7 high school students locked hands with a B-rank hunter. Okay, are you ready? Asked Lucas with a cocky smirk. Yeah, the boys shouted in unison. All right, then start. Lucas started the battle, his face distorted as he pushed against the group. In spite of the boys' efforts, Lucas' hand didn't move a bit. Then, out of nowhere, the hunter's face returned to a smile. I expected more of you, he said with a laugh. Lucas' hand smashed to the table as if there was no resistance. That's the B-rank strength, baby. He flaunted his power. Wait, you re-B-rank? Which guild are you in? Asked a girl. Viper Guild, and a promised position in one of the attack teams after graduation. Wow, how did you get such a promise from the Vipers as a high schooler? The girl asked, confused. That's a secret, Lucas said with a finger over his lips. He then headed out of the classroom to the restroom. However, as he was passing by Mark, he became intrigued by his scribbles. Hey, Wadash, if you want it, homework is $10. Mark interrupted him without turning his gaze away from the drafts. No, you misunderstood me. I don't want the homework. It's my first day here. Well, if you don't want it, then don't bother me. Mark told him in all seriousness. This guy is lower B rank in magic power. Mark analyzed Lucas with his eyes. Even though Mark obviously didn't like Lucas' presence, the hunter stayed watching over Mark's shoulder. What are you writing? Romeo and Juliet by William Shakespeare. What's your name? Nanya. Nanya business. Lucas distanced himself and went to one of the boys. What's that guy? He asked, pointing at Mark. Mark Williams, he is kind of a weirdo. Doesn't really talk to anyone if he doesn't have to. For the last month, all he does is write into his diary, or whatever it is. Do you think he'd like if someone took his diary? Lucas said with a smirk. Later that day, Mark was on his computer trying to book his reevaluation, but there were a few problems. He couldn't just go there like the first time. Reevaluation cost him $200, which he and his wallet didn't appreciate. There were about $3,000 on his bank account, which he got from the dungeon raid, his pocket money, and the money he got for homework. If he wanted to move out after graduation, he'd have to raid several dungeons. Mark left the classroom to go to the toilet, and Lucas saw the opportunity. He ran over to Mark's desk looking at the hardback book. Grimoire? Is he delusional? He snickered when he saw the title. He then grabbed the book, ready to hide it somewhere in the classroom. To his surprise, the book quickly turned cold, really, really cold. Lucas dropped it on the ground, looking at his burned hand. What the hell? He said, confused. Mark walked through the door, picked up his grimoire from the ground, and with an indifferent look told Lucas. I said, don't bother me. He then got back to his seat and proceeded with his normal routine. I am glad I made the preemptive cooling. It saved me from some troubles. After school, as Mark was leaving school, someone called out to him. Hey, you're a hunter, right? Mark continued walking, hoping that the annoyance will just stop. I know you can hear me. Lucas followed him from behind. What do you want, dude? Mark finally turned around. This is going nowhere. Just stop being a hindrance. If you're a hunter, then let us fight. Lucas said with enthusiasm. Why? Mark asked with dead eyes. It's fun. You're not a coward who back down, right? Lucas told him with a growing smirk. Fuck off. You can think of me as the most cowardly coward in the world for all I care. Yeah, that's what I thought. You real little pussy. After hearing those insults, Mark couldn't help but smile. Okay, this fight is silly, but why not? He thought to himself. All right, if you want to fight so bad we can. Mark said, waving it off. He opened up the grimoire on page 2, created a magic circle on his hand, and started tinkering with the settings. Page 2, magic siphoning barrier, initial durability, B rank, locator, magic flare, state, immovable, duration without input, 24 hours, mana purification, on, diameter, 2 meters, permeability, gas and light. So where do you want to fight? Asked Lucas, stretching. You re so eager. How about right here and right now? Jesus Christ, I hope nobody heard that. Not waiting for anything, Lucas started counting. 3, 2, 1. Let us go. He immediately started running towards Mark. However, he was quickly met with a wall. Mark fired off a small projectile, and when it landed on Lucas, a barrier instantly formed around him. He ran face first into the barrier. What the fuck is this? He shouted, not so happy right now. Barrier, Mark flatly answered. I know that, genius. But why is it so strong? He shouted, punching the barrier with a golden aura around his fist. You know what S neat? That barrier is what I think a B rank mage would make. So, if you had a weapon, you could V broken it. However, now you have to wait for an A rank to pass by, because that barrier will only get stronger with time. Mark said with a wide smile. Is this funny to you? I'm stuck here in a hamster ball, and you re-laughing. This shit is kind of funny, not gonna lie. Don't worry too much, though. The barrier will disappear after a day. A day? Are you kidding me? Let me out, you fucker. He punched the barrier once again angrily. You want to fight, then fight with a wall. Mark just turned around and walked away with a smile plastered on his face. He is a B rank hunter. The weather will do nothing to him, and he at least has some time for himself. Mark thought to himself. Lucas was punching, kicking, and nearly pissing his pants from the anger. The people passing by looked at him strangely, not even thinking about trying to help him. After calming down, Lucas decided to think about his situation more clearly and find a solution. He picked up his phone and dialed the only person he thought could help him. Dad, the person you recalling is currently unavailable. If you want to leave a message. Come on, Dad. Just when I need you. You re in a dungeon, as always. Lucy. BZZN asterisk. Hello. Sis, can you please come and help me? Why? What happened? Are you all right? She asked in concern. I am stuck in a barrier. Lucas said, embarrassed by the situation. Muffled giggling. Don't laugh at me. This is serious. Lucas said, blushing. Okay. No problem. I'll drive to you. Where are you? She said, trying not to laugh. In front of the school. Please come quick. Half an hour later, blonde-haired girl, about 20 years of age, stepped out of her car and walked over to the translucent barrier. Lucas was still sitting in his hamster ball. I cannot resist asking, how exactly did you get into this thing? Lucy asked, grinning at the absurdity of the situation. One of my classmates is a hunter, so I wanted to fight him. Lucas told her timidly. And he locked you in this barrier? A quiet, escaped from his mouth. Did he want to fight? Not really. Did you provoke him to fight you? Maybe. I think you kind of deserve this. Well, Dad, it's in a gate right now, and I'm not going to bother anyone from the guild right now. I can only keep you company until Dad gets out. That's fine. Do you like your new school? Yeah, better than the last one. Really? Did you find some friends? I am not that fast. They talked until the sun started setting. 2 hours later, from a 5 meters tall blue vortex came a group of hunters. Leading them was a blonde-haired man in his 40s holding a menacing-looking dagger. A man in a suit came running towards the guildmaster. Sir, your daughter said you should call her when you come out. Thank you, Bob. I'll do just that. Alexander then turned to the miners. Let the mining team in. The boss is incapacitated. While Lucas was waiting his life, Capsule Mark headed to the FBH. He entered the building and looked over the receptions. It's all right. Just walk over there and say that you booked a reevaluation. Nothing awkward will happen. It's just a reevaluation. After encouraging himself, he walked to the front desk. Yes? Asked the receptionist. I am here for a reevaluation at 16:45. All right, give me your ID card. Mark handed over the card. Great. Now I'll have you wait for about 5 to 10 minutes. The waiting room is right behind those doors. She pointed to the other side of the hall. Thank you. Mark then stepped inside the room he was in a month ago. He took a seat and waited. There were a few other people waiting for their evaluation. They were mainly E ranks with an occasional D rank. After 5 minutes, an old lady peeked out of the evaluation room. "Mr. Williams, come in," she said. Not this old librarian again. He came in with the grimoire under his armpit. "You see that giant ball? Put your hand on that," said the lady next to a bunch of monitors. Mark gladly obliged and put his hand on the ball. "A rank. You here for a reevaluation, right? Many people come here, but I remember the higher ranks. They don't come every day." "Yeah, I was here about a month ago." "I remember," she exclaimed. "You have that useless eye trick." "Yes, that's me. Now put your hand into that thing and squeeze. You already know what to do." Once again, Mark did what she told him to do. D-rank strength, nothing changed there. "So that must mean you got some new skill, otherwise you'd be an idiot coming here." "Are you an idiot, Mr. Williams?" "I'm just joking around. Now show me your skills." Mark opened up the grimoire, poured his mana into the first page, and when the magic circle appeared, he started modifying the spell. Page 1, Stream of Fire, Temperature, 1,500 degrees Celsius, Range, 1M. "Where should I aim?" he asked. "It's irrelevant, just on shoot me." The walls are strengthened with mana crystals. As Mark aimed his hand towards the ceiling, he fired off the spell. The magic circle started spewing out dazzling white flames. Mark himself was insulated by a barrier incorporated into the spell, but the old lady was not. "Stop it! This is not a furnace," shouted the woman. Mark dispelled the magic circle and closed his grimoire. "ULL, get an A rank. Just get out of here. It's hard to breathe." Mark left the bureau in a good mood. He got his new license. Lucas hopefully won't bother him anymore. What good day. 2 hours later, a BMW parked in the high school parking lot. Alexander Wright, the leader of the Viper Guild, got out and walked to the translucent barrier surrounding his son. "What happened?" he asked, concerned. "Nothing serious. He wanted to fight his classmate and got trapped in this mess." Lucy explained the situation of her brother. That temperament of yours." Alexander knocked on the barrier with his knuckle. "What's the name of your classmate?" "That's the first thing you asked me," said Lucas, feeling offended by the lack of care from his father. "You are fine. I can see that with my eyes. It's just a harmless prank. Just get me out of here." "Got it." Alexander pulled out a dagger from his holster and drove it into the barrier. To his surprise, the barrier didn't collapse because of the hole he just created. He then punched it with all his might, shattering the barrier to pieces. "Who's your classmate?" "Yuri Orlov?" asked Alexander in awe. "His name is Mark Williams. Can we go home? I am cold and hungry." "Yeah, I'll just look up your classmate," Alexander said with a phone in his hand. He brought up the FBH website, which made the records of all hunters public. "Mark Williams, you say? He got his rank updated today. He's an A rank mage." "Really? Show me," Lucy said. Alexander handed her the phone. "Wait, I know this guy," she exclaimed when she looked at Mark's picture. "From where?" asked her father. "We met at a bus stop a few days ago. He was coming back from a dungeon." Alexander looked through the information provided by the FBH. "It seems he doesn't have a guild yet. Then find him and get him to your guild," Lucy said with enthusiasm. Alexander hummed in agreement. "I'll certainly offer him a place in the guild. There are never enough capable mages, and if he made this barrier, then he is capable enough." "Yes, rope him right in," said Lucy. "You know I still exist, right?" asked Lucas. "Right. I got completely off track. We should head home. It's getting late," concluded Alexander. "I'll go back to the dorm. Say hi to Mom." "I will. Have a good night." "Bye," said Lucas. The Wright family then drove off the parking lot. At home, Mark told his dad that he was at Drew's place, which was not entirely false. He stopped there for an hour before taking the bus back home. He did not really have a good reason to lie to his dad like that. It was just uncertainty. What if he didn't approve of his ambitions as a hunter? He knows his dad. He isn't like that. However, there was always the tiny possibility of what if. Mark still lived under his roof, so he had to abide by his rules. Telling it to his mom would be much easier. She probably wouldn't even care that much. How would his brother react when he finds out that Mark is an A-rank hunter? Will he be proud or concerned? Who knows? I really need to get out of school. Mark was once again sitting in the classroom, waiting for the lessons to start. His updated hunter license should arrive in the mail today. It's not like he absolutely needs it. He is still registered with the FBH, which administers all the gates in America. It's just proving his rank on the gate site without a license is a bother. Some people could doubt his identity if he just showed his account on the website, and some problems could arise. Mark rather chose to wait for another day before diving into the dungeon alone and risking these complications. He had to finish his new spells anyway, so he was in no rush. "Mark, I am sorry," said Lucas. "Yesterday I took it a little too far and I won. Do it again." "Okay," Mark said, a bit unsure about how to respond. "I mean, it's fine. You don't really have to apologize. Just don't bother me in the future." Lucas walked away without a word. Yesterday was a good day for him. He was stuck in a weird place for a tad bit too long. Then his father told him to apologize for something very minute, and he got scolded by his mom for inciting a fight on his first day of school. Mark was oblivious to his troubles. He kept on meticulously preparing for his first solo raid. After school, Mark was on his way home. The streets were filled with excited students, and he was just walking, ignoring his surroundings and staring down at the sidewalk. Out of nowhere, he was stopped in his stride by a hand holding him by the shoulder. With no panic in his eyes, he turned around to see who was stopping him. There stood a man in his 40s enveloped by a dark green, smoke-like aura. He wore light armor, which looked fairly expensive. "Do you need something?" asked Mark. "Yes, actually. Are you Mark Williams?" "Yep, that's me. Just have to make sure I have the right person, you know," the man said with a smile. "Let's get straight to the point. Maybe you've heard of me. My name is Alexander. I am the leader of the Viper Guild." Alexander showed him a business card. It was pretty cool looking with a slithering snake on the edges. Blonde hair, stealth skill, and a dark green aura. That makes sense. "What do you want from me then, Mr. Wright?" "Mark, would you be interested in joining the Viper Guild?" "Not really," Mark answered flatly. "Seriously?" asked Alexander, flabbergasted. "Yes," said Mark, not understanding what he is asking. "Do you have another guild in mind or something?" "We are second in the U.S. Hunter rankings. I take pride in that position. I don't intend to join any guild. So you want to create one on your own? That's a thorny path if you are not an S rank." Alexander started jumping to conclusions. "No, I think you misunderstood me, mister. I don't want to join, create, or have anything to do with a guild. That just sounds like a bother to me. I almost forgot people like that also exist. Well, it's fine. If you change your decision, then call the Viper Guild. We'll quickly find a place for someone with your barrier abilities. Yeah, and don't be harsh on Luke. We all make mistakes in the heat of passion. Some of us just make more of them." Alexander was suddenly engulfed in a green smoke and disappeared. "I thought the name Wright was familiar to me." 20 minutes later, "I am home," Mark shouted, announcing his presence. He took off his jacket, hung it on the coat rack, and stepped into the living room. "How was school?" asked his dad. "Fine. Pretty much nothing interesting happened." "Yeah. You got an A from the chemistry test I told you about." "Nice. You received a letter, by the way. It's from the Bureau of Hunters," he said, holding the letter. "Why didn't you tell me you were going for a re-evaluation?" Mark appeared calm on the outside, but he was panicking on the inside. He wasn't prepared for this conversation, but he should have been. This was brought by nothing except his stupidity. "I don't know why wouldn't you want to tell me, but if you were afraid about me disapproving your life choices, then just don't. I'm not the best father in the world, but I think I raised you well. You have your own head, and I can't do anything about what happens in there. You'll be out of school half a year from now, for God's sake. I just thought that you'd tell me stuff like this. I am sorry, Dad. It's just, I didn't know how you'd react. Oh, come on. I'd be proud of you regardless of whatever career you chose. You could be a garbage collector, and I'd respect your choice. Thank you. And if the hunting doesn't work out, you can go do something different. Nothing is permanent, and even if you lose a few years, you can always get back on track. I made 2K in a D-rank dungeon," he said in a quiet tone. "Are you serious?" his dad asked with raised eyebrows. Mark hummed and nodded in confirmation. "Well, this calls for some quality ice cream." His father stood up and disappeared into the kitchen. "Couldn't have said it better myself," Mark said with a satisfied smile. In the suburbs of New York, a gate appeared. It was reported nearly instantly by a family living nearby. Employees from the FBH arrived swiftly after to measure the gate's magical power. It was no surprise when they found out it was an E-rank gate. It was about the size of a normal door after all. There was a problem with E-rank gates in the world. Most hunters who could clear them didn't want to. They could earn much more money in the gates of their own rank. Hunters earn money primarily by selling essence stones, and in the lowest rank gates, the stones are practically worthless. Even if the gate is really good, the money gained would be around $1,000 at maximum. If you divide that between 5 or more people and apply tax, then it's just not worth it. The FBH has to pay random hunters to clear these gates. However, that is not a viable solution when you consider the number of gates appearing around the world. A low-rank employee by the name of Phil was stationed on the E-rank gate site in New York. Watching over gates was a very good job until something comes out of them. Fortunately, that doesn't happen very often with low-rank dungeons. Phil sat down in the cabin and enjoyed his coffee. Someone booked this gate for 1,500 hours, so if they come in time, he should be home by 6 p.m. Then the door opened, and a young man, looking like your average college student, came in. He wore a jacket over a hoodie and a rucksack on his back. "It is pretty cold, huh?" said Phil. "Yeah. Can I leave my things here?" asked Mark. "Of course." Mark took off his jacket and emptied his backpack. He took his prize grimoire and got ready to raid. "Wait a minute. Show me your license," Phil told Mark. Here, he gave him the card. Phil looked over the card. Mark Williams, a rank. Finding no problem, he swiftly gave it back. There are sometimes people who want to jump into gates to end their life. Just wanted to make sure. "No problem," said Mark and started walking towards the gate. It's much smaller than the D-rank one. If I remember correctly, it correlates with the size of the boss monster. He sighed, trying to calm himself down, and stepped inside the vortex of swirling mana. There was nearly complete silence, and Mark couldn't see anything in the darkness. He flipped through the grimoire, hoping to find the right page. Page 5, Illuminate. A small ball of light appeared floating over Mark. The spell was very energy efficient. It was consuming much less mana than his A-rank body generated. Finally able to see, Mark analyzed his surroundings. It was a cave, just like most dungeons, but this time the walls were made of sandstone. The orange walls and grains of sand on the ground were an obvious giveaway. Seeing no monster in sight, Mark decided to go deeper. In contrast to his first dungeon, enemies were lurking behind the first corner. Locusts the size of a dog were sitting on the dungeon walls. When Mark saw the insects, he flipped to the first page. Page 1, Stream of Fire. He minimized the temperature and maximized the distance to fill the whole cave with flames. Not only was the cave filled with flames, it was also filled with the sound of tiny essence stones falling to the ground. Deactivating the spell, Mark collected his earnings. One of these should fetch about $10, and I already have 8 of them. He continued through the dungeon, blasting everything that moved with fire. He could afford a little bit of leniency because of the insects' weak attack attempts. They got incinerated quicker than they could get even near Mark. However, 10 minutes later, a problem arose. It was getting hard to breathe. The lone hunter was beginning to get tired by just walking, which was not a good sign. This is not good. I forgot that dungeons are an enclosed system. There's not a lot of air, especially in these narrow caves. It got better after a minute of rest, but Mark could not afford to use spells that used fire anymore. It's fine for now, but I need to resolve this issue for the future, he thought, and continued deeper into the cave system. Page 3, Automatic Rock Spike. His mana spread through the ground and walls, creating a grid of some kind. As he came near, another locust spike grew from the wall and penetrated the insect. After experimenting with the salamander's scales, Mark became able to differentiate the magic power of a monster and a human. With this knowledge, his page 3 spell was finally usable even when there were other people around. The rucksack on Mark's back was filling up with essence stones the size of his thumb. There were exactly 97 of them. Half an hour has passed, and all of the locusts disappeared. The passage was beginning to widen. Mark smelled something was strange. More literally than he wanted to, because there was a foul stench present. There's probably a boss monster behind that corner. He flipped to the 4th page and prepared his next spell. Considering the strength of the salamander, this shouldn't be a problem, he thought, and stepped into the hall. There were several sandstone pillars and decorations on the walls. On the next side of the room stood an undead covered in bandages. The mummy looked at Mark with its one functional eye and began running towards him. Surprisingly, to Mark it ran very fast, even though it was limping and had its back hunched over. Page 4, targeted freezing. Ethereal flare left his hand and embedded itself in the mummy. Unfazed, it continued running at Mark. Unfortunately for the monster, it was quickly intercepted by several streams of supercooled water. Seeing that this spell barely worked on the salamander last time, Mark tried to improve it, and the result was a success. The mummy became a statue encased in ice. However, it was not dead yet. It was still watching the hunter with its one eye. Creepy, but also hard to deal with. Undead are a thing I hope to never come across. Page 3, automatic rock spike, size 2M. A huge thorn went through the frozen monster, crushing it. This needs a better solution. I need to improve so many things. Phil, who was watching over the gate, was relaxing in the cabin. It was quite peaceful in the suburbs. The cabin was heated, it was quiet, and nobody bothered him. Thinking he has enough time, he leaned back into his chair and closed his eyes. The door then opened, startling the poor guy. Phil jumped out of the chair as if there was a fire in the building. "Did something happen?" asked Mark, confused. "No, it's fine. Why are you here, though?" "I am done." "You are done?" Phil asked with his eyebrows raised. "Yeah, the dungeon is cleared. I am done." "Of course. Sorry, I am just a bit absent-minded today. Can I, give you the essence stones?" "Yes, we redeem them for a set price, but you can also go have their mana measured. With that, they can get you a little more money." "That sounds like a bother. You can have them." "All right, then dump them onto this tray." Mark took out the contents of his backpack, and Phil began counting the stones. 95, 96, 97. "Here you have a paper, so I didn't steal anything, and you can go. The money should arrive on your account the moment I get these stones to the FBH. Thank you, and have a nice day." Mark said, grabbed his stuff, and got on his way home. Later at home, "How was today's raid?" asked Mark, as father, seeing him come back. A smile appeared on his face. "It was great, but I have a lot of work to do, too." "I thought you were strong." "Did my little hunter have a problem in a low-rank gate?" his dad asked in a joking tone. "I'm taller than you." "Never mind that. It's not like I am not strong enough. I haven't even come close to exhausting a tenth of my mana. I just want to be prepared rather than dive into a high-ranking dungeon recklessly like an idiot." "You rewrite in that. You better be careful, because I don't want to lose one of my two favorite sons." "Don't worry, one of your two favorite sons is going to go prepare for the next raid," said Mark, and walked into his room. 2 hours later, Mark was in his room, writing down new drafts. Today's raid didn't go as smoothly as he would have liked it to. The difference of 4 ranks, and he did not one-shot the boss. What a disgrace, he thought in retrospective. The door opened, and in walked his dad, holding a plate with cut-up apples. "You want some?" he asked. "Sure, put on the edge of the table." Mark said, focusing on the drafts. "What are you doing?" asked his father, looking over Mark's shoulder. "A spell." "Yeah, what kind?" "Well, today when I was in the dungeon, I burned up almost all of the oxygen." "That's not good." "You rewrite it was good. So that meant I couldn't make fire anymore, and that made me think I need a way to solve that. This spell should make shockwave by pushing the air in front of me, and depending on the strength of the shockwave, it could kill the monsters. Wouldn't it be easier with explosions rather than pushing the air in front of you?" Mark turned to his dad, smiling at his interest in magic. His father interpreted it a little bit differently. He thought that Mark was laughing, and that his stupid idea was stupid. "What? I'm not an expert. I am just saying what comes to my mind." "No, it's great, continue. But for your question, not really. It's always much more efficient to use something you already have than create something from mana. This is also much easier to control. I can make some explosive spell when I'll be more proficient, though." What is this?" Mark grabbed the gray essence stone on his table and explained. "That's the essence stone that dropped from the boss today." "All right, then what is this little scribble?" He pointed at a symbol in his grimoire. "Are you going to point at everything magic-related and ask what it is?" Only if it's interesting. I'll gladly explain everything. You only have to ask, Mark said happily. What you pointed at is the variable symbol. I always use the same spell because I need to change it depending on the situation. This symbol helps me change some values. Mark then listed to the back of the book. There was a magic circle drawn. He poured his mana into the page, and the circle appeared on his hand. Whenever I cast a spell, this thing pops up on my hand because the circle is linked to all the spells in here. Then if I want to change something in the spell, I move my fingers like this. For example, I can choose the variable, then set it to some value, fire off the spell once, keep firing the same spell over time, deactivate it, etc. There are so many things you can do with this thing. Hey, hummed his dad, pretending to understand the word salad. His son just threw up. Okay, I'll try to explain it again, but this time slower. Yeah. The explanation continued to the late evening. Seeing how passionate his son was about this, Josh couldn't interrupt him. Mark, who saw his father's interest in the subject, was eager to have a whole presentation on his grimoire. Unfortunately, it had to end because the bladder of a 49-year-old can't wait forever. Mark began diving into dungeons whenever he could. Every finished raid gave him a lot of experience and also money. He spent long nights writing, upgrading, and perfecting his spells. He tried balancing school, hunting, and socializing a little so he couldn't really go into more than 2 or 3 gates a week. However, after nearly 2 months of raiding E and D rank dungeons, there was not much to improve. The low rank gates posed no challenge and limited his creative ability. When he was able to clear the gate just with one spell, then what was the point? So after 2 months, Mark decided to finally move on to C rank gates. Also full. What is going on with C rank gates? There is nothing free. The jump between D and C rank was big because of the natural resources C rank gates possessed. There could be mana crystals found in the gate, or if you are lucky, then the boss can drop a runestone. If you manage to get a runestone, you can simply retire. S-rank hunters will fight over those things like mad dogs. Oh, here's a free spot. Mark finally found what he was looking for. The mana reading was quite high for his liking, though. 9 out of 10 spots are reserved for the Zeus Guild. A hunter in the team probably got sick or something. Not wasting a minute, Mark reserved his place in the raid. It starts tomorrow at 1300 hours, and the site is 23 miles away. I'll have to borrow Dad's car this time. Next day, Mark drove through the streets of New York towards the gate site. Excited, he jumped out of the car and walked over to the preparing members. There were 9 of them, wearing clothes made out of monster hides. In their hands were razor-sharp, shining weapons. It seems like the Zeus Guild is doing good. A tall ginger woman, holding a large halberd, noticed Mark looking over the guild members. Hey, you read the substitute, right? She shouted at him. I'm here for the raid, so I guess. You don't have to do much here. Just some support from the back will be enough. It's time for our new recruit to shine, the woman told Mark. He then scouted the group with his eyes. Most are C ranks, 3B ranks, and... Wait, is that Lucas? In between the hunters stood his classmate clad in steel armor and holding a one-handed sword. He wore a proud smile on his face. That's strange. I thought he wanted to join the Viper Guild. Everyone shut up for a moment. The woman silenced the chattering hunters. Everyone, here, so we'll be starting in 10 minutes. Get rid of whatever you need, and get your shit together. After 10 minutes, everyone will be ready and stationed right here, you understand? Yes. All right. Most of the hunters dispersed to put away everything they need. All unnecessary weight makes a difference when you are fighting. Only 4 people remained on the site. There was Lucas, who was in his own world, talking with the raid leader and one other support-type hunter. Mark scanned him with his eyes. Long black hair, an expensive-looking cloak, an ornate staff, and a B-rank magic power. In front of him, Mark looked like a hobo with his hoodie and rucksack. The healer was feeling uncomfortable under Mark's gaze, so he decided to introduce himself. I'm Arthur. What's your name? Mark, he answered flatly. So Mark, is this your first C-rank raid? I should get some equipment, or they want to believe I am a hunter even if I show them my license. Yeah, actually it is. Then Don T worry a bit. Even though Evelyn is a bit rough, she is pretty strong and a good leader, so there probably won't be any complications. I hope so. What are you saying about our new recruit? He got a runestone from our vice guild master. He is pretty good, but why did he get runestone? He has only B rank, and those things are quite costly. Well, I looked into it, and he seems to be the son of Alexander, right? So they probably wanted to win him over. The runestone he got is also extremely good for a fighter. It was called Mana Blade or something like that. Basically, he can coat his weapons with mana, making them sharper. Do hunters normally gossip like this? Mark asked with a smile. Hey, what am I supposed to do? It is boring just waiting around and doing nothing. You do you, I guess. 10 minutes passed by quickly, and the hunters gathered around Evelyn, the raid leader. The plan is simple. We get in, kick their monstrous asses, and then we get out. Give all the essence stones to our porter and be cautious. If any one of you brain-dead lunatics want to listen to my orders, you get an ass whopping. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am. Let us go, she said, and led the group into the gate. Mark stepped inside with Arthur right behind him. He was expecting a dark cave, but this was a completely different world. They found themselves in a beautiful green forest. It was filled with the sounds of birds chirping. They could even hear water gushing in the distance. As Arthur stepped out of the gate, the swirling vortex of mana seemed to collapse into itself, leaving the hunter stranded. What is happening? After understanding the situation, Arthur told Mark, You know when I said that there probably won't be any complications? Please, Don, be angry, but I think I was wrong. Calm the fuck down and maintain the formation. Evelyn yelled at the panicking hunters. If you aren't going into gates every day, then you won't enter a red gate very often. For the whole group, this was the first time. The hunters collected themselves and followed behind Evelyn. Page 7, Magic Book. The grimoire floated from Mark's hand on its own. Its pages started turning without the need to even touch the book. He just had to move his left hand for the grimoire to move. This was one of many improvements Mark wrote. What is going on? Mark asked Arthur. You've never heard of red gates? No. Really? I thought that everyone knew about them. It's the basic stuff a hunter must know. That's nice and all, but what are they? To put it simply, when you enter a red gate, you can come out until the boss is killed. There is also this strange thing about time. When a day passes here, only an hour passes on Earth. Honestly, that doesn't sound too bad. What do you mean it doesn't sound too bad, bitch? I don't want to die yet. Silence in the back, shouted the raid leader. The group walked through the forest step by step, watching the bushes with an unparalleled focus in case a monster decided to ambush them. Hearing the water gushing in the distance, Evelyn decided that will be their destination. Fresh water was a precious resource in an unknown environment. With caution, she led the group towards the sounds. After a few minutes, they arrived next to a stream. However, there was a strange being awaiting their arrival. Arthur, what is that thing? Evelyn asked. A horse was watching them from a river with its lower half submerged in the water. It looked beautiful, with glistening black hair and blue glowing eyes. Several magic circles appeared in front of Arthur's eyes, revealing a description of the creature. It was the only thing he could muster after reading the text. Mark watched the magic circles intrigued. What? Asked Evelyn. Don't touch it. Don't go near it. It will drown you, and after that, it'll eat you, explained Arthur with a disgusted look. What is it then? Evelyn asked once again. I'm not sure how to say it. Kelpie, whatever it called it using illusions to disguise itself, lure you in, and eat you. There's this rule of thumb for hunters. Every monster above C rank should display at least a basic level of intelligence. From Evelyn's body language, the Kelpie understood that its trap had failed, so it resorted to a bit more primitive way to get its food. It jumped out of the water, and at that moment the illusion was dispelled, revealing its disgusting appearance. Mouth full of sharp, disfigured teeth, mane covered with moss, and the once beautiful glistening coat turned into rough patches of dark green hair. The Kelpie ran towards the raid leader with its eyes bloodshot and jaws wide open. Saliva was dripping from its mouth. Evelyn leaned back, grabbing the halberd firmly with both of her hands, and swung it horizontally at the monster. With one fell swoop, the creature was decapitated. The halberd cut through its flesh as if it was butter. "We have food for a few days with this. Set up shelters next to the river using the nearby trees," Evelyn commanded. "Also, Don, forget to mind your surroundings. There could be another monster sneaking around in the bushes." The hunters just stood around not sure what to do. When a leader says maintain formation, support from the back, or heal the tanks, they know how to react. They have experience in those situations. Nobody taught them how to make a primitive shelter. Seeing this, Evelyn started giving out instructions. Fighters and tanks cut down some straight trees and branches. Magicians and support types bring here some small branches and leaves. "Lucas, watch over them in case a monster appears. And you," she pointed at Mark, "do whatever you want. If you don't want to die, then stay close to the team and help them out." Everyone ran to do their assigned task, with Evelyn staying at the campsite to dismember the Kelpie. Seeing the dark essence stone Mark's eyes shone in delight. "This is a B-rank gate. I can rewrite all my spells with the stones here. The jump in effectiveness from D rank will be huge. However, with all my spells it will take at least 4 essence stones." Asking the raid leader for the stones didn't sound like a good idea to Mark, especially with her temperament. He'd probably get a can of whoop-ass instead of the essence stone. He decided to follow the hunters foraging for resources. The 2 tanks were men built like bulldozers. They picked up the cut-down trees as if they were nothing. There was also another fighter with 2 one-handed axes. He was chopping the wood as if there was no tomorrow. Lucas just watched the team with his hands crossed like a guard of some kind. Next to the bunch of muscly men were the support types. There was Mark, Arthur, and 2 other mages. The first one was a short-haired woman wearing a cape, while the second mage was another burly man who wore some light armor and held a large wooden staff. Mark was quite tall himself, but this guy was towering over him. The 4 of them were on the ground collecting leaves. Seeing that they had nothing to carry the leaves, and Mark took off his hoodie. Then he tied the sleeves and the hood so nothing could fall out. "You can put it in here," said Mark. The burly man took a look at the hoodie and asked, "Are you sure? It will get dirty." "It's fine. If I was prepared to get dirty, would I even be a hunter?" "Then don't mind if I do," said Arthur, throwing a bunch of leaves inside. "All right, then." The burly man then gently put in some leaves. "I'll also join in on the fun," said the short-haired woman with a smile, and stuffed the hoodie with more leaves. "What are your names?" Mark asked. "Jesus, I don't know how to talk to strangers at all." "I am Agnes," the woman chimed in. "Owen," said the burly man. "Mark," he said, grabbing the hoodie full of leaves and carrying it away. When he arrived at the riverside, Mark asked the raid leader, who had her hands covered in blood from dismembering the Kelpie, "Where should I put them?" Without taking her eyes off the meat, she answered, "Far away from the river. Something more specific would be nice, but okay." Mark dumped out the leaves on the ground and swiftly returned to the woods. The 2 tanks were ready to take down another tree, but when the fighter stuck his axe into it, the tree wasn't happy at all. It made a crackling sound and started pulling its roots out of the ground. "Retreat!" shouted Lucas from a distance. Listening to his commands, the group stepped away from the tree-ant in a hurry. Before, the tree-ant looked like a normal tree, maybe a bit too thick for its size. Now, when it stood upright, it was about 12 meters tall. The animated tree was getting closer to the hunters at a slow pace, but its every step made the earth shake. Standing quite a distance away was the support group. They noticed the monster quickly enough to help out the fighters. Owen aimed his staff at the ground. A tiny droplet of water appeared on the top of his staff and fell to the ground. The ground around the tree-ant started rupturing, and thick green vines coiled around it like snakes. Owen managed to stop the monster in its tracks for a moment. This gave Lucas enough space to not worry about being smashed to death. He ran towards the monster with a golden glowing sword. However, the tree-ant didn't stay idle. It ignored the hunters and started ripping out the green vines, holding it back. Mark realized that he should stop watching them fight from distance and instead give a helping hand. Page 3, Automatic Rock Spikes, Modifier, Multiple Strikes. Several long, needle-like rocks sprouted from the ground and completely impaled the creature. At this moment, the treant couldn't do anything. It was completely immobilized and defenseless. It couldn't protect itself or the forest anymore. The only thing it could do was watch. Lucas jumped around the treant, cutting off its limbs like nothing. In a second, the treant was reduced to just a stump. Its arms were left in the air, being supported by the countless rock spikes. Lucas then jumped off the ground at great speed and decapitated the creature with one swift strike. "Leave some pussy for the rest of us, dude," shouted Arthur from the distance, causing Agnes, who was standing right next to him, to chuckle. Although Lucas' face was getting a little red, he tried to keep his composure and commanded the fighter-type hunters. "Drag it to the riverside. The wood is extremely hard, great for making equipment. Your wish is my command, Junior." The two tanks told him, grinning from ear to ear. When Evelyn was in sight, the atmosphere in the team was quite relaxed. It was much easier to joke around when your boss isn't around. "Agnes, you're also a magician, right?" "I'm a most magical magician, you meet." "Why do you ask?" "All right, then, could you show me a spell of yours?" "Okay, is it just like for fun?" "Research purposes." "Yeah, that explains everything," she said in a sarcastic tone. Agnes then aimed her hand into the sky, and a magic circle appeared, but seemingly nothing came out of it. "Is that it?" Mark asked in disappointment. "Don't pity me, it's just hard to see." Agnes proceeded to aim the spell at the ground. A ray of light instantly charred the grass and blinded the hunters around. "Please stop, Agnes. I think he doesn't want to go blind," Owen asked in concern. Despite Mark not being able to see, he wore a smile on his face. "Thank you very much." With a chuckle, she told him, "You re-welcome. I can do it again if you want." "Fuck no," Arthur spoke up. "I'll go take a break for a minute." Mark told the trio and headed back to the riverside. Watching Mark leaving, Arthur blurted out, "Huh, wait, what? You just started." However, his words didn't reach Mark, who was already out of sight. "Leave him be. He could be stressed from the red gate," said Owen. "You too kind for your own good. Did I tell you that you couldn't teach anyone with that attitude?" Agnes told him, "Countless times." "Really? Well, you should listen the first time," she said jokingly. While the group was collecting leaves, Mark arrived at the riverside. Evelyn already butchered the horse, and now she was making a shelter from the wood the group carried got here. The treant corpse was lying on the ground next to it. Mark got a pencil out of his backpack and started writing down another spell. Page 12, Sunstrike. After half an hour, the whole team gathered in the camp. Evelyn managed to build their shelter and stuff it with leaves so they don't sleep on the ground. It wasn't just some lousy tent. This thing was big enough to house 10 hunters and their loot. "Are you sure you weren't living in the wild? It would explain a lot of things, especially your temperament," commented Arthur. "Excuse me?" asked Evelyn with her eyebrow raised. "Nothing. Leave all the unnecessary weight inside the tent and let Esco make a fire." "Yes, ma'am." Meanwhile, most of the hunters started taking off their armor and backpacks. Owen noticed Mark writing in his grimoire and walked up to him. "What are you writing?" he asked, watching over Mark's shoulder. "It's a new spell with very minimal mana cost. I thought about it when I saw Agnes' magic. Let me ask you, why did you decide to become a hunter?" Owen asked, leaning over. "It's just fun, I guess." Mark answered without much thought. "Listen, there are many people who decide to become a hunter to pay off their college or medical bills. If you are in such a situation, then just tell me. You don't have to risk your life." Mark looked up at Owen with a smile and said, "That's really generous of you, but I am doing this because I want to. This is the only thing I have. If I wasn't a hunter, then what else?" In the outside world, the Zeus Guild members were calling the family members of all the hunters inside the Red Gate to tell them that their loved ones may not return home. One such call was to the vice master of the Zeus Guild himself. In the guild headquarters, there sat a man under 30 years old in a big armchair. He had short black hair, stubble, and unnaturally reddish-brown eyes. The doors opened, and a young woman wearing a suit came inside. "Mr. Young, the C-Rank Raid Team number 7 has been trapped inside a Red Gate." "Thank you, Amy. Tell me when they come out." He waved it off as if it was nothing important. Lucas Wright is on the raid team. Aren't you afraid of losing the runestone you gave him? The secretary asked in wonder. The team is extremely overqualified. With some casualties, they should be able to clear even an A-rank gate. I apologize, but I don't understand how is that possible. It's a C-rank team. There are only 2 B-rank hunters inside. Do you think that an A-rank hunter can defeat an S-rank? Yes, sir. You are wrong, then. Can you please explain? How much stronger are S-rank hunters compared to A-ranks? Approximately 5 to 10 times with some exceptions. Are they 5 times faster as well? No, sir. The difference between reaction speed is negligible most of the time, and the speed of their attacks would be at best twice as fast. All right. Then what other factors affect Hunter S strength? That would be experience, natural talent, genetic predisposition, training, and skills. Then you should understand that C-rank team number 7 is extremely overqualified. Except for Lucas, all the members have more or less 4 years of experience. They're all extremely talented and even armed with unique skills. The whole group received the best training they could. This team has no chance of failure. Inside the gate, the team had already prepared the fire pit and stacked wood inside. Agnes, light it, Evelyn commanded. At your service, she saluted with a grin. Can I do it instead? Mark chimed in. Evelyn didn't seem to find a problem in that, so she responded. If you want. Page 12, Sunstrike. Mark fired off the locator at the pieces of wood, and then a construct appeared several meters above the group. It was at least 5 meters in diameter and made out of countless mirror and lens-like barriers. The construct focused the rays from the sun into a single spot in the fire pit. In not even a second the wood was set ablaze. It's not finished, but in practice, it could work pretty well. The hunters all sat around the fire pit and started grilling the meat on a big stone. How does horse meat taste like? Arthur asked. Not bad. It's very similar to beef, responded Owen, watching the flickering flame. I am pretty sure that this mossy swamp-ass horse thing won't taste like beef at all, said Agnes. We don't have any salt that will taste like shit. Arthur complained. Stop whining, said Evelyn. I could hypothetically make salt, said Mark. Really? Arthur asked with high hopes. Only hypothetically. I don't remember the whole periodic table, so I would have to experiment with a whole lot of compounds, which is not very safe nor time efficient. Don't bait me like that. Since the food was cooking, Evelyn decided to explain her plan of getting out. This place will be our camp for now. I'll try to get us out as quickly as possible, but I don't know how long it will take us. Be cautious and don't you dare to die. Arthur, appraise everything you see. We need as much information as possible. Yes, ma'am. Over the night, we need have someone watch over the camp. There are 10 of us, so split up into 4 shifts. I'll be the first one, and Lucas the last one. We'll switch roughly every 2 hours. Don't forget to keep the fire burning. She then looked at the sky. It should be around 5 p.m. My shift starts at 8. Tomorrow we will go explore this place, and hopefully find the boss. This gate is only a B rank, so you should be able to hold your ground in 1v1 against a monster. Don't wander far off into the woods and so on. Just don't be dumb in general. Does that mean that we are free to do whatever? Asked Arthur. Until 8, yes, but the food will be done in a minute. Woo! Let us go on a walk. Arthur cheered. Don't forget to put on the free food sign too, said Agnes. I was joking, all right? I am not that dumb. I doubt that. Mark said, not looking away from his grimoire. Arthur grabbed him by the shoulders and started shaking Mark. I met you 5 hours ago, and you already making fun of me, you little twat? Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? You're like 6 years older than me, said Mark, who was still being shaken, and with the mental maturity of a 6th grader, added Agnes. This is bullying. Maybe, but it's the good bullying. We re-motivating you to improve, said Agnes. That's not how that works, rebutted Arthur. Stop crying like a little bitch, said the raid leader while she was adding wood to the fire. On the night's sky, countless stars were shining brightly. The crickets were chirping, owls were hooting, and most of the hunters already drifted off to sleep. However, 2 tired hunters came into the shelter, tiptoeing around to not disturb their precious sleep. Arthur shook a sleeping figure and whispered, "Mark, it's your shift." To his surprise, a deep, echoing voice spoke up. "Wrong person. Oh, sorry, my bad, Kevin." On the second try, Arthur got the right person. Mark turned around with the grimoire in his arms. "Huh, you even sleep with that thing? Never mind. It's your turn to keep watch. Watch out for nearby monsters." Agnes had to chase off several wolves. Uh-huh. Mark crawled out of the shelter, still half asleep, and sat next to the fire. Just about a minute later, Owen also got out. "It's quite cold," said Owen. Without saying a word, Mark tossed a piece of wood into the fire. The duo kept on watching the flame flicker as the wind blew by. "Why did you become a hunter, Owen?" "It was, well, I'd call it a momentary lapse of judgment," he answered with a chuckle. "A lapse of judgment? I don't know about you, but I didn't accidentally stumble into becoming a hunter," said Mark, a little confused. "No, I was just a bit stupid when I was younger. I was working as a mechanic since I was 20. Thinking that I had some money saved, I decided to get a mortgage for a house. Bad idea it was. Try to get a house at such a young age if you know what you're redoing. Okay, I got injured, and since I didn't have insurance, the debt piled up. Then came a series of poor decisions that got me to borrow some more money to pay off my mortgage. It just became a cycle of borrowing money to pay off a loan, and then borrowing more money to pay off another loan. When I thought that they take everything from me, I awakened. That's quite the luck," marveled Mark. "Yeah, but just so, the bad decisions didn't stop there. The Zeus Guild approached me with a great offer. They told me that if I joined the guild, they'd give me enough money to pay off all the debt I had. My 25-year-old self jumped on the offer immediately and signed a contract without ever reading it. Well, if I actually read it, then I would know how bad the contract actually was. Is it restrictive? That's not giving it justice. It's like a slave contract. I can't travel from New York. I have to respond to the guild's call to action every time without compensation. I can't get another job. If I break the contract, I have to pay more money than I ever got my hands on. So I am stuck working for the Zeus Guild for 6 more years. That's insane." So what about you? Did you think about joining a guild? After what you told me, how could I not?" Mark said with a chuckle. Owen smiled at the joke and told Mark, "It's all about how much you can haggle with the guild. Evelyn, for example, has an excellent contract. I don't really want to join one right now. Maybe I will when I get older, but at this moment it's not necessary. I'll tell you this one little pro tip, all right? What happens a lot is that hunters and porters get ill or injured and they can participate in a raid. When that happens, they try to fill in the place with random hunters. If you have a friend working inside a guild and ask them, they will let you join a raid. It's a great opportunity to see for yourself how different guilds operate. Yeah, I don't know a lot of hunters, but I will gladly join in on your raids. You know what? After we get out, give me your contact info, and I'll call you if we get a free position in the future. That'd be awesome. Thanks a lot. You welcome. By the way, I wanted to ask this question, but you seemed quite busy at that time. Why did you write that light spell? Oh, you mean the Sunstrike? I don't know. It was fun, I guess. You can use it inside a dungeon, though. That doesn't really matter. Maybe a time will come when it will come in handy. Who knows? It's not like I don't have enough pages for new spells. How many have you got? Right now, if we don't count the Sunstrike draft, then I have 11. Wow, that's a lot. I have 4 while Agnes has only 2. I don't even know an S rank with that many. Maybe Mr. Young. You've got something special in your hands, Mark. It's nothing that grand. I am just lucky. I'm not even clearing dungeons that are on par with my rank. There are definitely people who could do greater things with this ability. That doesn't matter. It's you who got this ability, not anyone else. Listen to people saying that hunters deserve their powers. It's your own power, and I believe you will do amazing things in the future. You could be a motivational speaker. Did anyone tell you that? Yes, actually Agnes did. That makes sense. The duo talked through the night under the shining stars. The flickering flames slowly burned out as the sun rose on the sky. "Wake up, you turds!" Evelyn's shout echoed through the woods. All of the sleeping hunters shot up from their beddings and turned to the raid leader. "I don't intend to stay in this shithole for another day. Put on your equipment and get your asses ready outside. Yes, ma'am, muttered the team. Mark grabbed his backpack and reluctantly got out of the shelter. Lucas was already waiting there with armor on and a sword on his waist. Slowly, the rest of the hunters crawled outside with Arthur coming last. Is this necessary? Couldn't we set off later? He asked with a tired look. Evelyn decided to ignore his rambling and rather explain her plan. There is a hill that way. She pointed into the forest. It should take about 2 hours to get there. When we climb the hill, we should have a view good enough to spot the approximate location of the boss. We probably encounter several treants, so mind your surroundings. The group then proceeded to follow Evelyn into the forest. Mark was comfortably in the back browsing through his floating grimoire right next to Arthur. They walked through countless bushes, jumped over many little streams. I can't do it, said Arthur, breathing heavily as he walked uphill. Should I carry you? Asked Agnes jokingly. Yes, please. All right, I changed my mind. After many unnerving minutes of grunting, they climbed on top. The view of a beautiful landscape untouched by humanity revealed itself to the hunters. 5-minute break, commanded the raid leader. Without a word, Arthur slumped to the ground. I'm always amazed at how out of shape you are despite being a hunter for 3 years, commented Agnes. It's not like we go inside a 9-kilometer-long dungeon every day, you know. Arthur retorted. A little bit of running wound hurt you, though, said Mark. You have no right to criticize me. You reach just a higher rank. With a smile, Mark answered. Maybe, but I struggled to climb a hill. End of the break, said Evelyn. Bullshit me. That was 5 minutes, complained Arthur in between breaths. The raid leader managed to make him shut up with just one look. In the distance, there is a piece of dead land. The boss is probably an undead. It's quite far. Probably another 5 or 6 kilometers, thought Mark. Let us go, she commanded. Another 2-hour-long walk through the forest then followed. Their presence in the forest alerted its protectors once again. The treants attacked the passing group at every opportunity, even after countless deaths at their side. They were tireless. However, Evelyn and Lucas always managed to cut them down with the support they received. We here, announced the raid leader as she came out of the forest. There was a small stream separating the beautiful woods and this dead plain where all the trees lay rotting on the ground. As the group stepped onto the dead clearing, they immediately heard a horse neigh from a distance. The 2 tanks walked over to the front with their shields prepared for the impact. Lucas, the fighter, and the porter all hid behind them. Arthur, I need an immediate appraisal when it comes. Yes, ma'am. On the horizon, a monstrous horse appeared. It had no skin covering its bulging muscles. On its back was a torso of a man with incredibly long arms armed with sharp claws. The creature looked like some eerily disfigured centaur. Nuklavi, its breath is venomous. Breathe it in, shouted Arthur, and moved to the back of the formation. His job was done for now. The boss monster ran at the group with yellow saliva dripping from its mouth. When it came near enough, it stood on its hind legs and kicked the 2 tanks. They staggered back due to its insane power. Lucas coated his sword with golden mana and swung it towards the monster's head. Unfortunately, his sword was stopped in the air by its fleshy hand. Evelyn swung her halberd at the monster, but it took a step back and started circling around the group. The hunters changed their formation to keep the support type safe. It didn't have a lot of time alone, though. Several vines sprouted from the ground and circled around its feet. However, this wasn't enough to stop its stride. The Nuklavi pulled the vines from the ground and kept on running. Oh, and we need a higher caliber for this one, shouted Evelyn, trying to keep her eyes on the creature. Owen aimed his staff on the ground. This time about a cup of water appeared on his staff and fell to the ground. In front of the Nuklavi, the ground burst to reveal a small treant. The animated tree grasped the monster with all his strength. Now that the monster was immobilized for the moment, Agnes fired off a ray of light at its eyes, blinding it. It became completely enraged, blindly swiping at its surroundings and the treant. Out of nowhere, the wind rose. Small particles of sand began appearing in the air, and in a few seconds blocked their whole field of vision. The group of hunters was protected by a translucent barrier surrounding them. Page 8. Sandstorm, targeting AoE. A storm formed with the hunters in its center. The countless grains of sand started hitting the boss monster, drawing blood, due to the speed at which they were traveling. The dead plain was filled with the creature's shrieking. As the wind calmed down, a gruesome sight was revealed. The Nuklavi was lying on the ground, with large chunks of its flesh scraped off. "Did you really have to do this?" asked Arthur with a face of disgust. "In retrospect, there was a better way," responded Mark. The swirling vortex of mana suddenly turned blue and started spewing out people. Many guild members and the hunters, close ones, surrounded the raid team in concern. When they heard that their friends or family members were trapped in a red gate, they hurried to the site. With a grin, Evelyn shouted, "You think of us as a bunch of pussies? Of course we refine." The group quickly dispersed. Some simply headed home, while others went to the bar to celebrate today's victory. Mark, Arthur, and Owen gathered next to the car Mark borrowed from his dad. "As I said, I'll call you when a free spot in the raid team appears," said Owen. "Yeah, I appreciate it," Mark responded with a smile. "Arthur, when I graduate and have some free time, I'll call you." "That's the way, dude. I want tea drink with you, though. I am still 18, he added. "Yeah, but that's just what cowards do. Or people who don tea want to break the law." Mark then entered the car and sighed, enjoying the silence. 2 days with people constantly around was a bit too many. He then started the car and headed home. Half an hour later, as he stepped inside, Mark heard his father say, "You're back? What took you so long? You want to believe what happened today?" "Well, let us find out." After recounting his days in the gate, Mark jumped into his bed and got the rest he wanted. A mattress was a nice improvement from a pile of leaves. Next day, Mark was currently driving through New York in his dad's car. "So why am I going with you exactly?" asked Drew in the passenger seat. "Your mom wanted to get you the hell out of the house, and I also think that some fresh air hurt you. We go to buy hunter equipment. There's not much fresh air around here. Everything is better than your room because there's precisely no fresh air in there. I am surprised it didn't turn into a dungeon yet." They parked in front of a large 3-story building with a large sign saying "Deadless" on top. "We here. Get out," said Mark, exiting the car. With Drew behind him, he headed toward the store. "Don, do you have enough money to buy a new car? Why are you still borrowing it from your dad?" Drew asked on the way. "I'll be graduating this week, and I want to have some money to move out. I have around $48,000 in my account, and that should be enough to pay rent for a while. Buying a car right now would ruin my plans. Hunter equipment is expensive enough. It always hurts when I hear your balance. I've got like $100 in my account. You can also work, though," Mark said with a smile. "Yeah, fuck that." The duo stopped a few meters from the front doors. "All right, we have to look normal. Good luck with that. You're going into a store where the cheapest thing costs $1,000. Drew said with a smirk and walked inside. They were immediately greeted by a guard who watched them with an unnerving look. "What's your problem, my dude? You look like I killed your parents." Drew thought. The ground floor was used for appraising the goods. Under the guidance of the signs present, they headed upstairs. "This place is fucking insane." Drew marveled. It was filled with shining ornate armors and weapons straight out of the legends. "Yeah, I thought about making something on my own, but the quality would just be shit for the first 100 tries. This is probably more worth it." "What are we looking for, by the way?" "A robe with a lot of pockets, preferably under 10K. "Okay, let us get to it." They walked through the giant store, and after a moment, they came across the magician's section. "Yo, Don, do you want a staff or some weapon?" Drew asked as they passed by a rack of magic staffs. "Not really. You know how disappointed I was when I found out how magic amplification works." "No," Drew answered. "They read dog's hit. I can make a staff. It's just a basically mana storage that empowers your spells when you cast them. The cheaper ones can even be refilled, so you can throw it away after 5 raids. That's such a useless thing to do with mana storage." "All right, then what about a weapon? Like daggers or a sword?" "Why?" Mark asked, absolutely confused. "You can make spells, right? So make a spell that will make you stronger. You think like my grandma when I turn the TV source to HDMI. I'm not a goddamn electrician, Grandma. You just have to think for a second if I can make some spell." Just ask yourself, how would you explain that phenomenon? And if you can T, then I probably also can T. I don't know how exactly would I make myself stronger. If I just overload my muscles with mana, then I'll get stronger for like a second until my bones shatter, because that's not how buffing works. I could theoretically make my reactions quicker, but I am not trying that on myself. Mark kept on rambling. That just sounds like you suck. Drew commented with a smug smile. A smile grew on Mark's face after that snarky remark. Yeah, it also sounds like you will be sucking dicks behind Walmart if you find a job after graduation. Low blow, low blow. Under the unnerving gazes of the people present, they came up to a rack of magician robes. Ooh, they've got even some special attributes. Ultra warm, water repellent, and so on. Drew commented as he rummaged through the robes. Mark picked one of the robes. It was dark brown with silver lining on the edges and several pockets on the sides. It was a fairly simple design, but it was exactly what he needed. Have you seen a changing room on the way? Mark asked with the robe in hand. Yeah, I think, said Drew and led him to the changing room. After a minute, Mark came out with the robe on. Do I look like a hunter? He asked. Bro, you see this? Drew pointed at him. Mark, confused by the question, started looking for a tear or a stain on the clothes. Because I see that you read dripping as hell. He laughed at the stupid joke. All right, I guess I'll take it. That's not even that expensive. Just $3K. Shut up, man. That is like my dad's monthly income. Dude, your dad is a manager at the FBH. If you think he makes $3K a month, then you re-turbo wrong. That's the money a cleaner makes at the FBH. The duo took the robe to the register. Mark paid the hefty price and headed home. On the way, Drew asked, why did you want to have so many pockets, though? Well, I was thinking of making a golem or some magic items for fun, and I'll need to store them somehow. I really want to have a backpack in every raid. Golem? You were complaining how you can't buff yourself, and you want to make a golem? Get the hell out of here. I can make a golem. It will take a while, but I should have a lot of time after graduation. I want to see that golem of yours. You little bitch. I'll make 3 of them if you keep on saying shit like that. Yeah, I do like to see that. Mark sat in his room with several essence stones lying on the table. He got these as a share in the Red Gate. I really want to do this, he complained to himself. The spells he has written were all made out of D-rank essence stones. There would be a huge jump in efficiency if you were to upgrade them with the B-rank ones. However, this was an annoying and repetitive task. There was no fun to be had. I guess the golem can wait, but no, you can do that later. Making an automaton sounds really cool, though. After a bit of inner turmoil, Mark concluded that the golem can indeed wait, and he got to work. With the help of a scanner and a computer, his work got much easier, but it still took him over 3 hours to rewrite all the 12 pages. There was 1 essence stone still left unused. With only 1 left, I can forget about making the golem. He started fiddling with the stone. On what basis did Arthur's appraisal work? He asked himself. Mark was fascinated by such a convenient spell. However, when he tried to replicate it by himself, it didn't work. From what he saw, it worked by comparing an object to a database. This database wasn't in the spell, though. It was connected directly to Arthur himself. The person in question would probably also not know how it worked, so Mark didn't even bother to ask. Maybe this is how unique skills work. You need to have a particular connection or some kind of power in yourself. It would then make sense why I can't use it. Well, it doesn't matter that much. At least I don't have to bother with designing this display. In front of his right, I worked several magic circles, making a screen. It was blank, however. It needs work, but this has potential. Several days later, Mark has graduated high school already. His brother even stopped by to congratulate him. He, his brother, and his father all sat in the dining room. His dad was stuffing himself with the food Brian brought while he listened to the 2 brothers. So what college did you apply to? Asked Brian. None. All right, janitors are always needed. I'm just kidding. Don't look at me like that. No, I have my Hunter-S license, so I'll do just that. You a hunter? Asked his brother with intrigue. Yep. And you knew? Brian turned to their father. Uh-huh. He mumbled with a full mouth. So you like going to gates and stuff? I mostly sit on my ass and write things down. But I also go into gates and stuff, as you say. Really? I would never have guessed. You read more like an accountant than a hunter. I always thought that you'd run away from that kind of stuff full speed. Brian said with a grin. Well, your younger brother could kick your ass. How does that feel? Mark asked, also with a grin. It gets better when I remember that my younger brother has a problem with telling the waitress his order. Okay, you win. That's what I thought. So what you gonna do with the hunting? Does it earn you enough money? Yes, moving tomorrow. You can guess if it earns enough, their father spoke up. Damn, that's insane. What'd I go to law school for? You could just provide for me. I wouldn't say that. Do you want to look at the apartment, though? I need to get my stuff there. It's not a lot of things, but a helping hand would come in handy. Yeah, I took a day off even for tomorrow, so why not? Are you going to sleep here? Their father asked Brian. Yep, I need to enjoy my old room when I can, you know. Next day, Mark and Brian were both standing in an elevator. Mark had a rucksack on his back and another bag with his laptop over his shoulder. Brian was decorated like a Christmas tree with 2 big travel bags on himself. Why do you have so many clothes? He asked Mark. It's not just clothes. It's also shoes, books, and a toaster. A toaster? Really? How else am I supposed to make toasts? They quickly arrived on the 8th floor. Mark then opened the doors into his new apartment. Brian threw all the bags on the ground and went out to explore. Mark took off his shoes and walked to the bedroom to unpack his things. As he stepped inside, he saw Brian lying on the bed. What do you need bed this big for? His brother asked, looking smug. I guess after a few years at uni you know it, but it's called sleep. Brian chuckled and said, Never heard of it. Anyway, this place is pretty big, huh? I hope so. After what I am paying for it. Mark sat next to him. Why get a place this big then? For comfort, experiments, and when someone comes over. If the place explodes, then you have to pay for it. You know that, right? Not that kind of experiment. Explosives are on the plan for later, though. I need some kind of testing area for that. I am so proud. My brother is a mad scientist. Brian said, looking moved. Shut up and help me unpack my stuff. Mark woke up to the sound of his alarm. Without opening his eyes, he then snoozed his phone. Half an hour later, when the second alarm sounded, he decided to get up. The apartment was empty. The only one living in here was him. It was a refreshing feeling for someone who lived with his father for the last 18 years. He walked on the cold floor to the kitchen, made himself a cup of black tea, and sat down on the couch in his living room. Mark took a sip and turned on his laptop. The screen lit up, and the first thing he did was look up a gate to raid. Finally, having finished his schooling, Mark decided to relax for some time. Relaxing means writing spells and lazing around. It was soothing for his mind. However, today, he concluded that he should start doing something again. It wasn't healthy to not come out of his home for days. Free Searang Gate with no spots reserved? Is this a dream? It is only a few miles away, too. Seeing such an opportunity, he didn't falter and immediately reserve the gate. Official raid time, 11 a.m., and let us go. He put on his robe, strapped the grimoire to his waist, and set off. After one very uncomfortable Uber ride, he arrived at the site. It was at a mall this time. The FBH employee guarding the site let him come through without a question. So this is the power of being dressed properly. The gate was very big for its rank. It was just about enough for your average human. Despite the high magic reading, it looks like I'll be fighting dwarves. Mark thought and stepped inside. Immediately afterwards, the grimoire floated from his hand. A barrier surrounded him, and magic circles appeared in front of his 2 eyes. Page 13. Magician's eyes. Vision. Thermal. Trying not to disrupt the monsters with his own source of light, he changed his vision accordingly. However, this turned useless when he turned a corner. There were several torches on the cave walls. Well, being cautious never killed anyone, he said, turning off the thermal vision. This was the only function of the spell. Its most prominent use was a new targeting system, which found a right target by analyzing temperature, movement, breathing, and mana. It was fully configurable, of course. Another function was seeing what spells were currently active and with what configurations. Mark continued on his stride through the cave, which was becoming more and more like a road as he went deeper. Ding! An arrow bounced back from the barrier. In the distance, there were 2 targets crouching behind a rock. Page 3. Automatic rock spike. Yar! High-pitched screams sounded through the dungeon. Mark came closer, only to find two green humanoid figures. Goblins? Those are E-rank monsters, though. I've never heard of them appearing inside a dungeon with this high of a rank. He took a closer look at the creatures. They were a little bit taller than what one would expect from a goblin, but also not burly enough to be considered hobgoblins. Does something like a high goblin exist? He asked himself. Well, that's a question for later. Page 11, Water Jet, Targeting, Manual. He cut through the monsters' bodies like nothing with the high-pressure stream of water and stuffed the essence stones inside his pockets. Mark went further, and on his way, he found a big lump of mana on the ground. Goblins capable of magic? That is probably the boss monster. He carefully stepped around the obvious trap, and after one another corner of the cave opened up. There were several huts made out of wood. The smell of meat being cooked also assaulted Mark's nose. There were many incomprehensible voices coming from the huts, but Mark decided to ignore those that were not an immediate threat and look over the camp. At the end of the dungeon, there sat a goblin in front of his hut. He had a sharp machete on his waist and a crimson cap on his head. He was feasting on a piece of meat. After finishing his meal, he threw the leftover on a pile. I should be checked if there were some previous attempts to clear this gate. It was a pile of human limbs, which were gnawed to the bones with only the fingers left untouched. After seeing the intruder, looking his way, the goblin smiled at Mark. Page 2, Magic Siphoning Barrier, Permeability, Light. An excessive amount of mana then left his body. This was probably the most he spent on a single spell, although it was still just about 10%. Page 1, Flame Stream, Temperature, 2000 degrees Celsius, Range, 100 m. The cave was instantly turned into hell. Everything in Mark's sight was immediately ablaze. The monsters were shrieking in pain. After a minute, there was complete silence. The monster in front of him was reduced to a torched corpse. This was probably one of the fastest boss fights Mark had. You want to cook me, then get cooked yourselves, bastards. Page 9, Temperature Control, Page 10, Air Supply. Mark then went collecting the essence stones lying around the dungeon. In the end, he collected around 60. At least the earnings are decent. He hadn't found any remains of the previous raid team, such as equipment to take back for their families. It was probably used by the goblins to make their tools. And I had such a good mood today, Mark thought to himself with sadness. In Mark's living room lay a thin steel plate with runes and scribbles written all over it. In the middle was embedded a blue crystal. There were 13 other crystals laying around. Walking Algorithm Prototype 42. All right, let's go, he thought, and poured his mana into the essence stone. The stones arranged themselves to a humanoid shape. Head, shoulders, elbows, hands, hips, knees, and feet. Then a translucent silhouette of a featureless man formed around them. Afterward, the figure got covered by thick, hefty armor. Page 14, Automaton followed. Mark then took a few steps back, and to his surprise, the golem followed. Oh my fucking god, it works. Every day, before going into the dungeons, he would work around 3 hours on this needlessly complex piece of equipment. He started by buying a simple 3D printer, since the enchantments had to be small and his hand was precise enough to write them down. Designing the joints and armor was anything that difficult. To make it scan its surrounding was also not that big of an issue. Mark already had experience in this regard. The problem was to get this thing to walk. For people, it's an instinct, but teaching a robot how to walk proved to be quite difficult. The internet helped a lot, but it still needed some tweaking to work properly. Page 14, Automaton Aggression. The golem swung its fist at Mark in a very robotic fashion. Ding! Its fist just bounced off of Mark's barrier. The golem kept on doing the same motion, just alternating his fists. I guess that's it for today. Success is not made overnight. I've already managed to do this much in just 4 days. Page 14, Automaton Deactivate. The golem disappeared, leaving only the sheet of steel and several essence stones rolling on the ground. Mark then looked at the time on his laptop. It's already 1 p.m. I should get going. Having booked a Durant gate, at 2 p.m., he put on his robe and set off. This gate didn't have a particularly high magical reading or size. It was that way most of the time. Gates with a rank higher than C were almost immediately swooped up by the big guilds. C-rank gates were easier to come by, but you had to be quick. Mark decided to raid any gate just for the sake of having a stable income. There was also another reason. Most gates cleared this month. First, 18. Second, 15. Third, Mark Williams, 13. We barely a week into July, and some maniac already cleared 18 gates. I need up my game. The FBH provided these statistics publicly so anyone could see them. There were many rankings, such as gate clear time, gate magical reading, hunter score. A lot of people looked at the hunter score. It was practically the numbers of gates cleared times their magical reading. You could find people like Thomas Andre, Alexander Wright, or Quinn Hall on these. The statistics were quite an encouraging factor, especially for Mark, who already clears gates on a daily basis. Seeing his name in the top 3 was nice. Most high-ranking hunters raid once or twice a week. Only the low-ranking ones clear gates like this, primarily for money. Let us get to it, he thought to himself as he stepped through the vortex. Page 6, Shockwave Strength, a rank. A booming blast shook the cave, echoing for several seconds. It is not very effective at large distances, but for this level, it should be enough. In the dungeon, no monster was left alive. Every wolf Mark came across was lying dead with ruptured lungs. Page 11, Water Jet. He collected the essence stones on his way and kept on moving forward. When he arrived at the deepest point of the cave, a big black wolf was waiting there. However, it didn't look menacing at all. The wolf had issues with even walking straight. It was scared and injured. The shockwave even got to you, huh? Whimper. Page 3, Automatic Rock Spikes. A spear of stone penetrated the wolf's heart, ending its life. This was a quick one, probably around 8 minutes. Page 15, Levitate Mode. Follow. When Mark poured his mana into the grimoire, a magic flare left his right hand and hit the wolf. The corpse then flew a meter off the ground. With the boss remains floating behind him, he headed out of the gate. Can you take care of the loot? Mark asked the employee on site. Of course. Thank you very much, said Mark as he emptied his pockets full of essence stones. The employee counted the essence stones and wrote down some things in a form. 79 essence stones of D-rank quality. Around 4,000 will be transferred to your account. The body will take a while to sell, but it shouldn't be more than a week. Here you go. He handed Mark the paper. Have a nice day. He returned home not even an hour later after he had headed out. The pieces of the golem were still lying on the ground in his living room. I really need access to higher-ranking gates, but all the big guilds hoard them. On his way through the apartment, Mark stumbled upon his backpack. I should clean up more. He grabbed the backpack, ready to put it in a closet. There is still something inside. Mark then proceeded to dump the contents all over the floor. His old brush, eraser, and some other things from the red gate. But in the junk, one thing stood out. A gray metallic card with a green viper slithering on the outline. Alexander Wright. Holding the phone in his right hand and the black business card in his left, Mark persuaded himself to call the number. BZZN asterisk. Hello. A female voice sounded from the phone. Did I get the wrong number? Mark asked himself in panic. Am I calling Mr. Wright? Yes, Mr. Wright on the phone. The voice said with all the confidence in the world. Pfft, I am joking. Mr. Wright is not available right now. Should I pass him a message? And no, well, yeah. Mark blurted out. I was hoping to talk to him personally, actually. All right, when Father Dearest comes home, I will tell him to call you back. Is that fine? Yes, thank you, Mark said and hung up. That was enough stress for today, he thought to himself, leaning back into the couch. Mark wiped the sweat off of his hands on the couch and thought, I am never calling anyone so important again. In the Wright household. Who were you talking with? Asked Mrs. Wright. Dad forgot his phone here, and someone called. So I said that Dad will call back. Lucy told her mom. Yeah, I'll tell him when he comes back home. Why did you visit without calling? Lucy looked at her seriously and said, Mom, I want to talk. I'm listening, said her mother, sitting down next to her with a glass of water. I want to leave college. After the moment of silence, her mom said, You can throw something so serious at me like that. You want me to have a heart attack. Sorry, I thought you'd appreciate it if I got straight to the point. Lucy said with a nervous smile. You kids are really something. First Lucas joins the Zeus Guild, and now you re-dropping out of college. Why though? It's not like you were failing. You passed the first semester without a problem. I think it's just not right for me, and I didn't choose the right major. I'd rather get a job in the guild. Well, you'll have to talk about that with your father. I can help you with that. Yeah, so I wanted to ask if you'd put in a word for me. To lessen the impact, Cause Dad be very happy. I can try, but I am not guaranteeing anything. I love you, Mom. That's more than enough. Lucy said while hugging her mother. You sly fox, her mother added with a smile. Hee, I won't bother you anymore. Don, forget to tell Dad about the call, and also you know what, said Lucy heading out of the house. You two will really drive me crazy one day. Mark's apartment. All right, let us get to this. Attacking algorithm prototype 7. The golem was already assembled, standing in the living room. It was covered in shining, silver-blue armor. Page 14, automaton aggression. It quickly moved towards Mark and started barraging the barrier with punches. Still pretty dumb, but the punches are much more human and powerful. However, it needs to know more than to just punch. With this sheer strength, it should already be able to defeat a D rank in 1v1, although it is still clumsy enough to get outsmarted by something like a goblin. Page 14, automaton deactivate. With its support disappearing, the golem fell apart. It can walk, see, and punch. I need to make it overcome difficult terrain and listen to detailed commands. Also, it has to know how to move during attacks, not just stand in place. Another thing is different attacking methods, like grabbing and tool use. Fuck, why did I even start this project? I'm not qualified for this shit. While he was thinking through his past decisions, his phone on the table started ringing. BZZN, asterisk. Mark grabbed the phone and read the caller's name. Alexander, right? Jesus Christ, not today. Yes, said Mark as he took the call. Alexander, right on the phone. IV missed a call from this number a few hours prior. What was the reason for the call? My name is Mark Williams. If you remember, you gave me your business card about 2 months ago. Yes, I remember. You are the one with the excellent barrier skill. You can say that. Did you change your mind about joining the guild? No, that's not the reason I was calling. I wanted to ask if it is possible to act as a reserve for the guild. What do you mean by that? In case a hunter is unable to attend a raid, I could take his role in the team. I understand what you're saying, but acting as a reserve bring you much anyway. Our hunters don't get injured that often. You do receive a call, maybe once or twice a month. There's no problem with that. I only want a share of resources from such raids. I don't even need the money. Alexander laughed on the other side and said, I won't refuse charity. How about you go to the HQ and we write this down? Are you free tomorrow afternoon? I'll be free all day tomorrow. Right, so around 3 p.m.? Yes, that will be ideal. Great. See you tomorrow then, said Alexander, ending the call. Mark's heart was pumping with adrenaline. I need to get comfortable with speaking to strangers, or I'm going to die from a heart attack real quick. He moved to his computer and started working on the automaton once again. Tool use, let us get to it. Mark stood in front of a large, over 20 stories high building. This time he wasn't wearing his robe, he wore a suit. However, the grimoire was still firmly gripped in his hand. Mark wouldn't leave the house without that book. As the automatic doors opened, he stepped inside, heading to the elevator. It took him all the way up to the highest floor. After a few minutes of wandering through the halls, he arrived near the guild master's office. Mark rang on the bell next to the doors, and when he heard the bell buzz, he came inside. A large office revealed itself behind the doors. An unfamiliar man was sitting behind a table, right in the middle. Good afternoon. My name is Robert. I am the guild master's assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Mark Williams. I have to apologize. Although you had a scheduled meeting at this moment, an unforeseen circumstance appeared, so please wait a few minutes. Robert motioned to one of the chairs in his office. It's not a problem, said Mark and sat down. Hope it won't take long. I'm already sweating. Behind the closed doors was Alexander talking with his daughter. I just think that finishing school would be a big waste of time if I still end up working in the guild. It is not like it was preparing me for the job. Lucy told her father. Alexander was listening to her with a calm expression. 3 years of your time. Is that so much to ask for? You are just lazy and impatient. This job isn't easy, nor is it fun. Gates could one day suddenly disappear the same way they appeared, and then you would be jobless. Also, the work of a non-awakened guild member is about sitting behind a desk all day. What if you aren't suited for this? I'm suited for this. I've seen you manage the guild countless times. If you let me join you, LLC. You know what? All right, I'll give you any job you want in this whole building, but I have a condition. What is it? Asked Lucy, squinting her eyes. You have to successfully lead a guild for a year. It's less time than it would take you to finish college, and you re-saying that you are fit for the position. Are you joking? How am I supposed to find such a job? I paid for your college, and you dropped out. You need to feel the consequences of your actions. It's not like I am throwing you out on the street or anything. You really something, Dad. Look who's talking. Alexander smiled at his daughter. Sorry, but I have a meeting scheduled for this time. If you want to talk more then after work, okay. Okay, I'll show you what I can do. It is not about showing me anything. It is for you to learn about responsibilities. Alexander commented, but Lucy was already on her way out. While all this was happening, Mark was watching the floor, waiting. As Lucy exited the office, she immediately noticed him. Seeing the opportunity, she did not hesitate and walked up to him. Can you give me your number? She asked. Mark looked up confused and asked, Well, why? You remember me, right? She swiftly said. Well, yeah, but dash. And you have a guild, right? I Great. So give me your number, she said with a smile. Okay, but I am not joining a pyramid scheme or anything like that. Worry this is much worse. Lucy said jokingly. Mark told her the number, which she promptly saved in her phone. I'll call you in a day or two. Bob, have a nice day. She waved to Robert behind the table. Have a nice day, miss. Robert said in turn. You can go in, he told Mark, who quickly stood up and walked into the guildmaster's office. Hello, Mark. Please take a seat. Alexander told him. Thank you. He sat down in the armchair opposite Alexander. So, I have a few questions for you regarding our cooperation. The first question is kind of personal. You have to answer this if you want to. It is just to satisfy my curiosity. Why do you refuse to join a guild and rather prefer to do all this? A friend of mine told me about his contract with the Zeus Guild, so I looked into the terms other hunters receive. Even S-rank hunters are restricted quite heavily by their contracts. For example, traveling abroad and responding to the guild's call to action. Yes, I know the contracts that our hunters have. Alexander told him with a smile. However, doesn't the money and fame you can receive by joining a large guild tempt you in a way? Mark looked at him a little bit confused. Not really. I make enough money as it is and fame. What for? I don't care about that. I just like clearing dungeons and making new spells. It is that simple. I hope you stay that way. Can you elaborate on the making new spells part, though? Asked Alexander, intrigued. Mark put his grimoire on the table and turned it around for Alexander to see. He then opened it on the first page. You probably don't understand what is written in there, but when I pour in mana like this, a red magic circle appeared around his arm. I can use the spell written on the page. He then fired off a little flame as a demonstration. What about when you're not in contact with the book? Does it still work? Not really, but when I activate another spell on the 7th page, then I can use spells without touching it. The grimoire started floating above the table. It establishes a connection between me and the book. It is like a thin string of mana, and with that, I can control its movement. I should make this spell permanent and combine it with Magician's Eyes. It doesn't cost more mana than I generate anyway. I should probably remake the grimoire altogether. What happens if someone tries to snatch it from you? Wouldn't you then be defenseless? Asked Alexander, squinting his eyes. Could you please try to do so? I myself am not sure how easy it is to take it away, and you are an S-rank assassin, so you should be the one to judge. Alexander threw his arm at the grimoire faster than Mark could follow with his eyes. However, the book simply floated a little bit to the right. This surprised the S-rank assassin, who was quite confident in his speed. It is nothing special. I just copied the moving pattern from Illuminate I made in the past. I am sure after more tries you would have taken it away from me, but now you understand that it isn't an easy task. The guild master cleared his throat and told Mark. I see. We got a little bit off topic. So I presume you want our contract to be non-restrictive. Yes, please. Then what position would you like to act as a backup for? Magician and support type. What would the number of raids you participate in a month be as a maximum? As much as I would be able to handle. A very important part is your share from the raids. Normally, we as the Viper Guild pay a fixed amount per gate cleared and a small share from the profits we receive from the said gate. On the phone, you told me you need the money, so does that still apply? Yes, I want to be paid by the resources that you receive from the said gate only. Essence stones, magic crystals, and gear made from the monsters. That's not very common, but I see no problem in that. Let us say you receive 5% of the resources? How about that? Alexander suggested. That sounds good. I think I am getting better at this whole negotiation thing. Alexander and Mark discussed the terms and conditions of their cooperation for quite a while to make it profitable for both of them. There's one last thing I need. I'm not sure into what level of the gate can I send you without worrying whether or not you survive. Once again, it is not completely necessary, but for your safety, it is better. Could you please spar with one of our guild members? It will be completely safe. We have healers in here, and if things get out of hand, I will immediately step in. If it is as safe as you say, I don't have a problem with a friendly fight. Thank you for your trust. Then follow me. The training grounds are in the second building right next to this one. Alexander stood up and headed out his office. On his way, he told Robert, Bob, call Olivia into the training grounds. Also, tell one of our healers inside to get ready. I am on it, sir, he responded. First, they got to the ground floor by elevator. Then they headed outside through a side exit. After just a few minutes, they arrived in a large gym hall. There were already some hunters inside, sparring or training their bodies. Your opponent should arrive in a minute. As he said, it didn't take long for a short woman with shoulder-length black hair to arrive. Alex, what are you calling me for out of nowhere? Asked the woman. Olivia, I'm going to need you to have a friendly spar with this young man. He pointed at Mark with his hand. This is Mark Williams. He is an A-rank, magician-type hunter. Okay then, if that's what you want. Mark, this is Olivia Rose, the Vice Guild Master of the Viper Guild. She is an S-rank magician who specializes in acid magic. Acid magic, huh? Mr. Right-Eye think this is a fair fight, he objected. I know that the difference in rank is great, but this isn't a fight to the death. It is just for me to understand how you fight. Alexander tried to explain himself. Don't be afraid. I'll hold back for you. Olivia said with a smile. No, sorry, I worded it badly. I can think of a way you can beat me. Mark said in all honesty. That is some courage you have there. Olivia said, a little bit impressed. Not really. Well, that is neither here nor there. Let us get this over with quickly, said Alexander. The two opponents then moved to the middle of the training grounds under Alexander's instructions. They stood several meters away from each other with the guild master in between. There was also a healer waiting on standby, overlooking the fight that was about to happen. The other trainees were really trying to look like they were not watching what was happening. You will all stop when I say so. All right, asked Alexander. The duo nodded. Start when you hear start. Okay? They both nodded once again. 3, 2, 1, start. Page 2. Magic siphoning barrier. Immediately after he said, so Mark was enveloped by the spherical barrier. With a wave of her hand, Olivia summoned a bubble of colorless liquid and sent it straight at her opponent. The acid covered the whole barrier. However, slowly the layer of liquid started disappearing without having any effect on the magical wall. It is as I thought. Mana is not a compound nor a molecule. Therefore, acid shouldn't have any effect. While Mark was thinking about anything else but the fight, his opponent fired off another spell. Gray mist seeped out of her hands and started traveling along the floor. I didn't think of that. For what I gathered, most barriers let air through. The others aren't omnidirectional, so there's a way for her attacks to seep through barriers. Page 2. magic siphoning barrier, permeability, light page 10, air supply. He had a whole different problem in his mind. All of his spells were very dangerous, enough that he was reluctant to use them. However, after seeing the Vice Master bombard him with life-threatening magic, his hesitancy disappeared. Page 13, Magician S eyes. In front of his eyes appeared a small display, and now he was able to see Olivia's outline clearly, even through the fog. From the onlooker's point of view, he was in a quite troublesome situation. "Are you sure he is not more of a support type?" she asked. Alexander kept on watching the match without saying a word, expecting a counterattack from Mark. Suddenly, an extremely fast projectile flew from the fog and hit the Vice Master in her chest, with seemingly no effect. Page 4, targeted freezing. Several streams of water emerged, flying toward her from different directions. Olivia stepped to the side in order to dodge the attacks. However, it was to no avail, as the water simply followed her movements. When she was hit, layers of ice started instantly piling on her. Despite being awakened, getting engulfed in ice with a temperature of -50 degrees Celsius, -58 degrees Fahrenheit, still hurt her a lot. Olivia coated her body with a thin layer of acid with which she managed to melt the ice. Mark still has team moved from his starting position. The fog surrounding him got already absorbed into the barrier, strengthening it even further. He was watching Olivia in hopes of seeing some new interesting spell. Several meters above him, a small cloud appeared. It started raining. The droplets were falling at great speed, bouncing off the sphere covering Mark, sounding like a drum. The floor around him started melting under the acid rain. If the barrier didn't absorb anything, then it could maybe get broken. But this is underwhelming. Page 3, automatic rock spikes, targeting, magic flare, modifier, multiple attacks. Under Olivia's feet, several bumps appeared from which sprouted several spears running through her legs and body. The cloud above Mark disappeared due to her losing focus. Seeing this, Alexander decided to stop the match. "Stop!" Mark dispelled his spells and walked over to the guildmaster. The healer, who was waiting there the whole time, ran towards Olivia to stop her from bleeding. "Yeah, I think I can send you into an A-rank dungeon with a clear conscience," said Alexander. "You better raise my salary for this," Olivia shouted from the distance. After coming home from his daily dungeon raid, Mark took a shower. With his hair still wet, he comfortably sank into the couch. The living room looked more and more like a workshop with the essence stones, his automaton, and the provisional equipment Mark made lying around. The tool use is almost done. Its movements just need a little bit more fluidity, and I can start making the advanced commands, he thought, looking at the golem parts. All right, let us finish this. His phone suddenly started ringing on the table. BZN asterisk. "Well, who is it this time?" he asked. He looked on the phone and saw that it was an unknown number. After some inner turmoil, Mark took the call, because what if it was something important? "Hello," he said to the phone. "Hi, this is Lucy Wright." She introduced herself. "The girl from the bus stop?" "Sure, you can say that. Anyway, where are you right now?" "Home. I'd appreciate it if you were a little bit more descriptive. I don't want to talk about this on the phone. I still don't have a clue what you want from me, though." Mark thought to himself, "Why are you calling me, if I may ask? I have an offer for you, but I'd rather talk through that in person. Don't worry. I am not trying to scam you. Hear me out, and if you don't like it, just say no." "Sure, why not? So, where do you want to meet up?" "I have a cafe in mind if you don't know." "No, I don't want to bother with going out today. I'll just give you my address." "Oh, inside your house. Okay, I'll be there in like an hour. Ring at the door with my name on it." He ended the call and then sent her a text with his address. "I should clean this wasteland at least a little," he thought, looking over the apartment. He started organizing the essence stones he had into different drawers, putting the dirty dishes away into the dishwasher, cleaning up the automaton, and after half an hour the apartment was presentable. It didn't take long for Lucy to arrive. Hearing the bell ring, Mark opened the door. "Hi," she said with a smile. "Come in. Oh, and leave your shoes here. You don't have to tell me that. I know a maniac who sometimes sleeps with his shoes on, so just in case." She chuckled and followed Mark into the living room. Take a seat, he prompted her. They both sat down at the dining table, and Mark asked, So what offer are we talking about? It's quite simple. I want you to make a guild. Yeah, I am not sure I follow. Why should I make a guild? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, I am not a hunter. I can make one. However, if you make the guild, then I can be the vice guild master and manage it. That's nice, but I don't see the benefit there. What would you gain from managing a guild with just me? What would I even gain from being in that guild? Tell me, what do you want? I'm pretty hungry. Probably lunch. Not right now. Like, what do you want in life? Prestige? Fame? Money? Girls? She winked. It could be a lot of things. I am sure you have something like that. Are you asking so you can talk me into accepting your offer? Yes, she said in all honesty and with a smile on her face. Mark laughed a little and got right to the point. All right then, I want rights to higher-ranking gates. Okay, those are not hard to get. Guilds have precedence in reserving dungeons. After you make one, there should be no problem. You can say that all you want, but doing so is not cheap, especially here in New York. Actually, when you go further from the center, they get cheaper. If you're smart, you can get the rights for about 5K or even as low as 3K. Guild prefer gates that are easy to get to. When one appears somewhere in a forest or a mountain, they want to fight you for it. I get that you know a lot about this stuff. How can I trust you, though? I met you once. There is no benefit for you, and all of this sounds shady as hell. Why would you do this? Okay, I know this doesn't sound very safe, but I have a pretty good reason for it. Basically, my dad. Quarter to an hour later. Let me get this straight. You think you can manage a guild because you saw your dad do it a few times. I can even manage myself properly. No, I also helped him out when he didn't have time, and I'll only get better with time. You said yourself that it won't cost anything. I'll have to pay you a salary, though. Also, if you have some major fuck up, then that money also comes out of my pocket. You can always make more money. I've seen your raid history, and you alone have enough income to support a family of 10. I would take a little part, and you'll make much more in higher-ranking gates. Silence filled the room for a moment. You know what, why not? I'll make that guild. I can always just have it disbanded anyway. Yes, cheered Lucy. I promise you won't regret it. Mark stood up from his seat and asked, Do you want something to drink? I am getting thirsty after all this time. Water would be great. I hope I won't regret this. Yesterday, Mark and Lucy agreed on establishing the guild, but they needed one more member for that to be possible. The duo decided to handle it the next day so they could deal with other things regarding the guild. However, the day came and they had to find another member. Mark scrolled through his contacts and came across Rick. He remembered his first raid with the team. It's worth a try, he thought to himself as he dialed the number. When the call connected, Mark spoke. Hi, Rick, right? Yes, sounded from the other side of the phone. It's Mark, from a few months ago if you remember. I was thinking you'll never call. So what's up? I've been wondering if you have a free spot in a raid somewhere near in the future. Not today, but we have a raid tomorrow. Do you want to join in? Yeah, that would be great. All right, I'll open up one spot for you and send you the details. I'm not home right now, but I'll get to it later, okay? Thanks a lot. See you tomorrow then. See you. Rick ended the call. Having a day's worth of time on his hands, Mark decided to continue working on his automaton. It was almost finished, and after some time, he could probably take it to the dungeon to test it in a real raid. The attacking and walking patterns are both pretty smooth. They are not perfect, but for the first run, it's fine. If I hurry up with the commands, it should work fine on the raid tomorrow. Mark encouraged himself and got to work. He spent the whole day making the final touches and ended up falling asleep the moment his body touched the bed. Next day, the gate was located in the suburbs. Rick, Hal, Alan, and Ava, the whole team was already at the site waiting for Mark to arrive. They sat in the cabin provided by the FBH. After a while, the door opened and Mark walked in wearing his magician robe, grimoire on his waist, and the automaton parts in his pockets. Hi, guys. Haven, seen you in a while. What was it, like 2 months? Well, you took your time. That's for sure, said Alan, leaning on his crossbow. I've been getting stronger. That takes time, you know. Pick a less lame excuse, like a girlfriend or something. Yeah, but I'd have to lie for that, though. Mark responded with a slight smile. You're remaking me sad. Let S go to the gate already. Rick said. Leah dash. He was quickly interrupted by Ava. Leave your phones here. We know. It happened once, Dad. Okay, fine. I was overlooking this whole ordeal without saying a word. The group then got outside and faced the blue swirling vortex. It was moderate in size, just about 2.5 meters in diameter. Wait a minute, I need to prepare, announced Mark as he emptied the essence stones from his pockets. Mark pulled out the small steel plate and poured his mana into it. It flew towards the stones and started assembling itself. First, a connection formed between the parts. Second, a thin film of the translucent barrier formed around. And last, a sturdy silver-blue plate armor enveloped the whole automaton. The golem stood 2 meters high, with the essence stone in the head acting as an eye scanning its surroundings. Don, tell me you built this? Asked Rick. With my own hands, said Mark, proud of his creation. Plus the 3D printer, but no one cares about that. Page 7, Magic Book. Page 13, Magician SIs. Page 14, Automaton. Following. I am ready, announced Mark. Yeah, for the apocalypse, added Alan in astonishment. Do you want to lead? I'm starting to think I am unqualified, said Rick with a chuckle. I'll let the automaton lead if you don't mind. I want to test it out. Feel free to do so. My wrist still kind of hurts from the last raid. Rick said, yeah, sure, from the last gate. Got it, Alan said with a smirk. Hal rolled his eyes at the joking goober. All right, let us go, Mark commanded as they stepped inside the gate. They appeared in the same old familiar cave. There were no signs of intelligent monsters like goblins or kobolds. No torches or wooden barricades, just a cave made of stone. Before Hal could light his lantern, a ball of light appeared above Mark as he walked deeper, with the golem behind. 2 shining yellow eyes were hiding in the distant darkness. Mark, however, saw the monster in its full glory due to the spell in front of his eyes. It was a huge black jaguar watching the hunters curiously. Page 14, Automaton Aggression. Monsters. The silver-blue knight didn't hesitate at all and ran at great speed towards the jaguar. Seeing the incoming threat, the monster tried jumping away, but it was to no avail. The golem outranked it completely in terms of strength and speed. The automaton grabbed it with its hands and effortlessly rammed the creature into the dungeon wall, killing it. How strong is that thing? Asked Rick in awe. Depends on the essence stones, but right now it should be like a B-rank hunter in pure strength, responded Mark. A roar echoed through the dungeon as another jaguar ran towards the golem, ready to attack with its sharp claws. The monster pounced at the automaton, which grabbed it in the air and threw it to the ground. Then it proceeded to stomp on the jaguar's head, crushing it. That's enough brutality for the day. Page 14, Automaton, Tool, Sword. Its right hand turned into a meter-long blade. They walked further into the cave. Everything that moved was massacred on their way by the mindless guard next to Mark. It didn't take long for the team to arrive in front of the boss. The boss was a large lion with a golden mane laying on the cold ground. Everyone just watched Mark and the golem. They were already expecting that they didn't have to do anything in the final fight. Page 14, Automaton, Tool, Free Use. Its sword morphed into a spear as the golem ran towards the lion. Seeing the attacker running its way, the boss monster swiped its paw in defense. The silver-blue spear impaled the paw and stopped it in the air. Panicking due to the injury, the lion backed off, cutting its paw even more in the process. In the meantime, the spear morphed into a sword once again, and a shield appeared in the other hand of the golem. It pushed the lion away with the shield and cut its torso with the sword. The boss monster kept struggling, but it quickly succumbed to the overwhelming force of its opponent. That was fast, said Rick. Alan with a smirk said, yeah, dash. He got interrupted by Hal. Don, you dare. You Reno fun. Alan protested. Mark was returning back to the dungeon exit with the automaton walking next to him and the boss monster floating behind. It works great. This thing can clear a D-rank dungeon in 5 to 10 minutes. C-rank shouldn't be much of a difference. Mark thought, satisfied with his creation. With tools like this, You shouldn't have a problem clearing B-rank gates alone, said Hal from the back. Yeah, well, I can get into B-rank gates yet. That's partly the reason I called you guys, Mark said, walking closer to the gate. The group stepped through the blue vortex and appeared back on Earth. I'm going to make a guild, but I need one more member for that. It's more of a formality, and you wouldn't need to do anything. I can even make you a magic weapon if you want, Mark said in all seriousness. If you're going to give me something like that, Alan said with a smile, pointing to the golem. For a signature, then tell me where to sign that shit, and you found yourself a guild member. Mark chuckled at the honesty and responded, I was thinking of making your crossbow automatic with magic arrows rather than another golem. After seeing this, I think that whatever you make will be a top-level magic item worth hundreds of thousands. Hold on for a minute, Rick said, holding Alan by his shoulder. Do you really want just one member as a formality? Because I see no problem why our whole team should join. If y'all want to join it's fine, but Mark said, surprised. With your weapons, we could clear more gates safely, and even if you take a cut, it should still be more profitable than what we're redoing right now. Am I wrong? Not at all. I think that would be beneficial for both sides as well, commented Hal, thinking it through. So would you mind extending that deal to the whole team? Rick asked Mark. Yes, of course. I didn't expect that kind of interest. We need to write all that down, but there is no problem with the whole team joining. Making all the weapons will take about a day or two, though. 2 days? I was expecting something like a month, Alan said, astonished. I built this in a week. Mark knocked on the hard armor of the automate. Enchanting a crossbow or a shield shouldn't take that long. Guys, I know this is great, but we still need to wrap up this raid, said Ava. The group was standing in front of the gate this whole time, just talking. Yeah, you're right. I got lost in a moment, said Rick, rubbing his forehead. They entered the cabin, leaving the boss corpse on the ground. Hal emptied his backpack, filled with essence stones, on the table. We didn't get a lot today, Hal said while counting the stones. How much is it? Asked Rick. 66, 67, 68, 69 with the one from the boss. That's nice, said Alan. Yeah, they read D rank, so 69 times 50. That is around 5K, which is about 3K with taxes. Everyone will get approximately 700 without counting the boss, said Hal. Not bad, said Ava. To get back to the guild stuff. When do you all have time? If you don't mind, we can start with the paperwork today, said Mark. Sorry, I have something today, but tomorrow or the day after tomorrow I am free, said Rick. It's the same for me, added Ava. I have to go to the FBH to report on today's raid, said Hal. All right, then I'll call you tomorrow. How about that? Tomorrow is fine, the group said in unison. Will one of you mind taking me home? I don't have a car yet. I should probably get one. This is getting inconvenient. Sure, I can take you, Alan told him. Thanks a lot. They said their goodbyes and headed home, leaving Hal to deal with the rest. Alan brought Mark to his apartment and drove off. Mark took the elevator and entered his apartment. He changed clothes from the hunter equipment to a casual t-shirt and pants. Happy with the results of today's raid, he jumped on the couch and rested for a few minutes. Lying on the couch, he took his phone and made a call. Yes. Hi, Lucy. Do you have time? I am unemployed and not in education. I have all the time in the world, Lucy said, lying in her bed. Great. I've found 4 members to join, so could you prepare the paperwork for tomorrow? Lucy shot up from her bed. 4? In not even 2 days? How did you manage that? I asked them. Mark said sarcastically. Yeah, I assumed that. It's hard to do it a different way. Well, can you send me their info, or better yet their licenses on the FBH? I'll prepare the paperwork with that. Did you ask them how do they want to be paid or something? I thought we'll discuss that kind of stuff tomorrow. You're giving me a little more work for tomorrow, but that's okay. I can take it. All right, I'll get to it when you send me the info. See you tomorrow then. Yeah, bye, said Mark and put his phone on the table. Lying on the couch, he decided to turn on the TV. Why am I even paying for this thing when I have internet? S-rank hunter Emma Jones will be finishing her training at the Scavenger Guild next month with an A-rank gate clear, said the reporter, standing next to a thin woman with long black hair. Hey, I've seen that girl. Inside Mark's apartment were 5 people sitting on the couch, discussing the formation of a new guild. So about the payment? Do you want a simple cut from the resources you gather or a fixed amount per gate cleared? We can also combine these two options if you want, said Lucy. Alan and Ava turned at Hal and Rick, waiting for an answer. What percentage are we talking about? How much would we get for a raid? Asked Hal with his hands intertwined. Mark, who was sitting at the dining table trying to upgrade the grimoire on his laptop while listening to their conversation, spoke up. 500 per gate or 5% cut for each member. Thank you, Lucy told Mark. That would be without tax, though. We're talking more like 400 or 10%. Yes, that is acceptable, Hal said, trying to look serious. If I may, said Rick. What is it? Asked Lucy. We have a deal with Mark about him making us some magic weapons. I even have our equipment here. Yeah, go on. Can we get that on paper or something? It's not like I don't believe you, Mark. I just want to make sure, said Rick. No problem. Mark answered flatly, looking at his laptop. Okay, what was the deal exactly? Asked Lucy. Mark looked at the ceiling and thought for a moment. A handmade piece of magic equipment created by me for each member. That sound about right. Agreed, Rick. Now that we're talking about this, can I borrow your crossbow for a minute, Alan? Mark asked. Sure, man. Alan handed him the weapon. Mark started looking for a place where to put the runes on the crossbow, turning it over and feeling it with his hands. Seeing the whole group, watching him, Mark told them, What are you looking at? Continue. Yeah, right. We still haven't decided on the guild name, said Lucy. Does that really matter, though? Asked Mark. It doesn't if you plan for the guild to only have 6 members. Not many people would join if it had a silly name, she responded. That's true. It needs a good name to attract new hunters, said Ava. I disagree. I would have no problem joining a guild called Butt Cheese if the contract was good, objected Alan. All right, but you are an exception in a lot of areas, said Hal. How about Merlin Guild? You're a magician, so wouldn't that be fine? Asked Lucy. I'd be embarrassed to be a part of that guild. I don't want to name it after myself, like your father. Isn't that just a bit weird? Asked Mark. What would you say about Arcane Guild then? That doesn't sound too bad, right? Asked Rick. That sounds fine, said Mark. Yeah, but that is already taken, Lucy retorted after looking up the name on her laptop. By who? Asked Alan. Take a look. It's a guild from Utah, she said, turning her laptop for others to see. Well, fuck, cursed Alan. No, you don't, said Rick with a smirk. Squinting his eyes, Alan turned to Rick. I'll remember that. I have to strike back sometimes, he retorted with a smile. Mark turned to the group and asked, What if we call it the Raiders Guild? We re-raiding dungeons, so why not? That actually sounds pretty good, said Lucy. Yeah, but wouldn't that already be taken? Asked Ava. No, apparently it isn't, she said, looking into the monitor. Then now it is. I'll go try something with this thing, said Mark, going into his bedroom with the crossbow in his hands. He grabbed an essence stone from a drawer and put the crossbow on his table. First, the magic arrow will have to appear in the groove. How many centimeters is the arrow even supposed to be long? Mark asked himself and started taking measurements. 2 hours later, the group of 5 already stopped their discussions a solid hour ago. Now they sat on a large couch, just watching TV and waiting for Mark to come out of his room. Let us face it, I am hotter than you, sounded from the TV. Hearing the TV, Alan started laughing out loud. Can I change the channel? Asked Hal, rolling his eyes. No, man. This shit is comedy gold. Just watch it, retorted Alan. The door from Mark's room opened, and he came out holding the crossbow covered in blue lines. So what took you so long? Asked Lucy. Sorry, he got absorbed into working on this thing. Alan, can you try it so I know it works even for you? Alan stood up from the couch and grabbed the crossbow. What am I supposed to do? He asked. Touch on the foregrip as if you were aiming. Like this, he asked, listening to Mark's instructions. In the flight groove, a blue translucent arrow appeared. Great, it works. I was worried that maybe you couldn't use it, because you as a ranger wouldn't be able to input mana inside the circuit. So I just made it so the circuit sucks the mana out of you. That's nice and all. I want to refuse it sucking something out of me, but what else can it do? Alan asked jokingly. The arrows are, of course, stronger than normal arrows. They dissipate after you hit your target, so the monsters will bleed. When you hold the trigger, it reloads, and shoots automatically. Be careful with that, though. It will probably cost you a lot of mana in the process. That's about it. I'll make the other equipment when I can. While you were making that thing, we resolved everything. The only thing that's left is your signature on the form, said Lucy. Whoa, you read fast. Where should I sign it? Right here. Lucy pointed to the paper. Mark then signed it with a pen. That marks the establishment of the Raiders Guild. Well, I have to take it to the FBH, but still, said Lucy. I am formally not unemployed anymore. Mark sarcastically cheered. Mark escorted the raid team out of his apartment, leaving him alone with Lucy and a bunch of hunter equipment. When are you going? He asked. I'll just finish this up, and I'm gonna go, she said, typing on her laptop. Okay. Mark grabbed the hunter equipment and moved it to his room. There was one spear with a shield and a lantern. The shield and lantern are easy, but what to do with the spear, he asked himself. Well, compared to the crossbow, all of this will be a piece of cake anyway. Lucy, he said from his room. Yeah. Could you book me a gate for tomorrow, before you leave? That's what you were paying me for. What rank do you want? I can go into a B rank gate alone, right? When the raid is done by a guild, the number of hunters present doesn't matter, answered Lucy. So you're B then? Whatever is free. When you re-add it, also book one for the day after tomorrow, so our raid team can test their new equipment. I'll finish it tonight. This one should be D rank. All right, Don, fall asleep in the dungeon, though, said Lucy from the living room. With the 3 pieces of equipment lying on his table, Mark got to work. Next day, the sun was shining in the sky, and Mark was driving in a used car he bought this morning due to his frustrations with the public transportation system. It's cheap this way, but still driving 40 miles on roads is like hell. The whole car was shaking on the bumpy road, leading through the forest. After a few minutes, he arrived at the gate site. Mark parked on the side of the road and walked into the forest closer to the mana vortex. It was huge this time, at least 5 meters in diameter. That has to be expected from a B-rank gate, I guess. With his trusty grimoire floating next to him and the automaton deactivated in his pockets, Mark stepped inside. A landscape completely unfamiliar to Mark revealed itself. Instead of dark, dingy caves, he stood in a spacious hall crafted out of stone bricks. The walls even had little decorative carvings. In contrast to the neat outlook, there were several giant skeletons just lying around on the ground with their essence stones still present. Those seemed to be either giants or ogres. What could have done that? Credo Malayeda. A voice echoed through the halls in an unknown language. Tusta, another voice said. On the other side of the hall sat a twin-headed monster. It had gray skin, muscular arms, and a thick belly. The ogre wore only a simple cloth over his crotch. It was munching on an arm belonging to one of his kind, while the other head was shouting at his twin. Is that supposed to be the boss? All the other monsters seemed to be dead. Mark thought to himself, watching the distant ogre. URG, you numbskull. That was the last one. What are we supposed to eat? The left head shouted. More will come. Stop overreacting, Urk, said the right head while nibbling on the arm. Then what? You eat everything that moves, said Urk. URG threw aside the piece of meat in his hand, noticing the intruder. See, more food came. I was right, he said, pointing at Mark. Only a little food, retorted Urk. The duo stood up to reveal their size, fitting the B rank. They started walking towards the tiny human. Mark was already prepared with his barrier up, and his magician's eyes activated. He threw the golem parts onto the ground while pouring his mana into its core. Page 14, Automaton, Aggression, Monster's Tool, Free Use. Let us see how it faces off against something more than twice its size. It didn't take a second for the Silver Knight to assemble himself and start running at the boss monster. Seeing the automaton getting dangerously near, the ogre slapped it away with his right hand. The spear formed in the golem's hand, piercing the thick skin on the monster's hand. However, it had no effect. It was still thrown away by the slap, and the ogre didn't even flinch at having his hand impaled. Who needs your magic when I have these muscles, Urk? Said the right head. Even after getting hit by the giant, the automaton was fine, running towards the boss once again. A ball of flames appeared in the ogre's left hand and flew at the golem, blasting him back. Don teed out the superiority of magic, brother. While the heads were arguing with themselves, Mark prepared 2 magic circles to finish this job quickly. Page 8, Sandstorm, Locator, Magic Flare Mode. AoE, Page 1, Stream of Fire, Locator, Magic Flare Mode. AoE. The golem was unstoppable, constantly trying to fight the boss even despite getting thrown away several times. This provided a nice distraction for Mark to hit the boss with a magic flare. Immediately as the flare entered its body, countless pieces of sand started appearing around, flying in the wind at high speed. Flames also appeared, enveloping the ogre in a tornado of fire. "Will your muscles get us out of this, huh?" said the left head, agitated. Its flesh was being burned and cut by the sand simultaneously. To Mark's surprise, a loud thump echoed throughout the dungeon. He dispelled the 2 spells, revealing the monster lying on the ground, with terrible burns all over its body. This was surprisingly fast. Thought Mark prepared to take the corpse outside of the dungeon. However, the ogre's body started glowing red. The creature stood up with blood-red eyes and ran at Mark. "Bloodlust!" shouted both heads in unison. The golem that stood in its way was crushed by a simple punch. Its mana was depleted, so it got deactivated. Page 3, Automatic Rock Spikes Mode, Extreme. A good 10% of his mana left Mark's body in order to stop the frenzied creature. Countless spikes, over 8 meters tall, grew instantly out of the floor, impaling the monster through and through. The red hue around the ogre dissipated with its life. B-rank gates are really something else. Rick, Alan, Ava, and Hal stood in front of Mark's apartment complex. It was 10 in the morning. "Do you think he is awake?" asked Alan. "I hope so. He said to get here before noon," said Hal. Rick rang on the bell with Mark's name, and the group waited for a minute. "Yes," a tired voice sounded from the doorbell. "It's me," announced Rick. "Come on up," said Mark with the bell buzzing. The team took the elevator to the 8th floor. Mark, wearing a bathrobe, opened the door with his grimoire floating next to him. "Come in. The equipment is in the living room. You ready for battle at 10 a.m. or what?" asked Alan with a chuckle. "Oh, you mean this?" He referred to the magic book. "I got a lot of essence stones yesterday, so I was upgrading my spells. This thing now floats permanently," said Mark, leading the group into his living room. On the table, there were 3 pieces of equipment. Mark pointed at the lantern first and started explaining. "This thing lights up when you put in your mana. It can also make a flash bright enough to blind the monsters for quite some time. Don't forget to close your eyes when you use it, though." He then moved on to the spear. "I was having trouble thinking of a way to make a spear better because spears are already perfect, but I did come up with something. This is completely automatic, unlike the lantern. Whenever you impale something, a giant needle grows from the tip, so it adds more piercing power, and also moving with a big needle in your guts isn't pleasant." At last, the shield. "Rick, have you ever played Overwatch?" asked Mark. "No, I am not really into video games." "Well, thank God. As soon as you put this thing on, it creates a barrier in the shape of shield in front of the actual shield. When something hits the barrier, it uses your mana to bounce it back. Grip it firmly with your hand, because the recoil is pretty strong." After hearing the explanation, the group took their weapons. "That's about it. Have a good raid, and I am going to sleep." "Good night," said the group and set off with their new gear. After half an hour, they arrived in front of the gate. It was a D-rank one with an above-average magical reading. Rick strapped the shield onto his hand, and the barrier quickly formed. Hal poured his mana into the lantern, and it floated from his hand. He forgot to mention this, but whatever. "I won't complain," Hal said. "Are you ready, guys?" asked Rick. "Locked and loaded," said Alan, with the crossbow in hand. "All right, let us go," said Rick while stepping inside the gate. Under the light provided by the floating lantern, they looked around themselves. The cave was sandy, with the walls being yellowish in color. Rick proceeded to lead the group deeper with his shield ready. The local monsters didn't enjoy their company, and so they commenced on an attack. "That's a big-ass stag beetle," said Alan. A beetle the size of a horse was charging at them with open jaws. Rick was prepared for the impact, covering behind his shield, but no impact came. Whoosh! Alan fired off a blue translucent arrow which penetrated the beetle's sturdy armor as if it was just a layer of paper. "Many envy this penetrative power of mine," said Alan with a grin. "As if you ever use it, dude," commented Rick. Hal, standing in the rear, chuckled at their banter. "This is the second time. I'll get you when you expect it the least," said Alan towards Rick. "And I'll fight back with twice the power." Rick responded, "Hey, you idiots, we still in a dungeon. That's a pretty life-threatening situation, you know," said Ava, bringing the group back to reality. I was already trying to dismember the beetle in order to find the essence stone. However, he was having trouble with getting through its exoskeleton. I'll ask Mark for a new knife. You all get some advanced weapons, and I get a night lamp. Rick smashed the armor with his mace and said, "You don't even have to ask. If we continue clearing gates like this, one hitting every monster, you can buy a legitimate magic knife from Deadless. Yeah, I want to see Deadless make something better. Let us look at how many automatic magic crossbows they make." Hal said sarcastically. "Ah, it is here," he said after finding the essence stone. "I think we landed a pretty good guild, not gonna lie," said Alan as they walked further. "As if that was your merit," said Ava. "Don't badmouth me. I wiped your ass when you were little," retorted Alan. "I'm gonna find a different raid team if this goes on," said Ava. "Unfortunately, you can't, due to your contractual obligation," Hal told her. "So you restuck raiding with your father, uncle, and some guy we met once in a college bar," said Alan. "That's a dream team for sure," said Ava. On their way, they came across another armored monster. It was a scorpion this time. "Another insect?" Alan said, disappointed. "Well, scorpions are actually arachnids, but you were close." Hal corrected him. While these two were debating the biological classification of their opponent, Rick and Ava lunged into battle. The scorpion threw its stinger forward. The stinger was met with a cold greeting by Rick's shield. As they made contact, the barrier sprung against the stinger, bending it, which made it essentially useless. Without having to fear another attack from up, Ava thrust her spear several times at its body after dodging an attack from its claws. Every thrust created a long, thin needle going all the way through its body. The scorpion was very quickly subjugated. "It seems you have a contender in the penetrative power category," commented Hal. "Just wait for the boss." "I'll show you," retorted Alan. The sounds of countless little legs stepping on the ground echoed through the cave. Over 100 cockroaches the size of a dog emerged from the darkness. Alan suppressed the urge to shriek in horror and aimed with his crossbow. "Close your eyes," shouted Hal. A bright light coming from his lantern filled the whole dungeon, permanently damaging the monster's eyes. Then the group started a full-on attack with Alan shooting arrows in rapid succession, Rick squashing the bugs with every swing, and Ava pinning them all to the ground with her spear. "I really need that new knife," thought Hal, looking at the armored insects crawling everywhere. After finishing this horde and dismembering all of them, they continued on their stride towards the boss. They met several more beetles and scorpions on their way until they finally arrived in a large room where the boss rested. It was a large coiled insect. "Do centipedes have brains?" asked Alan, aiming at a headshot. "First, yes. Second, that is a millipede. Third, have you not taken high school biology?" asked Hal. "Shut it, smartass. It was over 15 years ago." "Cut me some slack," said Alan. Despite having no ears, the millipede heard the group talking and uncoiled its large body. It headed straight towards the group, giving Alan a nice clean shot. The translucent arrow mounted on his crossbow shone red as Alan used his only skill. It left the crossbow whistling through the air. It penetrated the several meters long millipede, killing it in an instant. "Yeah, I think my power shot still leads in penetrative power," Alan said with a cocky smile. The Raiders Guild seemed to be working nicely. Its raid team cleared their first dungeon with no problem, amassing around $2,000 in a single day. Mark earned a whopping $20,000 in funds with his B rank gate clear. Lucy was taking care of all the bureaucracy and selling the resources. There was a slight inconvenience, though. The guild didn't have a building to store and process the resources. It also didn't have the countless workers capable of transporting monster carapaces. Right now, the guild was able to sell just the boss monster, which reduced the profits. However, this problem will be solved with time when enough funds accumulate for a building to be bought and new workers to be hired. Mark himself had finally some free time on his hand. Not that he was all that busy, but for the last week he was always working on something, making the automaton, establishing a whole guild, creating several magic weapons, or upgrading his grimoire. Right now he had no project to work on, so he decided to uphold his promise and call Arthur. A young man with long black hair dressed in casual clothes stood in front of his apartment. "Dude, I was starting to think you LL never call," said Arthur coming through the door. "Well, I told you I LL call you when I have time, and it takes a lot of time to make a guild." "Really? You have a guild? Who are the members?" "Your mom and dad," Arthur said with a smirk. "It's actually fully functioning. There is only one raid team, but in the first 2 days of existence, it made 22K. Fuck you, man. I get that for participating in 16 gate clears. What are you raiding?" "Banks. That's the power of having a small and capable raid team. Me soloing a B-rank dungeon could have also helped," Mark said with a smile. "What do you want to drink?" he asked. "Do you have a beer?" Arthur said, while sitting down on the couch. "What do you think?" Mark asked sarcastically while tilting his head to the side. "Okay, what about coffee?" "Yeah, Lucy complained that I don't have anything, so I bought some. I don't have any fancy machines, just a kettle." "That's fine," Arthur said with a sigh. Mark moved to the kitchen in order to make the coffee with Arthur watching over his shoulder. "You reminded me of something with the soloing," said Arthur. What is it?" asked Mark, filling the kettle with water. "When I was starting as a hunter, that's like 4 years ago, I met a few guys who were clearing dungeons on their own. They had always goofy names. One particular name comes to my mind. I'm not joking, by the way. This motherfucker was called Ashton Shadowblade." Mark, trying hard not to burst out laughing, asked, "What happened to Mr. Shadowblade?" "That's the surprising part. I got to talk to him, and he was around my age at that time, maybe a little bit younger, about 18 or 19. For his rank, he had some absurd skill for solo clearing. He is probably still around clearing D-rank dungeons on his own. That's some guild member material," Mark said jokingly. "I met a lot of those edgelords. They were funny as hell. Most didn't survive, though. They were fixated on working alone, refusing to join a guild or a raid team. The restrictions on entering a gate also weren't so strict back then." "You think there are still people like that?" Mark asked while handing Arthur his cup of coffee. "For sure. You just don't see them because now gates have to be reserved." Arthur took a sip and grimaced. "Where do you have sugar?" "Oh, here you go." Arthur proceeded to put 6 teaspoons of sugar into the cup. "Dude, I have hot chocolate too." "No, this is perfect," Arthur said with a satisfied smile, much to Mark's confusion. They moved into the living room and sat on the couch. "How is Owen and Agnes doing?" "I haven't seen them since the last time." "They fine. Owen actually adopted a puppy last week." "From shelter?" "Yeah. Wait a moment, I'll show you," said Arthur, taking out his phone. The duo talked for over an hour. Arthur began sharing the hottest gossip going around in the Zeus Guild. Mark couldn't resist the urge to proudly show off his creation and started a whole presentation about the automaton. Several hours later, Mark decided to check if what Arthur told him was actually true. He turned on his laptop and searched through the FBH-provided list of hunters. Ashton Shadowblade. He really exists. Mark looked at the monitor with a grin. B-rank assassin. Guild affiliation, none. Of course, he is a fucking assassin. How couldn't he be? After seeing that this guy was active, going solo even after several years, he looked through countless gates that were booked by one person only to find more people like him. Dante Blaze Justice. Oh my god, I hope these are aliases. Who would name their kid Justice? Seeing these countless hunters with relatively high ranks, Mark came up with something. He called Lucy to ask if his idea made any sense. "Hey, sorry to disturb. Is it possible for a guild to employ a raid team with only one person?" "Well, yeah, that is practically what you are doing when you enter a dungeon alone," sounded from the phone. "Okay, and would it be profitable to hire someone like that?" "Of course it is. Just why would that kind of person join the guild then? They would be giving away a cut of their earnings for essentially nothing." "What if I gave them magic weapons?" he asked. "Mark, your equipment is one of a kind. It would be very valuable even if you sold it, but it can solve everything, said Lucy, rubbing her forehead. I can give it a try, though. Closed by the ever-so-familiar blue vortex of mana, stood Mark in his robes, looking around the site, waiting. He decided to try out his luck with Ashton. How hard could it be to persuade him to join the Raiders Guild? Mark thought the previous day. This gate was located in a park. It was a D-rank one, so the highest rank Ashton could raid solo without being a part of the guild. There was also an employee stationed in a nearby cabin, but he was completely unaware of Mark. On the horizon, a man showed up, walking towards a gate. Mark zoomed in with his 13th spell, Magician Is Eyes. The man was in his late 20s. His hair was white and almost long enough to cover his eyes. He wore a dark trench coat with a gray shirt underneath. Yeah, that has to be expected. He is just missing the red contact lenses. As Ashton approached the gate, he walked past Mark. Ashton's shadow laid. Am I right? Mark addressed the man, trying not to laugh while pronouncing his name. Not interested, he replied, without batting an eye. He continued his stride towards the gate. Mark walked behind, following him into the dungeon. He was already expecting this kind of response from this type of man. They both stepped through the gate and appeared inside the dungeon. I'm here to offer you a membership in my guild. I think this offer would benefit both parties equally, said Mark, continuing the conversation. Ashton, meanwhile, unsheathed his dagger and walked deeper into the dungeon, seemingly ignoring the offer. We as the Raiders Guild would provide you with the opportunity for clearing higher-ranking gates solo the way you do currently. A pack of wolves appeared in their path, however, they were taken care of pretty much instantly by Ashton. He jumped around the cave with his dagger in hand, beheading every enemy in a second. This guy has quite the potential. You should be able to clear C-rank gates alone for sure, thought Mark after watching him fight. We would also give you equipment befitting your rank and abilities to make your hunter activity easier. Ashton still appeared very much disinterested. Whatever Mark was trying to say didn't seem to be acknowledged. As an experienced hunter, you surely understand the annoyance of reserving gates and selling of the resources. If you're to join us, this issue wouldn't bother you anymore. It will be taken care of by the guild staff. Mark tried his best to convince the solo hunter through the course of clearing the gate. However, it seemed to be useless. After easily one-shotting the boss, Ashton probably became irritated by the insistence Mark possessed and couldn't help but retort. How many such offers do you think I already received? You obviously looked up my history as a hunter, so you should know I already heard most of your points, said the fed-up Ashton. I understand your history, but not your negative stance. This offer is profitable for both sides. Not only does this deal preserve your freedom and your style of clearing gates, it also gives you the support of an organization, the opportunity to clear higher-ranking gates, and top-notch equipment you won't get anywhere else. Mark was ready to give up his plan at this point. He tried his best and failed. He could try again with a different person, and if that doesn't work out as well, then he wasted a day or two. No big deal. One learns through their mistakes, as his father would say. Oh, please? What top-notch equipment could you give me? You read barely out of high school. Ashton retorted. You're not wrong, but I am starting to have the urge to trap you in a barrier for a day or two. I actually have a prototype on myself for this situation, said Mark, pulling a sheathed knife from his pocket. He handed it to Ashton and said, It creates electricity and paralyzes the target whenever in contact. Ashton was analyzing the dagger with a disappointed look. You're really just a stupid child, huh? He muttered. Rude, but okay. You gave me a weapon this powerful inside a dungeon. What would you do if I were to attack you? Asked Ashton. I would probably defend myself, but to be honest, I like to assume that I am not talking to murderers most of the time. Don't make me laugh. You're a magician, probably A or B rank from the amount of mana you possess. You would be dead before casting a single spell. ISN, it a bit silly to judge someone based on how strong you deduce them to be? Asked Mark. I simply don't want to work under some weak kid that has even experienced life and wants to act like hot shit just because they awaken with a good rank. Yeah, I am the one acting like hot shit. Mark thought to himself. If your condition was to get beaten up, then you should said that at the beginning. I wasted half an hour because of this, said Mark, a bit annoyed. Go home, kid. You don't want to get hurt. The floating grimoire turned a few pages as Mark asked, "Would you be willing to join the guild if I beat you in battle? You seem to be extremely confident to the point of arrogance." "Of course," Ashton said, as if that was obvious. "All right, then I suggest a duel. If I lose, you can keep that dagger I gave you, and if you lose, you will join my guild." "How about it? Let us get this over with," said Ashton, tossing away both of the daggers he was holding. Death Shroud. The cave was filled with dark fog obstructing Mark's vision as Ashton turned into an ethereal form. Half of his body seemed to turn into smoke. This guy 100% named the skill himself. Mark was very confident in himself. The last time he upgraded the magic book spell, he made it permanent. This was a countermeasure against sneak attacks. If something with enough momentum neared his body, a barrier would be deployed automatically. Page 13, Magician's Eyes. Ashton's position was instantly revealed. He was hopping around the cave to find the perfect position in order to knock Mark out with his fist. He was surely a weirdo, but not a killer. Page 11, Water Jet Mode. Push Locator. Aim Assist. In spite of the spell being meant for dismembering tough monsters, by increasing the amount of water and decreasing the pressure, it could be used just to push someone around. When Ashton neared Mark ready to knock him out, he was intercepted by a massive amount of water. The jet threw him at the dungeon wall, which was a bigger hit to his confidence than to his body. Mark walked over to the drenched assassin in the dark fog and asked with satisfaction, "Let us go write the contract, okay?" Walking over to the drenched assassin, Mark asked, "Let us go write the contract, okay?" Ashton turned his head towards the roof of the cave, thinking through his decisions. The dark fog filling the cave slowly dissipated. "Are you good?" asked Mark. The irritation he felt with Ashton was quickly replaced with concern. "I'm all right. I'll probably just have a bruise on my back," he said, getting on his feet. "Sorry, I don't have a healing spell. They read pretty hard to make." Mark apologized. Ashton collected his daggers from the dungeon floor, and, with a sigh, he said, "Fine, I'll join your guild." Next day, "I think 35% is fair, with the guild doing all the paperwork and the opportunity it provides," said Lucy. "No, I want to go higher than 30%, said Ashton with his arms crossed. Okay, 30% is fine. We can work with that. Most of the time you cleared Durang Gate solo, right? So do you have any experience with higher ranking gates? Before the restrictions on solo clearing were imposed, IV cleared countless C rank gates, and even some B rank ones. The two were negotiating Ashton's contract in Mark's apartment. Until the guild has an office, the guildmaster's home will probably be used as one. "What equipment do you want?" asked Mark. "The earlier you tell me, the earlier I can start working on making it. I'll keep the electric dagger, but I want another one which has a sharpness enchantment," said Ashton. "Are you serious?" asked Mark with a raised eyebrow. "That's incredibly boring. I expected flaming swords or shooting spears," thought Mark, disappointed. "I'm always serious," Ashton retorted in a flat tone. "Of course you are," thought both Mark and Lucy in unison. BZZN asterisk. Mark's phone buzzed inside his pocket. "Excuse me, I'll be right back. I just need to go answer the call," said Mark, walking into his room. "Viper Guild. XXXXXXXX. He accepted the call and said, "Yes." Mark Williams on the phone. "Hello. Robert Martin from the Viper Guild. A support-type hunter from one of our A-rank raid teams has fallen sick with a fever," sounded from the other side. "How ironic. Well, healing illnesses is very much different than healing missing arms." "I see. When is the raid supposed to take place?" asked Mark. "It's the day after tomorrow. I'll send you all the details in an email. Right now, we just need to know whether you'll participate or not." "Yes, I'll join in." "Great. You should have the raid information in a minute," said Robert, ending the call. His phone buzzed again as he received the details. Mark came out of his bedroom and told Ashton, "When you have time, bring me your dagger so I can enchant it. I always have it on myself," Ashton said, revealing the sheathed blade strapped to his waist. He then handed Mark the dagger. "Yeah, that makes sense," muttered Mark. It didn't take long for the negotiations to end and for the Raiders Guild to gain its 7th member. Mark quickly finished the dagger and gave it to Ashton before he left. He already made a similar one for Hal to use on dismembering monsters with tough skin, so this was a piece of cake. They also reserved the first gate for the Guild's second official raid team. As expected, Ashton was very eager to raid some C-rank gates. After everyone left his home, Mark decided to look through the information he received about the future raid. Rank A, mana measurement, 63,982. Day of appearance, 14.7, 2015. Participants, XXX, XXX, XXX. With this much mana and the air magic siphoning barrier should be very effective. I postponed it for a while because I didn't have a problem with my mana reserves. However, if I'm going to clear gates as high as a rank, I should probably write the siphon spell. Mark picked up a notebook from the drawer and started making the draft. If I take the principle that I previously used to make the magic siphoning barrier and instead make a long, twisted pipe, then I can pump air through the pipe, while the pipe absorbs the mana particles from the air. When that is all well and done, I just need to transfer the mana stored inside the whole construct in my body. This shouldn't be too difficult to do, as the human body absorbs some mana from the air naturally. He leaned back into the chair and sighed. All of this, however, needs testing before it can be used in a higher-ranking dungeon. I need to book a gate for tomorrow, so the spell would be ready. Well, that sucks. I wanted to relax for a few days and visit Dad. He complained to himself. Next day, somewhere in New York inside a C-rank gate stood Mark. Next to him were two pieces of equipment floating on their own. The first one was his grimoire, and the second one was the magic siphon. It looked like some strange trumpet. Page 2, magic siphoning barrier. Page 10, air supply. Page 1, stream of fire. Temperature, 1,500 degrees Celsius. The dungeon was filled with raging flames, as every single monster was burnt to ashes. The lone magician walked through the caves with essence stones lying around everywhere. As he looked at the havoc he caused, Mark thought to himself, all of this, and I didn't spend a single mana particle. An old brown SUV, not very suitable for a guild master, parked near a giant gate. Mark stepped out of his car to marvel at its size. This was his first time seeing an A-rank gate in person, and it was overwhelming. It's 15 meters tall at least. I need to upgrade my automaton if I am going to be fighting against Goliaths. It was half an hour before the arranged time, but Mark decided to come early to look at how the second biggest guild in America works. The mining and collecting teams were already stationed at the site. Most of their members were talking with their colleagues, watching TV, or eating a snack. Besides the countless muscular men in tank tops and jeans, there stood a woman Mark saw once before. The vice master of the Viper Guild was talking with the miners, wearing light armor with bright yellow ornaments. Mark walked over to Olivia and the mining team. So James really coming? Asked one of the miners. Sorry guys, but he is sick with the flu, said Olivia. Sounded from the group. A top-rank healer, and he is down with the flu. Olivia chuckled and said, well, even healing magic omnipotent. Hello. Mark announced his presence. Oh, hi. You see, we have a substitute. He a healer, but he packs a punch. This is Mark, right? Olivia introduced him. Yeah, I came a bit early to watch how it's done at the Viper Guild. Well, mate, you won much. All the work is done after you clear the dungeon. Emmett, by the way, one of the miners told him. Yeah, I get that. You know, this is my first A-rank raid, so all this is new to me. I haven't even seen a mining team in person, said Mark. It is a spectacle, hyacinth, said another miner jokingly. For sure. Most of our hunters won't arrive until the last minute. I am here just to watch over the gate. If you want, I can show you our equipment for the time being. It is not like I have much to do, said Olivia. That would be nice. Olivia made a tour of the whole place. They had quite a lot of time, so she showed Mark everything from the strengthened tools to the carts used by the collection team. This gave Mark much-needed insight into how he should run his guild in the future. Just as Olivia said, the last team member arrived about half an hour later right at time. The raid team was made up of 3 mages when counting Olivia and Mark, 2 rangers, one with a long bow and the other with a small crossbow, 2 tanks, an assassin, and a porter. All of them had top-grade sparkling equipment that felt expensive just to look at. Everyone This time there will be a little difference, announced Olivia. You probably noticed that James is missing. Don't worry, he is fine. For today, we will have Mark here as a substitute. She held Mark by his shoulder while introducing him to the team. Everything stays the same, except instead of heal, we have a barrier, so be mindful of that. That's all I wanted to say. Let us get to it. With no waiting at all, the team ventured inside. This dungeon was big, bigger than anything Mark has ever seen, as the cave's roof was at least 40 meters high. There were countless magic crystals embedded in the walls, dimly illuminating the cavern. A small rock rolling on the ground was instantly shot down by an arrow. Mark watched the spectacle in confusion. It was filled with mana, but so was everything in this cave. His bewilderment was, however, cleared up very quickly as a large humanoid made of rocks came out of one of the countless paths in the cave system. I guess I haven't fought the rock yet, Mark thought to himself as he erected a large barrier in front of the whole group. The creature slammed the barrier with its fist, causing a loud boom to echo through the dungeon. Transparent liquid started flowing up its legs towards its torso. Even as it was being dissolved, the elemental felt no pain and kept banging on the barrier. When its chest became completely corroded, a shiny blue piece was revealed and afterward instantly shattered by a flying dagger. What nice teamwork. They're all completely focused on the monsters. I should also probably make something similar. It will come in handy against non-organic opponents that cannot be killed by ordinary means. Save your mana, Mark. We still have to face the boss, said Olivia. He dispelled the barrier and the team continued forward. Page 16, Siphon. It's all back in a second. This whole cave is filled with mana. Later on their journey, they came across a smaller specimen. This elemental was just about the size of a human, and it was feasting on magic crystals that were abundant in this environment. The team's tank bashed its core with a hammer, and it fell down into a pile of rubble. Through the course of the whole raid, Mark was watching the team, which worked very efficiently. Whenever one was tired, another hunter replaced him. Mark wasn't even needed that much, only deploying barriers here and there to relieve the tanks. This has its downsides, though. The income for the individual isn't that great when the team is made up of 9 people. After defeating 19 of those giant elementals and around 90 little ones, they were left puzzled. There didn't seem to be a boss monster. As Olivia was considering going through the cave for the second time, several stones started rolling on the ground in the same way. Look out! This one will be massive, shouted Olivia. If only Alan was here. Mark thought to himself. Stones from all over the gate were gathering next to the raid team. The pile of rocks quickly grew, reaching even the roof of the cave. Before the stone giant even realized what was disturbing his sleep, Mark covered the group with a barrier, spanning the height of the entire cave. It looked at the shield of mana with unexpected curiosity, touching it gently with its massive palm. One of the rangers shot an arrow. It flew through the air, accompanied by a whistle. It was left embedded inside the boss eye socket. However, the stone giant didn't react negatively. It brushed off the arrow as if it was just a speck of dust that flew into his eye. It leaned on the barrier, and with its enormous mass, the barrier caved in and proceeded to shatter. Man, that's some bullshit. That thing didn't even try. With every step it took, the whole cave shook. The creature was reasonably slow for its size, giving the team enough time to react. After seeing it easily shatter the shield that protected them, the whole raid the tanks gave up on trying to block its attacks and started backing down towards the gate. The rangers were shooting without caring about the number of arrows they had left, but to no avail since most of them bounced off or straight up broke when making contact. Arrows aren't very suited to fight against an opponent made of stone. Page 11, Water Jet Mode, Extreme, Diameter, 5 centimeters. Despite being very mana costly, the Extreme modifier on Mark's spells just pushed their attributes to the highest point. It was a good option for situations like these when thinking about the precise value of pressure was the best use of time. The water shot out of Mark's hand towards the monster's foot, digging deeper and finally through. He continued this process a few times until its leg broke due to the mass it was carrying. Several rocks broke off from the cave walls and started rolling towards the giant. In a moment, its leg was replaced. I want to be a monster. What am I spending my time on when I could be born with abilities like that? Although the team's desperate attacks weren't effective, they gave enough time for their only S-rank hunter to prepare a finishing spell. Pit of no return, said Olivia with dense yellow-colored mana surrounding her. The ground under its feet began turning into a slime-like mass. Curious, as before, the creature scooped up the corrosive ooze with its hand even as it sunk into it. The stone giant watched the acid slowly dissolve its hand without showing any pain. A deep, reverbing noise sounded from the monster. This should be enough to immobilize it for the time being, but this time we have to stay and watch. This boss is way too strong for its mana signature. Jack, tell the teams to come in. The team's assassin ran towards the gate, leaving the group alone with the submerged monster. Mark, cover the thing with a barrier, just to be sure, said Olivia, and Mark did as he was ordered. Because of the golem's unexpected strength, the team had to wait a solid hour before doing anything. This wasn't too much of a problem since Mark didn't have anything planned anyway, and the other hunters also didn't seem to mind. Olivia was constantly watching over the boss during its time in the acid bath. When the collection and mining team finished their jobs, it was time to finish off the monster. It had been marinating for quite some time, but its size changed by a measly meter. However, it at least revealed the core. Olivia dispelled the spell, lifting the monster up in the process. As soon as it came out of the acid, one of the tanks jumped up to its body and smashed the crystal into dust. Finally, the boss monster fell apart into a pile of rubble, as every one of the golems before. The team's porter rummaged through the pile for a minute before finding the essence stone. This one was purely blue like the sky. Thank you, guys. This was an exhausting raid for sure, said Olivia heading out of the gate. Several small stones came out of the monster's remains. The tiny golem watched the hunters leave. Sounded from the curious creature once again. Next day, after seeing how the big guilds deal with their raids, Mark decided to recruit more lone hunters to amass the funds required for a building more quickly. Lucy also supported this idea, since they were losing quite a lot by not selling the monsters they killed. Without Mark himself clearing any dungeons, the guild was making 5K a day passively after deducting all the wages and taxes. That number could double after finding some more solo hunters. Mark was browsing the FBH archives on his laptop once again, and he came across another great name that caught his attention. Eleanor Blackheart, a rank magician. Guild affiliation, none. We were going to look more like a psych ward than a guild at this rate. Well, she's an A rank, so it should really be worth a try. She even has a gate reserved for today. Mark put on his robe, stuffed the automaton into his pockets, and headed out to recruit another maniac. If she has purple hair, I'm going to burst out laughing, Mark thought when he left his apartment. In the Scavenger Guild offices, one of the employees was looking through the hunter statistics provided by the FBH. Bored to the bone, he leaned his head on his arm while looking at the monitor. His job was focused on the recruitment of new hunters, which was quite exhausting, but the man endured it due to the high salary. He switched from the individual hunter ranking to the guild rankings and selected Rising. Raiders Guild, muttered the man as he read further. 2 A ranks, 1 B rank, 1 C rank, 3 D ranks, and 1 employee. That's a strange team composure, but how did they clean 21 gates in 5 days? That's unreal. He started digging through the raid history and quickly understood what was happening. They are clearing gates that should be above their rank way too quickly on a daily basis with a minimal number of hunters present. With 7 hunters having 4 raid teams is crazy. Do they have a member with some kind of a unique skill that buffs the shit out of them, or what? The door to his office opened, and 2 of his coworkers came in. Hey, Danny, we re-going for lunch. You want to come? One of them asked. Yeah, I'll just log out of the system, and we can go, he said, typing on the computer. The group of 3 settled in a nearby restaurant, and when they took their seats, Danny shared his findings. You think I can talk them into merging with us? He asked. Depends on how long the guild has been established. It's just a week old, said Danny. Dude, that's a piece of cake. You can do that with your eyes closed, and think of the bonus you get. That's true, he said with a smile. Next day, Mark already finished his daily raid. While he was making lunch at home, his doorbell rang. Expecting Lucy or one of his guild members, he opened the door without even checking who was standing there. To his surprise, he saw a middle-aged man wearing a suit. "Good afternoon," Mark said with a raised eyebrow. "Hello, my name is Daniel Miller, and I am from the Scavenger Guild. You're Mark Williams, right?" "Yeah. What would the Scavenger Guild want from me?" "It is about your guild, Raiders. We have an offer about you merging with the Scavengers. Since your guild is quite new and still doesn't have any real estate under its name at Dash. Sorry to interrupt, but I don't want to waste your time. I am just not interested, that's all. Even if you offered me some insane salary, I wouldn't say yes." Mark told him, "Even if you tell me that, we could offer you the tour of our guild and even participation in one of our high-ranking gates before you say yes, so you would see how it works in the Scavengers." "I still don't think that would change anything," insisted Mark. "Well, all right. Here you have my business card. You can always change your mind. Have a nice day." Mark took the card, closed the door, and thought to himself, "If this goes on, I'll have a collection of these." He then walked back to the kitchen to finish the lunch he was making before. A few hours later, ready to book his raid for tomorrow, Mark called Lucy. "Yo, can you give me a gate for like 11 a.m.? he asked. "Sure, in which rank?" "A, B, C, D, E, F, G, sounded from the phone. "H, I, J. "No, I am feeling pretty good, so probably B rank, preferably not one in the Grand Canyon." "Okay, one B rank gate for Mr. Williams will be ready tomorrow. However, I am not sure about the location." "Well, I'll try to get one closer. It will cost more, though. I don't care that much, just so it's not 100 miles away." "Yeah, and today a guy from the Scavenger Guild came to my house." "What did the world-renowned Scavenger Guild want from someone like you?" "Yeah, I also asked that, and apparently they wanted to merge our guilds. He even started offering tours of the guild and some gate participation. I, of course, refused." Mark explained what happened. "Wait a minute. Hold the phone. I am waiting. You know there's a training raid planned for the start of the next month. Some new S-rank recruit. Have you heard about that, yeah? What about it?" "There's a lot of fuss around that because S-rank hunters are cool. People like them and stuff, so there will 100% be media documenting the raid, probably even inside the gate itself." "Jesus Christ. I know where you're going with this, and the answer is no. There has never been a question," Lucy said jokingly. "But for real, if you go there and absolutely obliterate the monsters, we as a guild will receive a lot of positive attention and potentially new hunters coming to us. It's free advertisement. That's nice and all, but they have an S-rank hunter and you retelling me to go obliterating the monsters. Even if I manage to do that, would the Scavenger Guild be pissed? I've heard that the guild master doesn't have a very good temper. You have like infinite mana or some bullshit. Don go telling you not able to beat a fresh S-rank recruit. It's not infinite. There's just a lot of mana inside high-ranking gates. If I was outside, it wouldn't work that well." "Yeah, as if that matters when you go raiding. Regarding Thomas Andre, it probably won't be a problem if we arrange the terms of gate participation well." I don't like the probably in there. After the brief discussion, Mark thought it over for a while. If they became a bit more known and new hunters started coming to them, he could expand into a new building and turn raiders into a full-fledged guild. This meant that he would be able to leave most of the management to Lucy, stop bothering with the recruitment of new hunters, and focus on making new spells while clearing dungeons. On the same day, he called her back and they agreed on participating in the training raid if possible. "If my prediction comes true, and there will be reporters inside the gate, then you also need to come off as likable or you want to get the kind of publicity we want," said Lucy over the phone. "Yeah, that sounds harder than clearing the whole gate by myself, to be honest," retorted Mark. "It's fine. If I manage to negotiate a good contract, I'll try to help you with that. For now, focus on putting their team to shame with overwhelming power," she said jokingly. "Jesus, Don, remind me of Eleanor and Ashton. It hurts my soul." All right, just upgrade your grimoire and make new spells. You have 2 weeks to prepare, so good luck." "Thanks, I guess. said Mark, ending the call. The next day, he called Daniel. That man was happy as a clam when he heard they were considering his offer. Lucy had no problem negotiating with him due to how eager he was. She felt sorry for him in the process. Well, if I'm going to do this, then I need to pull out the big guns. Mark thought to himself and began working on a new spell. Next day, Marcus stepped inside a spacious B-rank dungeon once again. It had a very high ceiling with countless crevices all over the walls. This gate was housing a type of monster he never met before, but it was infamously known all over the world. From one of the crevices, a large red lizard watched him patiently. The moment it thought that Mark was, watching it descended rapidly towards him, ready to trample on the poor hunter. In its path, a blue translucent barrier appeared. Panicking, the wyvern flapped its wings in order to lessen the impact. It bounced off the barrier and backed away several meters. Noticing the automatic barrier being deployed, Mark turned around to face the monster. Dragon. Well, it's a nice monster to test this on. He threw 3 small metal plates on the ground and poured his mana into them. 3 silver-blue constructs appeared, clinging to the ground. Page 17, Turret, Aggression, Monsters. With mechanical precision, the turrets turned their barrels at the wyvern and started blasting it with a barrage of bullets. Draconic scales, or not, it died without even registering the threat. Mark combined his experience in making the automaton and the Principal Allen's crossbow worked on, substituted the arrows with bullets, and created several automatic turrets. It was the most practical spell in most circumstances, since you needed to move in order to clear gates, but in case someone was able to taunt all of the monsters, this should be a problem. Page 6, Shockwave, Strength, C rank. The booming noise echoed through the cave, resulting in several curious eyes peeking from their nests. Thus began the genocide of wyverns. Mark didn't even have to move a finger. He just stood behind his barrier with full mana capacity from the magic siphon. Countless corpses swiftly filled the spacious dungeon, and he had to dismember them all by himself, only using the water jet spell. I am adding this to the automaton's job description as soon as I get home. After a solid half an hour, he finished gathering the essence stones, picked up the turrets, and ventured to the boss. It was a large wyvern with golden eyes and scales shining green. It was quite a distance away from the other monsters, so it didn't seem to be affected by the previous shockwave at all. The creature looked at Mark and exhaled a puff of smoke as if he was a mere inconvenience. The wyvern stood up from its resting position, opened its jaws, and blasted him with a conventionally fatal dose of fire. Mark in turn countered the move with his water jet spell. Seeing its attack had no effect, the boss monster stopped the barbecue and slowly walked around the lone hunter in a circle. Then the wyvern stood up on its hind legs and started flapping its wings, causing high winds in the dungeon. However, the winds suddenly turned around as soon as grains of sand began appearing in the air. The sandstorm was throwing the creature all over the place until finally stopping half a minute later. Mark was enjoying himself quite a lot fighting off the monster. Since he had the siphon spell, he didn't have to worry about the lack of mana, and this was a perfect opportunity to practice fighting and find inspiration for new spells. When the winged lizard collected itself, it squinted its eyes at the magician that was seemingly just playing with it. The monster then made a disgusting noise that came from its throat. "Don't throw up on me. I don't want to smell your lizard juices," thought Mark. The boss monster started spewing a strange aerosol at its opponent. The moment the cloud enveloped the hunter who was confidently standing behind his barrier, the wyvern flew several meters away. Mark watched the whole debacle with his magician eyes, curious about what was the monster planning. When it flew a sufficient distance away, it exhaled another dose of flames, igniting the aerosol. This inferno depleted the oxygen in Mark's vicinity. Then air from the cave rushed to fill the empty space, creating an insane shockwave, shaking the whole dungeon. All right, I am stealing that. The first thing Mark did when he came home was to take a shower. But the second thing he did was upgrade the automaton. He got several dozens of B-rank essence stones, so he decided to remake the whole spell with them. He wrote an additional option to the spell regarding dismembering monsters. There was a small problem with locating the essence stone since they don't emit mana to their surroundings, but Mark solved that by propagating mana through the corpse, as essence stones have a very different texture and magic conductivity to the rest of the carcass. Afterward, he let the 3D printer do his job while he enjoyed a well-deserved rest on the couch. He took his phone and started scrolling through the news feed, coming across several articles about hunters. Maybe I should look through the raid participants, Mark thought to himself. Danny told him that the details about the gate will be sent to Mark's email the moment he gets them. That should still be around a week from now, though. However, there is one participant they were sure of. Emma Jones, S-rank fighter. Mark decided to look her up. Lo and behold, countless videos and photos from the Scavengers Guild came up documenting her spars against other S-rank hunters. Mark watched a video of her training swordsmanship with another hunter and thought to himself, yeah, I know nothing about sword fighting. This just seems like something my automaton can do, but faster. Are there any fights against magicians? He searched further, but to no avail. Nope. Well, it doesn't really matter. With my range, there is no way any monster gets close enough for other hunters to step in and do something. I should focus more on showing some cool magic to the reporters. They seem to like that shit. He thought to himself, sprawled on the couch. Next day, Mark was inside a gate once again. He had 2 new spells in mind, but they were far from completion. The problem was that they were so dangerous that experimenting anywhere outside of a dungeon was like asking for a catastrophe to happen. The gate was B rank and quite large, which gave him enough space to try out the prototypes. 3 large humanoids came to inspect the intruder and found Mark. They had the stature of an orc, except they also had thick white fur. Page 18, Bullet Barrage, Locator, Aim Assist. This spell was just a handheld version of the turrets. Mark made it simply because deploying a turret all the time isn't the most effective, and sometimes a bullet to the head was the quickest solution even against magic beasts. Several magic bullets started raining from his hand. He easily killed 2 of the 3 Yetis and trapped the 3rd one inside a dome-shaped barrier. I am sorry for this one, but you have to endure a lot of pain. It's not very humane, but you are not friendly either. Rah! The Yeti groaned at him aggressively. Yeah, that's what I am talking about. I am speaking with magic beasts. What is wrong with me? Page 20, Acid Film, Locator, Magic Flare. After the magic flare hit the monster, translucent liquid flew through the air after it. The acid was producing a little bit of fumes in the process. The moment it coated the Yeti was not a nice sight. Its skin was corroded almost instantly, and it turned into a disgusting dark orange liquid while the monster screamed in agony. Quickly after the Yeti lost consciousness from the pain, Mark saw some pretty nasty things. Monsters burned to death, froze to death, cut up to countless pieces. The list goes on, but he had to look away from this. First of all, I am never using that again unless it is absolutely necessary. Second of all, I need to change the targeting system for this spell. The fumes look super dangerous. Thankfully, I have the barrier. When he saw Olivia's acid magic, he wanted to replicate it. Most of his regular spells focused on limiting the functions of a living body. The problem with that was that there are inorganic magic beasts and also undead. The corrosive spell seemed like a great solution, so Mark decided to enhance it and replace the acid Olivia used with something stronger. With a quick Google search, he found fluoroanemonic acid, a super acid far superior to something like the sulfuric one. I think that is a far worse way of dying than being burned alive. My high school teacher will be proud, though, he thought as he looked back at the orange puddle of liquid, turning translucent. Mark went further, leaving the essence stone submerged in the highly corrosive puddle with a simple thought. I am not touching that. As another trio of Yetis approached the lone hunter, he swiftly shot them and deployed the automaton to gather the not dangerous essence stones. Saving up his last spell for the boss monster, he annihilated all the magic beasts with a barrage of bullets until he finally came across the boss room. There were dozens of Yetis. One of them, whom Mark assumed to be the boss, was towering over the rest, holding a large hammer in his hand and even some armor on the hairless parts of his body. Page 19, Thermobaric Bomb, Locator, Manual, A dark ball flew to the middle of the room as the monsters readily neared the mage. When the ball made contact with the floor, it burst into a cloud of dust that filled the whole room. Swiftly afterward, the cloud erupted into flames, followed by a shockwave that shook the whole dungeon. As the dust settled, an empty room was revealed with no signs of magic beasts inside, just Mark and his automaton behind a barrier pumped with superphysiological amounts of mana. Mark was improving his new spells for several days, and finally, on the 26th of July, he received an email from the Scavenger Guild with all the raid details. Raid members: Emma Jones, raid leader; Tyler Payne, Clark Barker, Lucian White, Gina Summers, Mark Williams guest, Tristan Melton guest. Except for Emma, Mark didn't recognize any of the names, so he decided to harness the power of Google and look them up in case they were publicly known. The only one who came up in the search was Tristan. He was a reporter, and a pretty famous one at that. He was also an A-rank awakened, classified as an assassin, but he chose a different career from hunting monsters. The others were in the FBH database, but with not much info about them. Thankfully, in the email, their abilities were described further down, and all of them seemed to be truly exceptional. They even have names for their skills. Mark thought with a smile as he read their info. Emma Jones, S-rank fighter, fencer, and raid leader. She was a young woman with long black hair. Her skills were centered around swordplay and wind. First, run like the wind, which gave her the ability to move the air around a bit and made her move quietly. The second and last skill was sword gale. That one made her sword strikes create powerful wind whirls. Tyler Payne was an A-rank tank who fought with his fists. He was a man nearing his 30s with a large stature typical for a vanguard and a bald head. His skill, starving for battle, made it so he gets stronger and fiercer the longer he fights. After calming down, he gets back to his normal strength level. Then a skill every tank must have, provocation, which angered every monster who heard his shout. The team's support type hunter was Clark Barker, also an A-rank. With a pair of glasses and a thin stature, Clark looked like he came straight out of Mark's high school. He was endowed with 3 skills. A very basic heal spell, a buff spell boosting 1 stamina called Vitality Booster, and another buff focusing on defense, Rock Solid. Their assassin was an A-rank named Lucian White. Mark was reminded of Ashton the moment he saw Lucian's photo. He had a tattoo of the moon under his left eye, shoulder-length dark hair, and blue eyes. He possessed only 1 skill, called Mirage. Upon activation, Lucian turned into a wobbly image in the eyes of his enemies, disorienting them and making it harder to land hit on him. The last raid member from the Scavengers Guild was a young lady with ginger curly hair named Gina Summers. She was an A-rank magician focusing on ice magic. In contrast to her name, her first skill was Winter's Grace. The skill turned down the temperature, creating snow and ice in the area, which caused her enemies to freeze to death. Her second skill, Bite of the Frost, enveloped the target in a prison of ice starting from their feet until it devoured them whole. The 5 of them were all new recruits, so this was their first official raid without any surveillance from their trainer, who was one of the well-known S-rank hunters from the Scavengers Guild. Hayden Austin was a man able to clear an A-rank dungeon all by himself. He was a tank by class with unique skills, Nemean bravery, and Heart of Gold, so the team truly had the best coach they could get. Mark was very curious about their level of strength since he awakened at the same time as their raid leader, who even had a lead in terms of magic capacity. However, from the videos he saw in his fight with Olivia, Mark was convinced that he was stronger than them. Maybe not outside the gate, but inside where he had nearly infinite mana, he was confident in his abilities. I should at first let them show their strength, have a talk with the reporter, and then overshadow it with my abilities. That way, most attention will be on me and our guild, not on the new recruits. Mark planned for the future. He scrolled down the papers to see the gate information. Mana measurement, 96,873. That borderline S rank. They must have a lot of trust in the team to let them in such a high-level gate. Well, they had around 3 months of high-intensity training by an experienced S rank, so it makes sense. Gates with these high mana measurements were truly unpredictable. There could be monsters never seen before, dangerous environments, and bosses with unrecorded magic. The chance of it turning into a red gate was also high. Not over 1%, but even the 1% chance is high when it comes to human life. Even further below the gate info was the equipment provided to every hunter by the scavengers. Mark was interested in the top-grade weapons and armor they had, but he ended up a little bit disappointed. For the weapons, there was a short sword for Lucian, a rapier for Emma, and a staff for Gina. Tyler was a fist fighter, but there were surprisingly no gloves for him, only a chest plate made from draconic leather. All of the equipment looked sleek, elegant, and very expensive, but for Mark it was boring. That's just a bunch of hardening and sharpening enchantments. The weapons are made from the corpses of earth elementals, which is impressive for sure, but the enchantments are all kinda lame. In a park somewhere in New York floated a gate of moderate size, about 6 meters in diameter. Despite its generic size, countless people stood around the vortex. Cameras and recording equipment were all over the place. All of the media attention was focused on a group of 7 people. Towering over the rest was a muscular man in golden shining armor and long black hair. The reporters were swarming Hayden, who trained the team. What gives you the confidence to send the new recruits alone to a gate with such a high reading? How do you feel about the new group? Were they willing to work together, or were there some problems with the teamwork? Do you truly think the team is ready for this raid? Aren't you afraid that a lot of money and time will be wasted because of a hasty decision? They overwhelmed him with so many questions, shouting one over the other. It was a complete mess. Fortunately, Hayden has already gone through this situation many times before. Please, people, let us be reasonable, he said in a soothing voice. There is enough time for your questions, so wait before your turn comes. Who doesn't want to be reasonable can leave or be escorted from this park, since for now it is reserved by the Scavengers Guild. After several seconds, the media calmed down, and Hayden proceeded to pick reporters from the crowd. To ask again, do you think the team is ready for this? This just a hasty decision that you will come to regret? He smiled at the question and said, if they aren't ready now, they will never be. They went through many gates under my supervision, and this will be their graduation. While Hayden was handling the media, the raid team was also being questioned. Tristan, who wore a white shirt with a pair of jeans, was asking them about some personal matters. So what is your goal? Your ambitions? What do you want to achieve by being a hunter? He asked the raid leader. I want to rid the world of these creatures so that people don't have to be afraid of helplessly dying and leaving their families behind. Emma answered in absolute seriousness, without batting an eye. Tristan leaned to the side and asked Clark, the team's support, did someone write answers for you? She is being 100% herself. That came from her head. I also thought she was bullshitting at first, he answered casually. Is there something wrong with that? Emma asked Tristan with furrowed eyebrows. No, absolutely not. It's just something everyone would want to hear. What about the rest of you? Money, announced Clark. Money, Lucian added. Family, but I want them to live better, so also money, said Gina. It's fun, said Tyler. What an honest bunch you are, Tristan said with a dry laugh. You have been training for a long time, right? So what was the most difficult thing in your regime? He continued with another question. It was fine. I actually really enjoyed it, said Tyler, the team's tank. Speak for yourself, you maniac. Even though I am a support type, they had me spar with other hunters. I've never been in a fight before, and they wanted me to beat a professional. It was actual torture. Of course, when I finally went into a real dungeon, I didn't need any of that, but I still need to keep training like a complete nutcase. Really? That sounds like they went easy on me, said Gina, the ice magician, with a giggle. I just had some light exercise, and the rest was magic, which we've done together. It wasn't easy, but you were just making a mountain out of a molehill, Clark, said Lucian. You see, there's a difference between a professional athlete, Clark pointed at Lucian, an experienced welder, he then pointed at Tyler, and me, whose biggest physical activity was going to take the ice cream out of my fridge. Well, it looks like you're already good friends. Was it this way already from the beginning, or were there some problems? Tristan kept on asking questions. I think we clicked from the start. Everyone was really nice, always trying to help each other. We became best friends with Emma practically overnight, said Gina. During this whole interview, Mark was trying to get through the park. When he saw the crowd of reporters, he walked around them to the group of hunters he recognized from their photos. He walked up to the team and said, "Hello. Sorry for being late. I was stuck in traffic." "And who exactly are you?" asked Emma. "Mark Williams, a rank magician, a guest from the Raiders Guild with his signature skill being a barrier," said Lucian. "Well, it seems like you know me better than my mother," Mark said jokingly. "I've just read the paperwork. I've also seen your name on the list, but I thought of you as another reporter, so would you mind enlightening me?" Tristan told Mark with a smile. "Basically, I was offered an alliance with the Scavengers Guild, so I am here to see the new recruits before I sell my guild to someone I don't know anything about." "Oh, then get the papers ready, because we'll show you how it's done," Tyler told Mark with a confident smile. "I can't wait to see that." After seeing Mark arrive, Hayden looked at the time, excused himself, and walked back to the raid team. "It's time to prepare your strategy since you have guests," he told Emma. "Yes, sir," said the raid leader in enthusiasm. "Our frontliners are me and Tyler, with Lucian and Gina protecting us from the back. Clark provides us with buffs before a fight breaks out, and after that, he stands in the back. Lucian swaps with one of our vanguards if an injury were to happen until they get healed back to shape." "Understandable?" she asked with an upward nod. "Yes," said Tristan, and Mark nodded in agreement. "I would hope so. You two will be standing in the back line and providing support in case it is needed. Listen to my orders. I will not tolerate any misbehavior. We had a teacher like you, and one of my classmates put a hair from his ass in her coffee," commented Clark. Emma glared at him and asked, "Do you have a problem with my approach?" "Just saying," said Clark with a shrug. "Leave such unnecessary comments to yourself for the time being." Hayden chuckled at her seriousness and said, "Focused team doesn't mean a tense team. You can relax a little, otherwise the whole team will be irritated during the raid." "I will try my best." "I'm sure you will. Lucian, I told you many times, but you have the completely opposite problem, so just stay focused and don't doze off in the middle of the fight." "No problem, Chief." "Tyler, try to overcome the effects of starving for battle. You can do it if you put your heart into it," Hayden said while placing his palm on his chest. "Got it. Gina, you only have to stay the way you are, and everything will be all right," he said with a smile. "Thank you very much." She beamed up. Beep beep asterisk. "The time has come. Good luck, and come back in one piece." "And I want to get any advice?" asked Clark. "Leave your mouth closed for a moment. That is my advice." Hayden patted him on his shoulder. "Well, what did I even expect?" They left their trainer behind and stepped through the gate. In a moment, the group appeared on a tiny island surrounded by a mass of shallow water filled with dense vegetation. Mangroves grew all over the place under the constant light provided by the magic crystals embedded in the walls and roof of the cave. The team looked around, only to see no monsters in their vicinity. They, however, heard two unknown voices from a distance. "Follow me," said Emma in a quiet tone, and hopped into the swamp. She walked through the water, which barely reached her hips, towards the voices. One by one, the hunters went after her, and only Mark with Tristan remained on the piece of land. "I didn't think about this one. I need to modify the levitate spell when I get home," Mark thought, watching the fording hunters. Tristan tapped on his shoulder and asked, "Could you carry me over the water?" Mark looked at him, disappointed and confused. "What am I even doing in my life?" A swift ethereal projectile left his hand and landed on Tristan, who subsequently started floating in the air. "Put on some gear for your next raid. I don't think many people would want to carry you," said Mark, and jumped into the water. "Sorry, I didn't expect the gate to send us to Florida." Clark looked back at the floating reporter with a grin. Mark's boots were sticking to the muddy bottom as he marched behind the team. Emma looked incredibly focused, watching everything cautiously. Even something as small as a falling leaf didn't escape her sight. Those are some great instincts. She didn't slack off on the training. When they arrived at another piece of land, they could finally see where the voices came from. A large village, partially built over the water, stood near the wall of the cave about half a mile from them. Mark zoomed in on the buildings with his magician's eyes and saw the monsters in their full beauty. There stood several humanoids covered in scales with large teeth protruding from their elongated jaws and long, bulky legs. Some were fishing, others making tools, or just talking to each other. The village was housing at least 100 lizardmen. It has some kind of a crocodilian society. Mark informed the party. Great, humanoids are the best. They always put up a fight, Tyler said with enthusiasm. Shush, they might notice us. If we fought here, we would be at a disadvantage, said Emma. In addition to the main village, there were also many small huts on the surrounding islands where the reptilians resided. Emma jumped into the water without hesitation and walked slowly towards one of the smaller islands, hiding behind the trees and trying not to make any big waves. When they stood just a few meters away from the hut, Emma whispered, Tyler, Lucian, eliminate the two, but try to be quiet. Before the duo came out of the water, Clark applied a buff on Tyler. His whole skin turned hard and scale-like. Afterward, they sneaked out of the water behind the two talking lizard men and commenced their attack. Lucian grabbed his short sword and impaled the reptilian's neck from behind. The blade had no problem sliding through the hard scales. Tyler chose the more violent option and stuffed his hand into the mouth of the monster in order to stop it from screaming. The crocodilian clamped the unknown hand in its jaws, but to no avail since its spine got bent like a wet noodle swiftly after. The little injury on Tyler's hand healed itself in no time as he was enveloped in a red, raging aura. Let us go for more. The raid team forded through the muddy waters onto another island not far away. Tyler snuck up on another pair of lizard men who were peacefully fishing and twisted their necks. With his increased strength and powerful aura, they fell to the ground dead without uttering a single word. They dragged the two corpses into the lone hut in order to remain unnoticed. While keeping their advantage, the group moved on to another island closer to the crocodilian's dwelling. There were many of these small pieces of land on which the monsters resided, so the hunters had to try their hardest to not arouse any unwanted attention. However, trying their hardest wasn't enough. As Tyler and Lucian handled another pair of reptilians, they managed to overlook another one resting in the wooden cabin. The monster let out a loud hissing sound that sounded throughout the cave. Emma swiftly took care of the unexpected lizard man by puncturing its throat and skull with a strike from a rapier. It was too late, though. The roar already alerted the other reptilians nearby. They swam over with concern and suspicion, but still without knowing about the hunters present who hid in the hut. Gina, make a path of ice towards the village, commanded Emma. We run quickly without tripping until we reach the land. Got it. The rest of the party nodded in agreement, and Emma burst out of the dwelling accompanied by powerful winds pushing her forward. On the water surface, a coarse pathway made of ice appeared in the blink of an eye. They ran at great speed, even on the slippery surface with Mark at the end struggling to keep up. Of course, this also attracted attention from the villagers. The lizard men who were curiously coming over followed the human intruders with violent intent. As the rushing group arrived in the village, they were met with an unpleasant welcoming. Some of the fishing reptilians managed to grab a spear or another tool nearby and surrounded the hunters, who formed a defensive circle, deflecting the incoming attacks away from their mages and supports. Keeping formation, or? Tyler asked their leader with the crimson aura flickering around him. No, go full attack, replied Emma. Wait, before you go full caveman mode here. Clark touched his shoulder and activated 2 of his buff spells. Rock solid. Vitality booster. Now you can go. Great, said Tyler while clenching his teeth. Gina tapped on the ground with her staff and muttered, Bite of the frost. The warm air turned stingy cold in a second, with snowflakes floating everywhere as far as their eyes could see. The muddy soil also quickly turned into rigid permafrost, locking the lizard men in their position. With a thirst for battle, Tyler pounced on the nearest reptilian, who was still recovering from the temperature shock and the pain in its feet. He then grabbed the monster by its arm and threw it like a rag doll toward another scaly fellow. Mirage. Lucian's image started wobbling and bending in the eyes of his enemies. One of the crocodilians who calmed down and resisted the stingy air tried to strike the morphing figure, but his spear hit nothing but air. Swoosh! Lucian's sword slashed through its neck, leaving the creature headless. Tyler was jumping all over the battlefield like a maniac, ripping heads off like there was no tomorrow. Lucian was massacring them with an uncaring attitude, and Gina threw an icicle in there once in a while. Despite being the raid leader, Emma took more of a defensive role in the battle and protected the supports. This would be just one big blur if it was on TV. Tristan commented on the brutality with which Tyler handled his opponents. "Man, you didn't TC nothing. I took the lunch his wife made. The worst mistake of my life, for sure," said Clark. After several minutes have passed and dozens of monsters were killed, one lizard man appeared who was different from the rest. He had a thinner build and battered skin, but also a quarterstaff in his hand. He crouched over one of his fallen kindred and placed his hand on top of the motionless body. Around the elder reptilian, small green lights appeared. They flew around like bees and settled on the corpse. The once dead crocodilian with a missing arm sprung back to life and joined his fighting brothers with vigor, even against an overwhelming opponent. Seeing the resurrection, Tyler ran at the elder, making his way through the crowd of monsters. When he was just a few meters from his goal, the bloodthirsty hunter got launched back to his group by a tail slam. "It's a fucking velociraptor," shouted Clark at the arrival of the elder's pet. "Close enough. That's a drake," said Mark with a slight smile. Without a moment of hesitation, the four-legged wingless dragon ran toward the team's tank with open mouth. Tyler, however, didn't falter and caught the jaws in his hand. Tristan watched the several times smaller human gradually overpower the dragon in awe. "I'll help out a bit." "All right," said Mark and threw the ever-so-familiar steel plate from his pocket. Page 14, Automaton Aggression. Monsters. The silver-blue knight transformed both of its hands into swords and started cutting the undying army, without much elegance, but with strength comparable to Lucian's. While the hunters fought against the monster horde, the elder kept on reviving his tribesmen. The battle seemed to be never-ending, even with the additional help of the automaton. "This is going nowhere," shouted Emmy, parrying another spear strike. Tyler used provocation. "I am having enough trouble here already," he shouted back, pushing away the drake. "Do it, and Gina, blow them away." "Come and get it," he yelled. All of the lizard men lost all interest in fighting the rest of the group and instead ran at Tyler with enthusiasm. Mark was ready with page 3, automatic rock spikes, opened in case their plan didn't work out and he had to interfere. Winter's Grace. A heavy snowstorm appeared out of nowhere and blew Tyler, the drake, and the reptilian army away with heavy winds. The elder who managed to resist Tyler's provocation was left with no army, no guards, no drakes, and also no head since Emma didn't waste the opportunity and sliced through his neck in a second. The beheaded chief fell to the ground like a rag doll, and the lizardmen army, which was being blown away by the freezing winds, started losing their morale. Seeing this, the group of hunters attacked without mercy. Not even a minute had passed, and Tyler already stood on a pile of corpses, breathing heavily. The only monster left alive was the drake, who was struggling against the combined assault of Mark's automaton and Lucian. The drake swiped its claws at the silver-blue knight, who bashed it with a shield. In turn, Lucian ran around the monster and struck its hind leg with his sword. It roared in pain and turned around to face the attacker, which allowed the golem to attack. It shoved a spear into the dragon's side. Seeing the one-sided battle, Emma dashed towards the drake and thrust her rapier through its head, making it fall dead just like its owner. "Phew!" Tyler sighed and slumped to the ground with his raging aura gradually calming down. "This was a tough one. Don't worry. We not finished it all," Mark said while deactivating his automaton. "What do you mean?" asked the exhausted tank. "Well, that probably was the boss. The gate mana reading was nearly 100,000, and this was like nothing much. I could cleared this by myself, so there must be more monsters. You really don't lack confidence, do you?" Clark told Mark with a smile. "I guess." As the team was taking a moment to relax, A pair of hostile eyes watched them from afar. The creature was hanging from the ceiling, waiting for a moment to strike a deadly blow on the unassuming humans. Tyler was sitting on the cold ground, leaning on one of the lizardmen's huts when he suddenly heard a whistling noise. He swiftly turned his sight upwards to see what was making that sound, but as he looked up he saw a strange creature with scythe-like arms flying towards him at great speed. Tyler instinctively jumped to the side. However, it was too late to dodge. The monster sliced his right arm clean off. The team's tank screamed in pain, attracting their attention to the creature. It was 6 meters long with tentacle-like legs, 2 regular arms, and 2 arms that had giant blades instead of hands. Sword Gale. Emma let out a powerful wind at the enemy, but the creature jumped several tens of meters upwards with its legs and seemingly disappeared into nothingness. Clark ran up to the wounded hunter and started healing him back to shape. Tyler grunted in pain as his arm regenerated. Dude, Don, make this weird. Just be quiet. Clark muttered to the moaning tank. Emma was frantically looking around, trying to find the monster. What was that? Asked Tristan. Probably the boss monster, Mark said calmly. He trusted his barrier with his life. As Clark was healing Tyler, the air next to the two started distorting similarly to when Lucian uses his mirage skill. It has some sort of camouflage, he thought to himself. Page 1, Stream of Fire. Mark blasted the area with flames, driving away the sneaky creature. Hey, what was that for? Asked Clark after the wave of heat hit him. It's invisible, so pay attention to your surroundings. Page 13, Magician S.I.'s. In front of Mark S.I.'s, a screen displayed the boss monster's outline. Seeing the team having no clue on how to fight an enemy with stealth, he decided to take the matter into his own hands. That was his plan in the first place. Page 3, Automatic Rock Spikes. Locator. Monsters Radius. 100 m. The magical grid spread across the whole village and swiftly located the creature sneaking around and conjured several stone spears from the ground, cutting into its gray skin. Considering the situation it was in, the beast took off and jumped to the cave roof and glided away from the danger. It ran away. Mark informed the group. Let us get out. We were going to die like this, said Clark. Are you serious? We can do this no problem, retorted Tyler. You lost your arm in the blink of an eye. There is no way you can face that boss monster. Let us just call Hayden. He'll know what to do. We re-staying, announced Emma. What? Asked Clark. The boss isn't that strong if an A-rank magician managed to drive it away. It would be shameful to surrender on our first raid. Sure, but we can fucking die. You can die in any gate. That's the job of a hunter. You chose that yourself, said Lucian. Yeah, but dying's kind of cringe. Stop bickering. We're going to finish this gate clear. You, she pointed at Mark. Where did the boss monster go? It flew straight into that direction. Mark pointed to the distance. Gina, make us a way, commanded the raid leader. A path of ice sprung up from the water, and the hunters started walking. They walked through the mangroves, over the countless islands, and the whole time they were looking around cautiously in case the monster decided to attack once again. After about 20 minutes of walking, Mark spotted something strange in the distance. There was a cliff hugging the side of the cave, and on top of the cliff something moved. There is a heat signature over there, he announced. The boss monster? No, it's much smaller, and there is more than one. Mark zoomed in on the creature and said, It's another village. Are you serious? Asked Emma. Does it look like I am joking? Mark thought in his mind, getting annoyed with the raid leader. However, instead of telling her that, he decided to be civil and say, Yeah, I see 3 lizard men right there standing next to something like a house. They look fairly similar to the ones we met. They were still quite the distance away from the monsters, so Emma decided to plan out her next step. Is everyone ready for battle, or do you need some time to rest? She asked her teammates. No problem with me, said Tyler with his seemingly infinite stamina. My mana is full. I can go for another round. Lucian told the group, while looking into the distance at the crocodilians. Yes, sorry to interrupt, but you don't have to do anything. Despite what you saying you are all tired, and your magician has under half of her mana capacity, I'll just take care of the village by myself. Sure, dude, go for it. Clark encouraged him, thinking Mark was joking. All right, page 19, thermobaric bomb, locator, artillery. The screen in front of his eyes displayed a curved line coming from the magic circle in his right hand. Mark started changing the spell settings with his hand, seeing the line change until it seemed to end about half a mile away, somewhere in the monster village. Cover your ears if you don't want your eardrums to burst. The group looked at him strangely. I'm serious. If you weren't hunters, the consequences would be much worse than burst eardrums, so do as I say. Mark said with a stone-cold expression. The raid team reluctantly covered their ears and watched the performance. As Mark fired off the spell, a pitch-black ball appeared in front of the magic circle and launched itself towards the village at great speed. A few seconds have passed without anything happening, so Clark uncovered his ears a little bit and asked, "Is that it?" At that moment, a cloud of black dust rose from the village and burst into flames, creating a great shockwave that in an instant reached the hunters. Fuck, 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 Clark shouted as he rolled on the ground, holding his head. Mark just sighed at the pitiful sight. Just heal yourself, dumbass, Tyler told Clark with a chuckle. Upon hearing Tyler's genius, Mark started rubbing his face with his hands. He doesn't hear you, since he just deafened himself. Yeah, I didn't think of that. While Clark was rolling on the ground in pain, with Tyler laughing at him the whole time, the rest of the party looked at Mark's unexpected power in shock, especially Emma, who didn't expect anything special from the A-rank magician. The explosion razed the whole village to the ground, leaving a large area of scorched earth even about 100 meters away. Was that your unique skill? Gina asked eagerly. Sure, you could say that. What is it called then? Mark thought for a moment and asked himself, what would Ashton name the spell? It didn't take long for him to come up with a name. The power of a dragon. That's what it's called, he announced with a lazy smile. Nice name, muttered Lucian. Yep, Mark said with a nod. In the meantime, Clark managed to calm down and start healing his ears. Hey, say something, he told Tyler. What should I say? Great, it's back to normal. I'm never doing that again, Clark said with a sigh. I did warn you, though. For my dignity, I'm going to pretend you didn't He turned to Emma and asked, so what's the plan? We need to find the boss monster, and the only way to do so is to explore the cave. We walk around the cave walls until we come across the invisible creature or come back here. You need to watch our surroundings with the spell you used to track it, she told Mark. Yeah, that's what I am doing the whole time. Then there was a moment of silence when the hunters just stood around doing nothing. So are we going or what? Yes, follow me from behind, commanded the raid leader and headed towards the scorched cliff. The team assumed a leisure formation with the guests in the back and started walking. They had quite a bit of walking to do, due to the cave's massive size. While Mark thought about the countless A-rank essence stones they just left behind, Tristan suddenly asked him, how old are you? HM? Me? He asked to make sure, and the reporter just nodded. I am 18. Why? I was just wondering since you looked young for a hunter. Well, I started before graduating. Really? For how long have you been doing this? It should be around 4 months. I don't count days. What about you? You a famous reporter, so how did that happen? Tristan smiled at the question and said, a bunch of coincidences. Nothing interesting. But look at you, a successful hunter at 18 years old, with power comparable to S ranks. You got that power even before finishing high school. How did you react to that? EW. He sucking up to me like a leech. It feels weird. I didn't care that much, to be honest. Oh, really? You're still a teenager. In that situation, many jump over to the nearest guild they see. Yeah, I don't know which guild would like a mage without any spells, though. Wow, I haven't heard about that ever happening. So you bought a runestone? That can be quite expensive. No, I made the spells. You what? Tristan asked with a raised eyebrow. I made them, just like I made my golem, or whatever you want to call it, said Mark. But how? How do you make a spell? Asked Tristan, confused. I guess it's a unique skill. I write a bunch of runes, touch them, infuse them with my mana, and I have a new spell. It's a pretty quick process once you get used to it, and it's fun. So how many skills have you made so far? I have 20, but I'm going to have to make more soon since a few things didn't occur to me. And can you make any skill you want? Not really. I would love to have teleportation, but I have no clue where to start with that. Flying sounds nice, but I have trouble thinking about a suitable way to control such a spell. I thought about making a healing spell, but for now I have no interest in cutting people and trying it out. Maybe I'll make all three of them someday. Right now I don't know how though. If those are the only exceptions, it sounds pretty good. With that explosion spell from earlier, Yuri already as powerful as some of the S ranks I've seen. Yeah, I think I D-win against a lot of S-rank mages. I have a big advantage in that field, although I am not really interested in fighting other people. That sounds kind of illegal. I know you re-enjoying your little interview moment, but you should probably focus on finding the boss. Clark sounded from the front. Sorry, you rewrite. I get a little bit carried away when I talk about my magic. I wouldn't have guessed. Clark said with sarcasm. Mark calmed down and looked around the cave with his magician's eyes still activated. There was nothing on the cave roof. The walls were also barren, but in the distance, something familiar could be seen. He zoomed in and chuckled at the sight. Hey, there's a village number 3, announced Mark. You have to be joking this time for sure, retorted Clark. Nope, absolutely serious. God damn it. What kind of dungeon has this many monsters? The one with 97,000 mana reading, I would presume, said Lucian. It's fine, I can take care of it in a second, said Mark, already preparing his bomb. No, this time we'll do it ourselves, commanded Emma. But why? Asked Clark. The boss went into hiding just because its location was revealed. It is probably not very powerful without the invisibility, so if we don't give an opportunity to attack it as possible, we'll chase it around forever. Let us fight the lizardmen, and maybe the boss will notice and come take a closer look. At that moment, we can take it down. I'll make a probe spell, just so I won't have to waste time walking like this. We've been here for solid 3 hours. Mark thought to himself, annoyed. After asking for the direction of the village, Emma led the way. The settlement was located on a vast piece of land with a forest behind it. It also had much more robust houses than the first one. This time the raid team didn't try to be sneaky at all. They walked straight to the village, almost announcing their presence. Use provocation, the raid leader told Tyler. Come and get me, his shout echoed throughout the cave. The lizardmen peeked out of their homes with bloodshot eyes, and upon seeing the group, they started running at them. In just a few seconds, a dozen monsters piled up on the team's tank. However, they had no chance of winning when they fought empty-handed. Clark swiftly placed his buffs on Tyler, who started his rampage. Heads were flying left and right as he ripped them off their bodies. Lucian also joined in on the fun and beheaded a few by himself. It didn't take long for the tribe as elder to notice. He appeared covered in black tattoos and ornate clothes with a giant snake-like creature by his side. These guys have to love dragons, said Clark with a sigh. The first ones had a drake, the third ones have a WRM, maybe the second tribe had a hydra or something like that. Guess I'll never know. Mark thought from the back. When the elder lizard man waved his hand, red energy appeared. It started moving sporadically until finally settling in the nearby corpses. Even the ones with their head missing woke up from the dead and with jerky movement got back to attacking the hunters. Not again, said Tyler. A loud bang followed by a whistle could be heard. The group turned to see the source of the sound and saw Mark with his hands stretched out, projecting a magic circle. What? He asked as the elder fell to the ground. You said not again, so I made sure it won't happen again. After seeing its master suddenly die, the WYRM decided to attack his killers. It slithered to the group, ignoring the wave of frost sent by Gina, and made its way towards Mark. Emma thrust her rapier, causing high winds to form and blow at the dragon. Mark got ready to shower the serpent with a little bit of love from his water jet spell, but then out of nowhere a significant portion of mana left his body. Quickly after, he heard an uncomfortable noise from the top, similar to chalk squeaking on a blackboard. As Mark looked up, he saw the boss monster holding the barrier around him with its 2 hands and scraping it with the scythe-like appendages. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one, thought Mark, and fired off a barrage of bullets at the monster. However, it didn't seem to be fazed at all. Instead of retreating, the monster simply blocked the attack with its scythes. That's some nice durability you got there, Mark wondered. While Mark was standing calmly behind his barrier, the monster started repeatedly stabbing the living hell out of it, making screeching noises. Hearing the sound, the group of hunters covered their ears. Even the WYRM stopped its offense and coiled around itself. Page 6, Shockwave. A wave of air blasted the monster several meters away. It swiftly recovered from the shockwave and flew back at the magician. Page 16, Siphon. Floating without any wings, hiding its mana like it's no problem, with a body tough enough to block magic bullets and a brain smart enough to attack me out of the bunch. Sign me up, 'cause I want to become a monster. Well, maybe not this eldritch horror, but something like a nice dragon. While the creature neared Mark, the raid team got back on their feet and got ready to attack. Page 2, Magic Siphoning Barrier, Permeability, Air, Light. He edited the barrier and told them, "Go get the dragon. I'll take care of this weird octopus." "You sure?" asked Clark. "Yeah, no problem." The creature's scythe shone in bright light. When it struck the barrier, a small crack appeared on it. "I see a pretty big problem, though," retorted Clark. Mark just waved his hand and let out his mana. The barrier quickly absorbed the substance and repaired itself before the boss monster struck again. "All right, got it," said Clark, and the team rushed towards the uncoiling dragon, leaving only Tristan standing around watching the ongoing battle. Mark then turned his attention back to the beast and analyzed it properly. Thick, elongated skull with tiny eyes, a monstrous mouth with its lower jaw separating into two pairs of arms, spiky appendages coming from its back, and tentacles instead of legs. This thing has to reproduce, right? So is it a mama or papa eldritch horror, or maybe a hermaphrodite? Mark thought about some truly inconsequential things. Page 4, Targeted Freezing. The magic flare was cut in half by the monster's blade. However, fortunately for Mark, that was irrelevant, and the locator entered the beast's body. Several streams of freezing cold water flew out of the barrier and hit the creature. Its assault was slowing down as the mass of ice piled up on its body until it completely stopped. The monstrosity was left trapped in a solid chunk of ice. Mark started editing his bullet barrage spell in order to kill the beast without damaging its body too much. As he aimed the magic circle toward the creature's xenomorph-like skull, it started glowing red with the rest of the body glowing bright white. The chunk of ice exploded and the horror flew to the side and started smashing and bashing the barrier with unparalleled speed and strength. Until, crack, the barrier broke. Well, it was a good try. It couldn't have known that I already regenerated my mana. The shattered barrier dissipated into nothingness and left a massive amount of mana in the air, which was swiftly absorbed by the second barrier, which was automatically deployed by the grimoire. Seeing the impenetrable defense Mark displayed, the monstrosity decided that this fight led nowhere and began flying toward the unarmed reporter standing by. Page 18, Bullet Barrage, Shots. 1. Kinetic Energy. 10 MJ, Locator, Aim Assist. Immediately after the spell was cast, the creature flopped to the ground just a meter in front of Tristan with red blood spilling from the large hole in its head. Mark walked up to the corpse and told Tristan, "Hunter equipment. Don, forget it for the next raid. You could died." "Yeah, I am well aware," Tristan said, breathing heavily. Mark then cast his levitate spell on the corpse and went further into the village, where the fight was happening. "Let us take a look at how they redoing," he said on his way. When they walked past a wooden house, a battlefield could be seen. The town plaza was turned upside down, with countless corpses of the lizard men lying around. The WYRM was coiled around Tyler, blasting him with its toxic breath. Gina was freezing its body with Bite of the Frost, but the dragon didn't seem to care that much. Lucian threw a dagger from his waist at the dragon's eye, blinding it. This gave Tyler some room for breathing, while the monster attacked Lucian. Mark just watched, unsure whether he should intervene or not, since they seemed quite capable of defeating the overgrown snake. As Lucian was dodging the monster's bite attacks, Emma jumped silently at the top of its head and trusted her rapier into its forehead. Unfortunately, such a narrow weapon didn't damage its brain enough to kill the creature, so it proceeded to shake Emma off of its head. Tyler, who in the meantime got a boost for his vitality from Clark, ran at the WYRM and tackled it with his brute strength, flipping it over on its back. Lucian slashed through the beast's stomach, finishing the battle. The team sighed in relief after seeing the snake lie completely still with its guts spilling out. Mark walked up to Emma and asked, "Raid leader, do you mind if I keep this?" He pointed to the floating eldritch monstrosity.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.